Hello, everyone, and welcome to Draft Countdown's marathon coverage of Day 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft. I am your co-host, Brian Bosarge, as always, with my co-host, Shane P. Hallam. Shane, what did we say come up with last night? 150-something picks today?
156 picks.
156.
Ready to go.
Ready to roll. Bell to bell here. We're going to have them all today. Tampa Bay currently on the clock. We think they haven't traded that pick yet. Top of the fourth round here in that trade back they had with Jacksonville, where Jacksonville moved up to get Devin Lloyd. So Tampa Bay is on the clock. Shane, are you ready for some numbers?
I am. I'm ready.
I have got some numbers here. Turns out, Shane, the NFL likes athletes. Big shock.
Yes, big shock.
Big shock here. Through the first 105 picks in the third round, only one player was drafted that had a below 5 RAS.
Wow. One player. David Bell?
All
right. There we go.
To the Cleveland Browns in the third round. 16 players with a RAS between 5 and 7.99. So, which is the yellow code there for those familiar with the site. And 88 players with an above 8 or didn't test.
Oh, very fair. That's you have to be athletic to play in the NFL, and I think we're seeing that. We used to have guys drafted in the first round with 4 or 5 RAS scores. That's out the window. You better be.
If you're not going to be a super athlete, just don't test at this point. I think is the lesson that is that has been given out here to everybody. If you don't think you're going to test well, just don't do it.
But then he can still fall, the Kobe Dean style. So
correct.
It's just be athletic. That's the takeaway.
That is the takeaway here. We did on the podcast Wednesday over under number of Senior Bowl players that would be drafted before the first Shrine player. We set the over under at 20.5. Thanks to Mr. Bill Belichick, the under hit on that, as it was 14 players from the Senior Bowl that was drafted before the first Shrine game player, and that was Tyquan Thornton, who went 50th overall to New England. So there you go. Shrine game gets that second round player, which we said last night that was their highest drafted player since 2012. I think was what we said last night during the show. But how dominant is the Senior Bowl, Shane? And as far as all-star games go, and almost this is a testament to why it's so important for guys to go down there and compete here in Mobile. Of the 105 players that were drafted last night and the first 2 nights of the draft, 45 of those players played in the Senior Bowl. 42% of drafted players were down here.
And look, that's what happens when you get kind of the pick of the seniors. Obviously, you have the large underclassmen, the guys that declare early that aren't playing in any of the All-Star games, and then the top seniors still going to the Senior Bowl. So I think that kind of proves that is still the case, and something we discussed early in the process on our podcast.
Yep. 45 players from the Senior Bowl, 2 from the Shrine Bowl. We talked about Tyquan Thornton. Jelani Woods was the other, who we thought would be the first Shrine game, and probably should have been the first Shrine game player drafted, if we're going to be honest.
Nah, look, Tyquan Thornton, you don't get 4.28 speed too often. So that's, had a good career too.
When did Bill Belichick become Al Davis?
Well, I mean, at least Tyquan Thornton at least had production. So there's at least that.
He's not Darius Hayward-Bay.
Yeah, you didn't have to take him in the first round at least. So
that's true. That's true. Shane, I may have made one more bet this morning on Bovada. We did talk about this over under on the podcast the other night, but I just said I had that weird number in my account this morning where I can't. I
you can't do it.
I couldn't do it, so I may have dropped $2.92 on an offensive player or kicker being selected as Mr. Irrelevant today.
Now, Have you pulled those numbers from the past?
I did not.
Because it's been pretty even throughout, right? Throughout recent history, the last two have been linebackers. Before that, it was tight end, receiver, quarterback. Before that, it was corner, tight end, safety. So it's been pretty well split between the two. Defense winning a little bit more.
We're bouncing back on offense this year.
Yeah, that's fair. We've had a kicker before, a couple times. I don't think we've ever had a punter be Mr.
One of
Irrelevant.
which was a South Carolina kicker, Ryan Suckup, was once Mr.
Yeah, 2009. So it's kind of interesting. We'll see the 49ers, like you said, have the pick at this point. Um,
You
so
don't
we'll
generally
see.
see too many, unless it's they throw that pick in a move up trade. You don't generally see people clamoring to get a hold of that last pick of the draft.
Just
Nobody.
I would get them to throw it in. Like, I would just want to take it for the fun.
If for no other reason though, it kind of screws up the whole because they get the jersey made with the 49er jersey made with Mr. Irrelevant and 260 whatever on the number on the back of it.
They better have every team ready to go. You don't know.
We don't know what the budget is for the irrelevant people. Um, but yeah, we're what are we, about 22 minutes away from the start of day 3.
Yeah,
We've got more cards to give away, Shane.
more cards to give away day 3. If you want to enter for the Brett Favre rookie card, if you enter all 3 days, then you have a shot. I think so far we have 5 people that have entered both days. So if those people enter today, and if not, then toss your name in and see what happens. But we have some nice college players signed cards. Jerrion Ely might get drafted today. We have him, Jalen Berger, Sean Shivers, and then the big one toward the end, we'll give away the Tua Tagovailoa Fireburst card. So get all your Alabama fans ready. Brian down there, they can enter for that one.
There you go, Alabama fans. Get on that Tua card that we're giving away today.
But you can check it out in the chat room. I put the link to the Brett Favre with the phrase "day 3."
Day 3 is the word of the day. And who sent us those cards? It's our sponsor for our live coverage of the NFL draft over these last 3 days. Next Gym, a new app for your iPhone with innovative technology developed specifically for trading cards to image, manage, and share your collection. You can join the wait list now for early access at nextgym.com. And Shane, I don't know what the crossover is going to be today from our audience and, like Pokemon cards and stuff like that. But Scott told us, that you can use it for that sort of stuff too. Magic the Gathering and all that other stuff like that. Not just for trading cards.
Pokemon cards big right now too. I was a big fan as a kid, so
there you go.
Very big right now.
Never.
I was gonna say, Brian.
That did not cross over with me.
Well, get your daughter hooked in there. She'll like it. It'll be good.
I would rather not have to get involved with that sort of. I do collect Funko Pops though.
See, look. There you go.
Only Marvel Funko Pops, but
all right. Very specific.
Very specific.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be a day, Shane.
No, look, it's going to be fun. Like I said, I think we're hoping to see if,
I don't know what that is, Pierce.
Magic. I dabbled in Magic Gathering. I was not savvy enough. Pierce, hopefully Pierce signs up for the Brett Favre card. He's one of the 5 in there. He's been here all 3 days. So, unfortunate Magic Gathering cards given away in the draft coverage today.
No idea what that is.
Brian's old. That's what that means.
That's what that means. Sure.
I'm old because I know what it is as well. So. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see how this kind of plays out. If we get any kind of surprises, get some special teams players going. I think we'll see multiple punters today. And, see what happens. I think we're going to see a ton of running backs go. early in this. I think we still have a lot of guys that are worth taking here at the running back position. I think that's going to go early. I think tight end is going to be fairly popular. Definitely, a couple players that should have went, and we still have some guys on our big boards that we're in our top 100, obviously, that have not been drafted yet. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah. The big question on my mind is when does Punt God come off the board? You keep hinting that he might not even be the first punter drafted, Shane.
I'm just saying, I don't think it's in the bag. Like probably will be, but I think Jordan Stout. Some teams are gonna have Jordan Stout higher on their board. That's all I'm saying.
Insanity is what that is.
Yeah. So that's the case. We'll see what happens. Yeah. Do you have our best available up there, or yours? You can run down perhaps. We post them on the site today.
We did post them on the site. I will pull that up right this second. I will go with I'll list basically top three at each position here on my board. Sam Howell still on the board, my number 4 overall player at quarterback. Carson Strong, the quarterback Nevada, and Bailey Zappi, quarterback Western Kentucky, my top 3 quarterbacks ready to go. Running back, you mentioned still some good running backs available here. Isaiah Spiller, 79 on my board. Zamir White from Georgia, 102. Pierre Strong from South Dakota State, who I know you've been a big fan throughout this whole process. My 3rd running back available today. Receivers, I had 2 in my top 100 still available. They're probably slot guys at the NFL level, I think, at this point. Khalil Shakir, Boise State, Calvin Austin III from Memphis, and Bo Melton, going to be a special teams dynamo from Rutgers there, number 3 on my board. Some good tight ends, Shane. There's 5 of them here that I think could go right here in the 4th round fairly early. Isaiah Likely, Coastal Carolina. Charlie Kohler, Iowa State. Daniel Bellinger, San Diego State. Cole Turner, Nevada. Cade Otton, Washington. I think all those guys could come off the board. We could see that tight end run here pretty soon. Some offensive tackles still on the board. Daniel Falele from Minnesota. Darian Kennard from Kentucky. Rasheed Walker, Penn State. And last night at the end of our show, I raved about Matt Willetsko from North Dakota. He's also still on the board. Interior offensive line, we still have Jamari Sawyer, Georgia. Zach Tom from Wake Forest. Thayer Munford from Ohio State still on the board. Some fast edge rusher Amari Barno still out there. Kingsley Enagbare and Dominique Robinson from Miami, Ohio, tremendous athlete, still raw there on the board. Defensive line, Perry and Winfrey, 2nd highest player available on my board. The interior defense of Oklahoma. Love Eric Johnson from Missouri State, still available. Christopher Hinton from Michigan, also still ready to go. Haskell Garrett as well from Ohio State. Linebackers, Darian Beavers, Mike Rose, Brandon Smith. You're going to see those guys come off here pretty soon, I believe, at linebacker. Cornerback, Tariq Woolen, Zion McCollum, both FCS. Well, no, UTSA is not FCS, but group of 5. Big, tall, lanky, long arms, tremendous athletes, but both probably raw for the pro game. And Kobe Bryant, Cincinnati, also still available. And at safety, big fan of the 2 MAC guys that were at the Senior Bowl, Tyson Anderson and Sterling Weatherford, and Yusuf Corker from Kentucky, my 3rd safety. And specialist, all 3 punters are atop that list, including my number 100 overall player, Matt Ariza.
Pierce with some punter analysis here for net yards over the average there. I think you have more players kind of for round 4. We talked about the depth of this class being very good, and the list of names you read off. If any of those guys had gone round 3, I don't think we would have blinked an eye on almost any of those positions. What that says is you can get good players here. I talked about it too. I think it's important that these round 4 players are going to be much better than last year's round 4 players. And I think that's key to keep in mind when you're thinking about who can make a team and who are they competing with. And so when you see something like yesterday, the Jets trading up for Brees Hall, as much as I like Michael Carter, still have a role. Round 4 Michael Carter of last year is round 5 or 6 Michael Carter of this year. And so that becomes a bigger need for some of these teams are drafting players that they drafted positions they drafted day 3 last year and are going to overtake those guys pretty easily. And I think we'll see it happen at the beginning of today.
I think that's going to be true not just for round 4, but the rest of the day today. Round 5 guys last year undrafted in this class, right?
Right.
6 and 7 the same. I mean, you're gonna see talented players that are going to litter this entire process just because of the sheer volume of players in this draft class. I'll hit on some names that you have on your best remaining available, Shane, that I didn't name just now. Iyama Uwazurike, Iowa State defensive lineman. Damian Pierce, running back from Florida. Braxton Jones, offensive tackle, Southern Utah. Chigo Okonkwo from Maryland, the fast tight end, big slot is what he really is.
Yep.
Tariq Castro Fields, the corner from Penn State. Marquise Hayes, guard from Oklahoma. Jalen Armour Davis, one of the Mobile kids, still waiting to hear his name called at corner. Justin Schaefer, guard from Georgia. We've said Georgia a lot these last couple of days, hadn't we? Joshua Williams, another one of those small school corners with good athletic profile, maybe still a little raw, from Fayetteville State. Could be the first HBCU player drafted today.
Yeah, probably will be.
Damari Mathis, another corner, superb athletic profile.
Those pick corners always get kind of shafted because they leave them with no safety help. I think he's going to be a better NFL player than.
One player interesting I want to talk about because I have a feeling he may not be drafted, and that's Damone Clark, the linebacker from LSU. But based off of tape and everything, he should have been drafted already, but had spinal fusion surgery after the Senior Bowl. I guess something came up maybe at the combine, maybe with his medicals, and had the surgery, and he will miss the entire season.
Yeah.
This year, so maybe he gets drafted late, maybe not, but it sucks for him. But because, like I said, he would have been off the board already, I think, if that's the case.
Yeah, I think he would have been. It would have been a day 2 pick without that. Had a good year for sure, and hopefully can come back from that and regain that athleticism and that veracity. I think Damone Clark's going to be a good player. Frenzy in the house, got a couple of the hardcore people waiting around here.
Today is the day for the hardcore, right?
Yeah, if you're listening to this today, then you are into it, and this is how you're going to know some of these names and not just wait to hear about some camp report in August, but get the lowdown right now.
Get excited for a player that's going to help your team that you root for this year, or at least that's the hope anyway. Also, we're going to probably in that, when you start getting to that 6th, 7th round areas, when you're going to start seeing names that we probably are either really low on or didn't even rate at all. And that's because these are the guys that those area scouts pound the table for, that are going to be special teams contributors. Maybe guys that weren't even very productive, or some guys didn't even start for their college teams. Racing McMath was a more recent example, a receiver from LSU. I think he's still with.
He's been a stud. He was really good last year on special teams.
Special teams, and that's the kind of the guys you're going to see some of those guys. What's the Slater kid that's still Matthew Slater with the
The
Patriots.
Patriots who
I mean,
would,
he's
yeah.
been a all pro special teams guy, right?
Yeah. I mean that's been his calling card. So you're going to see some of those players drafted. Who's that? Drew Hartlaub from Penn State, safety, probably going to get drafted. Did not play on defense. He played special teams, and that's it. So
Morency wanting to see the Giants recover after a sad day too. Yeah, they set the world on fire with night one, but some sketchy picks there yesterday.
yeah, I don't think it was quite as bad. I mean, I think Josh Ezadu was highly underrated as a player. Brian didn't even watch him, disrespecting Josh Ezeudu there for North Carolina. But I think he could be a solid kind of swing guard backup. I think Cordell Flott's pretty good. I think he's a good fit. So, we'll see what they do from here. And then, yeah, Cam Thomas at outside linebacker. Kind of I'm intrigued to see how the Arizona Cardinals utilize him. Some people asked on Twitter, I would guess they could stand him up or beef him up a little bit more, I guess, if you want to put his hand down in that more 5-tech role. I mean, there are some games where he's dominant, has a good leverage, good bull rush, has a nice bend off the edge. There are some games where he kind of disappears, has problems with finding different pass rush moves, I think, to be effective. So I think there's some development there, but I think there is a potential for him. I personally like him as a stand-up edge rusher. I think that would be best, where he can get kind of a full head of steam and get after the quarterback, and that's what Arizona kind of needs.
Not in our chat here, but just push notifications on the phone from the Devi Marketplace Discord. Nelly, who was in the chat with us last night a fair amount, says he would like to see your team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, draft Ty Chandler today.
I don't think they're going to take a running back. I've been hoping. I think Benny Snell is not great, is not an NFL player. So it'd be nice to have, kind of when they drafted Anthony McFarland, I think, hoping to have a guy like Ty Chandler who can catch the football. And so Najee Harris doesn't have to have 400 touches, would be solid. Yeah. I mean, Wanda Robinson, I think, was maybe a little bit overdrafted. I agree. I was a little surprised by that pick and selection, when I thought the Giants maybe would go for someone with a little bit more size to be an outside receiver with Kenny Golladay, especially if they're keeping Kadarius Toney. But I'm intrigued to see where he plays. Do you play him in the slot? You try to kind of use that size and hide some of his negatives. But there were definitely games where he was outside and was very successful against bigger, long arm corners. So I think it's worth trying him as a starter and seeing if you get that kind of T.Y. Hilton pop of a guy that can get off the line and won't let you just bully him into submission. I think Wanda Robinson has a little bit of that. So he's intriguing, a little bit scary. I think as a Giants fan taking that early, I definitely understand that.
Are you ready for a fourth round where 11 teams take up most of the picks?
I guess I better be, right?
Just looking at this, in alphabetical order by city name here, the teams with multiple picks here in round 4. The Baltimore Ravens with currently 6 picks.
Yes.
In round 4. The Cleveland Browns have 3 selections. The Denver Broncos have 2, which is back-to-back, 115 and 116. Green Bay has 3. Kansas City has 2. New England has 2. The Giants and Jets have 2 apiece. Tampa Bay has 2. Tennessee has 2. And Washington have 2. So, yeah. Some teams sitting this round out. Arizona, Atlanta, Buffalo, Chicago, Carolina, Detroit, Jacksonville, New Orleans, Minnesota. None of those teams have picks here in the 4th round.
Right. So a lot of trading included that 4th round before the draft, during the draft. So makes sense. So Baltimore can't spend all those picks. It's just
What
No
happened
way.
with Pittsburgh's original pick here?
Uh, who uh, who got it here was Miami Dolphins. That was in the Minka Fitzpatrick trade.
Okay. So
Yeah,
because I see they have a comp pick here in the fourth round.
correct. For Bud Dupree.
Yes.
So, Joe Schoen traded more one day than Dave Goodwin ever has. Traded back. Look, I think you got to at least like that. I would rather a GM that's willing to trade back. I don't have one of those. So I think that's going to be the goal, right? We saw yesterday some thirds going for future thirds and a fifth this year. So I don't know if a team will give up a third for one of these fourths, but I think the Ravens are going to ask for that. What's that?
Maybe maybe they trade two of them for a third next year.
It could be. I think they would want more than just a third for two of them.
I agree.
But yeah, maybe you could get a fifth and a third next year, a third and a fifth next year for 2/4. That wouldn't be too bad. The four drafted rookies in their top 100. Brees Hall, Garrett Wilson, Drake London, and Kenneth Walker. So there you go. I think for redraft that makes sense. You just don't feel good about any of these rookies. Like Jameson Williams is probably not going to start the year. So when you're talking redraft leagues, your typical fantasy league, you're not gonna draft him. And I think Brees Hall is probably going to be a starting running back. So, but maybe he kind of fell off a little bit. I'm trying to think who else. I mean, I would probably put Traylon Burks in that top 100. I think he should be in the back end there. He's gonna have to get a decent amount of targets, 10 targets a game. There's no one else in Tennessee. So
there you go.
I'll still take a shot at Christian Watson, but I think it's going to be year 2 for him.
The Christian Watson almost depends solely on how quickly he earns Aaron Rodgers' trust, right?
Right.
Because that's Aaron Rodgers is fickle, if nothing else. We'll say that.
Yeah. I mean, but who else there has earned his trust? I mean, Alan Lazard, but Sammy Watkins hasn't. I guess Cobb, if he could stay on the field. Yeah, I think Olave could be in line for a decent amount of receptions. He's not going to, I don't know. But I feel like he's going to be more down the field, and Michael Thomas will work the short area as he always did. But that's my opinion. Yeah, I mean, the Giants are behind because, like I said, there's been an arms race. None of the teams that have multiple 2023 firsts drafted a quarterback on day 2 yesterday. Maybe one will today. I mean, it's day 3. That's not going to stop you from moving up for a top quarterback. But if the Giants are going to need one, they don't have one under contract for next year. They're going to need more.
Currently, there are 5 teams with multiple picks in the first round next year for those scoring home. Philadelphia has 2 picks, including a pick from New Orleans. Houston has 2 picks, including their pick from Cleveland. Seattle with 2 picks. They have Denver's pick. Miami has 2 picks. They have San Francisco's, and Detroit has 2 picks because they have the Rams.
Yeah. So, I mean, who do you feel best about there? To me, it would be Philly, right? I mean, I don't know if New Orleans is going to be as good as they have been. All those teams might be playoff teams.
Correct. New Orleans is the only team of that list that you don't immediately say is probably going to be a playoff team.
I mean, Cleveland, if Deshaun Watson gets suspended as well, that could work out for Houston too. So,
as Scott has pointed out, day 3 is on the board now. It is 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. Day 3 is getting started here. We're seeing more acrobats on the TV. Shane, have you caught any of the post-draft concert series that they've had after each night? No. Weezer was the Thursday night concert.
There you go.
No,
Weezer. You don't watch Weezer?
Not a fan.
Not a fan. I like Weezer. It's fine.
Not a fan. Ice Cube was the one last night, and I caught a little bit of it on Total Access after the show, and my man Cube was he was sweating, buddy. Perspiration was hitting him a bit hard last night. But tonight is something called Marshmallow. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I do know who Marshmallow is, so I'm not quite that old yet. I couldn't. I don't know if I can name a song from Marshmallow, but that's fine.
If you can't name a song by somebody that makes their living by playing music, that tells me that they're not very good.
I don't think that's true, because I think there's probably a lot of people that could name a song from Marshmallow. I don't think that's fair.
Scott is Team Weezer.
Yeah.
Scott, you don't know good rock and roll music, man.
Hey, Weezer's solid. So, the clock started. Is Tampa on the clock here?
They are not officially on the clock yet.
We have a trade.
We do. Has Tampa traded this pick?
No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. Yeah,
Shane, you can't get people excited like that. I jumped in last night telling people that New Orleans had back up.
I know. I feel like it's going to be a lot of that. And we're going to try to give that analysis quick and move, because it's going to start going fast once it starts going.
That is a fact.
I'll be trying to update Twitter and pulling my notes up for each of these, and especially for day 3, I'm going to need it for some of them. So, but I'm hoping I've watched everyone.
There is a trade rumor out there today, there, Shane.
Okay, I think that's what I saw. So
Mike Garafolo is reporting that Andy Isabella could be on the move today for one of them ham sandwich.
We don't have 20 rounds in the NFL draft to trade a pick for Andy Isabella.
The Blue Man Group is currently on stage today.
Okay.
I guess they're today's Chris Angel.
Yeah, they're today's Chris Angel. I want them to spit on this canvas to reveal the first pick. I think would be more impressive. Once again, I would like this if it led to them telling me who the pick is. Then I think this would be fun.
Right. Would it still be fun then? At least it would be useful then.
Well, then I think it's like, can you figure it out? Can you figure it out? That'd be good. Yeah, I saw that trade rumor. I thought that had happened, but
8 of the first 9 picks today were acquired via trade.
That's day 3. It just, everyone's moving picks. You're trying to get a little bit. So yeah, I feel like Chris Angel and the Blue Man Group are like 15 years old of being relevant. I think Mr. Comahan's correct. Yeah, look, I mean, Goodell can't have the jar of M&Ms going, so gotta feel relaxed for day 3 here.
Here's a fun guess for you. Let's play a guessing game here, Shane. Let's put you on the spot. At what point during this draft will we see the first player selected that played in the NFLPA Collegiate Bowl?
Ooh. Who are the top guys there? Who am I looking at?
I have no idea.
You have no idea? Okay.
No.
I would guess we'll see one. I'll say pick 142.
142. Writing that down.
142 to the Los Angeles Rams.
142 NFLPA first player selected today.
I could be way off, but
okay. So
Zach's going round 6, so he is far
6,
behind me.
15. There you go. How about this? Do we see a player drafted today that participated in the Hula Bowl?
Ooh, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
So
we will.
you are over.
I think we're going to see a Hula Bowl. I think we're going to see a CGS. I think we're going to see a
I think we're going to see. I think we're going to see multiple CGS players today.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be. Yeah, I think we will see a Hula Bowl player. Round 7, be pretty late, but. Yeah, I'm excited that NCAA football's come back. I don't have an next-gen system at this point.
Oh, you got to upgrade, Shane.
Well, maybe one day I'll have the cash. We'll upgrade.
I also do not have a next-gen system.
But when NCAA comes out, I'll pay the $600 just to play it. I've actually modded my PlayStation 3 to completely update the last NCAA, so it's been awesome.
The initial video, I didn't hear their explanation for the video.
Oh yeah, I saw the video. I mean, pretty funny. I think they were just surprised. I don't think they were mocking per se. I think they almost, I kind of believe what I think they were just surprised and were kind of dogging on themselves more than Bill Belichick. But next time the Patriots play the Rams, they're gonna be running behind Cole Strange for 3 touchdowns against Sean McVay. They're gonna make him know who Cole Strange is.
Tampa's pick is in.
Tampa's pick is in.
At pick 106.
I probably would get the Xbox, which is I have every PlayStation, so that would hurt. But I think at this point, that's what I do. So, I have not looked yet at it. I don't think we got that yet. Yeah, it was just a very genuine reaction.
But the pick is in, Shane.
All right.
And I said the tight end run was going to start early, and the tight end run is starting early.
Tampa needs one.
Tampa does need one, and they have drafted Washington tight end Cade Otton.
I think it's a good pick. I think Cade Otton got hurt. He got hurt. I think of their bowl game late in their season, and that was an issue. But I mean, he's had a really good career, Cade Otton for Washington. I like how he gets off the line. I think he moves really well. He's a pretty good athlete. Good two-way player, can block, chip a little bit. He never overwhelms. I never watch him like, wow, this guy's going to be a starting NFL tight end. He's good at everything, but not great at anything. I don't think there's anywhere he excels. He's never like wholly open. He's not making these great, using his body, making great catches. I think he's solid, tight end 8, but basically you could slot him right into that Gronk role, let him do both things. I think he could be kind of Cameron Brate-esque for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
There you go. Cade Otton would have been a Senior Bowl player per Jim Nagy, not for his injury. An invitation was extended, but was not able to play. I just thought of this because Cole Strange wears the number 69. And I think we're all in favor of him keeping that number when he goes to New England. But not sure how many people in the chat are fans of Family Guy, but if you remember the episode where Peter played for the Patriots before getting traded to the London Sissy Nannies, and he played with Tom Brady, Peter Griffin wore number 69.
So Brian's hating on Weezer, but he can quote the Family Guy episode and the number of the jerseys. So
there is no correlation to Family Guy that you can draw. I just said Weezer was bad rock music.
What's up, Octavio? Thanks for hopping back in. I'll tweet this out.
Ferenczi knows.
There you go.
The song that Peter sang, Shabupi. There you go.
And you know what musical that's from, Brian?
I do not.
The Music Man. My first musical I was ever in, Shapoopy, is a song.
So sorry. I'm not a musical theater guru as yourself, Shane.
That's true.
But I can tell you every scene and almost every line from every movie that was in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I can do that.
That is fair. I'll take it. So Cade Otton to the Bucks. And the Texans have taken potentially their starting running back here, a man who was in my top 100, Damian Pierce, running back from
Oh,
Florida, goes to the Houston Texans at 107. I think it's a really good pick. Like Damian Pierce was so underutilized at Florida. I mean, he's just such a good inside runner. Rarely goes down on first contact. Can churn those yards, keeps those feet moving. I really like that fit for him. He's not super athletic. He's a 4'6" player. He doesn't explode off the line, but I think you can get. I think he can be a solid running back even as a starter in the NFL, I think you can churn out those yards. So I'm really
so
intrigued by that.
Texans go with Damian Pierce from Florida, Senior Bowl running back. I thought was the best pass blocking running back in this draft class. Um, for those of you who care about that sort of thing, I know that pass blocking isn't a fantasy value, so to speak, but
But
it's
I get him on the field.
right. It does get him on the field, and you're saying that he's going to get on the field mighty early now for the Houston Texans in theory here. But thoughts on him over Isaiah Spiller?
I think once again Isaiah Spiller just isn't great at anything. I think that's the issue. We just didn't get that from him. And so, I don't know. I mean, I'm surprised. I thought Isaiah Spiller would be picked by now. I think he has a more dynamic outside ability. I think he's a better pass catcher than Damian Pierce. I think he's faster and more athletic. But it's not like Isaiah Spiller, the 4.64 and the bad explosion. You just can't risk it. I mean, his workouts were as slow as Damian Pierce, who's a much bigger bruiser.
Um, Willis fell falling about where he probably should have been drafted the entire time.
Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, Brian.
Okay.
Follow where he should have
In
been
all
drafted.
I mean, but still, he fell to the perfect landing spot for him, in my opinion, to maximize his NFL talents going forward because he doesn't get to play this year or shouldn't play this year, and then you decide if you're ready to move on from Ryan Tannehill or not after this season, and give him a chance with that running game and get some more weapons at wide receiver. Good spot, good landing spot for Willis. I can't answer that in rookie drafts, Shane. That one's on you.
I think it's super flex drafts. I would take him back into the second round. I think the athletic upside is just too good to pass up. One QB, I just think you pass. You can't take him in that until third, fourth round. So
we have a trade, but not for the pick on the clock.
Yeah, we also have the pick on the clock. If you want to, I don't know if you want to ask that first.
I will get the quick details of this trade. The Bears have acquired picks 254 and 255 today in the seventh round. In exchange, they give up a 2023 sixth round pick. So the Bears pick up 2 7s for a 6 next year. I don't even know who had those picks.
Okay, yeah. So it's what was it? 255, 256. Those are two different teams. So I'm going to assume that's not the correct numbers.
Okay.
254, 255, or 256, 257. It's either the Chargers or the Cardinals.
Could go either way here. But anyway, the Bears have those picks now. Cleveland's pick is in, and it's one of the best players that left available here. It is Oklahoma defensive lineman Perion Winfrey going to a good spot here, I think, because the Browns – a dearth of defensive tackles on their team. Winfrey can get some early playing time there.
I had him as my defensive lineman 4. I mean, I think in terms of a pass rush, Perion Winfrey gives you as much upside as anybody. A really good penetrating player. I love the explosive first step. He gets really skinny through the hole. The gap doesn't have to be too big for him to get a little bit of penetration. And it works in the run game, too. He gets some tackles for losses. I think he can play a little bit high. I don't think his anchor is great. There's definitely plays where he gets pushed off the line because he doesn't have the anchor down to kind of stand his ground against stronger, better leverage offensive linemen. So I think there's some technique cleanup there, but there's some high potential, I think, for the Browns. I love that pick for them, taking a Senior Bowl player, not something the Browns typically do.
No, it is not. And the MVP, by the way, of the Senior Bowl this year was Perion Winfrey.
Perion Winfrey.
And
Yeah.
if you go back and look at my day two mock draft, he was the holding the Reese's trophy with Reese peanut butter cups in the trophy.
Well, as only the Senior Bowl can do. Um, yeah, I mean, there's definitely fear that Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry's a different monster, though. If there's one running back that's going to buck historical trends, it's a guy that big, and that athletic, and that fast. So we'll see. But I would love to see Malik Willis with Derrick Henry and Traylon Burks. And
Seattle's pick at 107 or 109 is in, and it is another player that was on my top 100 board, going off quickly here, and it is cornerback Kobe Bryant.
oh, nice. Yeah.
So both of us had him in the top 100 here at pick 109 to the Seattle Seahawks. Kobe Bryant, shorter arms, I guess, than Seattle used to having at corner, only 30 and 5/8, but he's 6'1", 193. Not a great athlete by any stretch of the imagination here, but
Yeah, he's just not a man corner. I think he's a zone corner who, he is tall, he's strong off the line. They like the jam, and that's what he does well. I think in a cover two, he can play kind of that baseline really well. I love him contested catches. I think he's very good. He has a lot of accolades. I mean, he's a good tackler. He racks up stats.
award finalist.
But people picked on. They picked on him because they didn't want to throw to Sauce Gardner, and I think it hurt his draft stock. His closing speed isn't great, but he's really aware. So I think it's a good pick here.
Yeah, Pierce wants Henry to say good because he's fun to watch. Scott wants to know my thoughts on the new Berry Dr. Pepper. Scott, I will never drink Berry Dr. Pepper.
Okay.
Why? Because it's not Dr. Pepper. I won't drink cream soda Dr. Pepper. I won't drink cherry Dr. Pepper. I am a purist when it comes to Dr. Pepper. I want 23 ingredients in Dr. Pepper. I don't want 24, 22. I want 23. I want Dr. Pepper, Dr. Pepper.
Man, we're getting deep in the takes day 3, baby.
Man, there are a few things. Baltimore is on the clock, by the way, with their first of 87,
first of six picks.
6th-round picks here.
That's good.
Yes, Bengal fans on my Twitter feed said now we will have the ultimate, basically comparison now between Zachary Carter and Perry and Winfrey, and
yeah.
So
last call for the beginning of the day. Sign up for the Brett Favre rookie card. If you sign up all 3 days, you'll have a shot to win the star rookie card for Brett Favre. We'll be doing the next one here. Links in the chat on YouTube. Sign up day 3. The code to enter.
To put a bow on that amazing 7th round pick trade there, Bears get picks 254 and 255 from the Chargers.
Okay, so
it's the Chargers that will be receiving a 2023 6th round pick.
Look, I think it's good for the Bears. They have some depth issues, so you can draft a couple more players and to get a shot. And I mean, a 6th round pick, just in the wash there.
Yes. Wouldn't know. For the record, my wife is a fan of both of those particular beverages, Pierce. But I am not.
Yeah. So the Baltimore Ravens, I'm killing this draft, man, because they just selected.
What did they do, Shane?
Daniel Falele, offensive tackle, offensive lineman out of the University of Minnesota, the 384-pound Aussie Marvel, Daniel Falele. You saw him down in Mobile at the Senior Bowl. What's your thoughts on this pick?
Still needs work, for sure. But you have to love him in the run game, right? And Baltimore's going to run the football a lot. And I think that's the strength here of Daniel Falele, almost 400 pounds, 6'8" guy. So big man there. I don't know that he's going to get on the field right away.
He's a 4th round pick, so probably not.
So a swing tackle for them, maybe even a guard, maybe even a reserve guard.
I mean,
Uh,
look, if you get Tyler Linderbaum next to Daniel Falele, I think good things can happen. And Baltimore's not going to be throwing the ball too much anymore. They don't really have
they
a
made that
receiver
decision. They
outside
made that
Rashad
decision.
Bateman, so Mark Andrews there. But I love this. Obviously, the strength when you have a guy that's that big. But he's explosive off the snap. I mean, he can move off the snap really well, and he has that lower body strength. Just when you have a guy that big, like you're not going to be able to beat a nice bend around the edge too often. It's very difficult. So I'd kind of like to see him play guard myself. But the Ravens often draft offensive tackles that I think should play guard, and they play offensive tackle, and they're pretty good. I
Uh,
think he's a good fit.
Jake Liskow, host of the Locked On Bengals podcast, said, "Remember when everybody said the Bengals just used Draft Twitter's board? It appears the Ravens have now taken over the Draft Twitter board."
Yeah. Hey, uh, I feel like usually it goes pretty well.
Uh, Jets are on the clock.
Yeah, and they have selected Max Mitchell, offensive tackle out of Louisiana, not Draft Twitter's board. I will say that, but a player that the NFL liked, I think, a lot more than the casual fan, a lot more than you and I did, Brian.
Yeah, no, I saw nothing of note from the Senior Bowl practices, and that was all I kind of needed to see from Max Mitchell. I saw him getting beat consistently in the one-on-ones down there. I know the one-on-one shouldn't be the be-all end-all of my evaluation,
yeah, especially for offensive linemen. Yeah,
but I didn't think he was overwhelming on tape either. When watching those, I was more enthralled with his teammate, who's now at the University of Florida, Cyrus Torrance, guard. I thought he was a better prospect to me, in my opinion, than he was.
I mean, look, I think Mitchell can get strong when he gets gets good leverage, which can happen. I mean, he can move guys. There are plays where he moves guys where he wants to move them. Especially in that run game, he's good. Now, I think his feet are pretty heavy, and so if you get a guy that takes a good angle, gets around him, and he's not athletic enough to really get to the second level. So I think the upside's kind of limited. Another guy, I'll be interested to see how the Jets use him. But like I said, I think the NFL liked the technical soundness more so than anything. So that's fair, Pierce. He would not be their first 6'9" guard. the Ravens know how to use those guys. I mean, and I hope he scores a touchdown. I want a Daniel Falele touchdown in the next couple years.
The NFL Network just showed highlights of him throwing a touchdown pass. So
there you go.
He's already better collegiate passer than Dan McGuire was.
All right, so we have the next pick, the New York Giants, maybe selecting their future starting tight end, Daniel Bellinger, tight end out of San Diego State, Senior Bowl player. He worked out really, really well, good athlete, but used mostly as a blocker. Do you think that my tight end 9? Do you think Daniel Bellinger, Brian, could be a starter for the Giants, who really, after Evan Ingram left free agency, have a hole there?
I think he can in time because of one. I know he can block, and so that'll get him trust early with the Giants brass. And I think he's going to be a better pass catcher in the NFL than he was allowed to show at San Diego State. I know I've had a love-hate relationship with Daniel Bellinger, but as an overall well-rounded tight end prospect, I think he's very definitely worth this pick here in the 4th round, and has that starter potential for the Giants.
And I think when you look at a tight end who blocked a little more in the NFL or in the college than he will in the NFL, but has pass catching athleticism, that usually translates pretty well because they got the hard part out of the way. Now it's about using that athletic ability to make receptions, do some things after the catch. I just thought he needed to be utilized more. Like, there's a lot of unknowns about him. Can he do a lot after the catch? I don't know. Does he consistently catch the ball with his hands? I don't know. And that's a big question. So.
With Bellinger as well, he tested like a freak tight end, but you definitely do not see that on the tape at all. Same, not dissimilar from Charlie Kohler as well, who also tested extremely well, but you don't see that amazing athleticism that you would expect on tape.
Yeah. I mean, that's true, and it's, I wonder if it is the offense, the scheme, more than him and what they asked him to do, and that's why, like I said, I think there's just a lot of unknowns that hopefully get answered. But I think it's worth a pick in the fourth round.
For sure. Definitely every bit worth a fourth round pick. Oh, we've got a Food Network guy now announcing the pick here for the Giants.
I think I got Nick Mangold.
Oh, sorry. TV's ahead of you then, Shane, because the
Oh, for the
TV's on.
Giants. Oh yeah, I'm behind. Look, I'm behind on TV. I don't watch it too much. That was for the Jets.
Yeah, the cake boss guy. Not sure if your wife is watching the cooking shows on TV all the time like mine is, Shane. That's how I know who the guy is.
Yeah. We cut that cable cord, for like TLC and those kind of channels. So unless it's football, I'm not watching cable too much anymore.
That's fair.
Yeah. Um.
Washington's pick is in at pick 113, and we've got another Cajun.
Oh yeah, good one.
Percy Butler, the safety from the University of Louisiana, is the pick here for the Washington Commanders.
It's a good pick. He's my safety 12. He's an elite speed kind of deep player, and I think it was a pretty big need there for the Commanders to get someone with some range. Now they actually used him against the run pretty well, and actually used him as a pass rusher a lot. He was very intriguing as a safety blitzer. I think the mental side of the game is what knocked him down for me. He seems slow to react. He was out of position a lot. There's a lot to improve technique wise, but I think there's huge upside of Percy Butler, who a lot of teams brought in for visits and had high on their boards.
He may be slow reactionary wise, but straight line he is not slow.
No, he is very fast.
Percy Butler 146 in the 10-yard split, 4.36 40. So straight line, very fast.
Yeah, and I mean, and that explosion shows up on tape. I mean, when he starts his movement, you see that explosion athleticism ultimately. So, the New York Giants have selected a safety as well, and another athlete at safety, Dane Belton, safety out of Iowa, is
not Matt Ariza.
Not Matt Ariza for NC, unfortunately. But you get kind of a big, fast athlete. And this is what you do on day 3, right? You're drafting guys with this big upside, because if they hit, now you get starters who can make an impact. Very fluid hips. I think his movement is a lot more fluid than Percy Butler, but Dane Belton, not a great tackler. Usually those Iowa guys are good tacklers. And, he just doesn't use that size disadvantage. So I think you have to kind of teach him how to do that. He runs himself out of plays. He can get a little too aggressive. But I think it's a nice upside swing for the Giants.
Yeah, that's what today is about. Taking those, what do you call them? Buying those lottery tickets, getting those scratch offs. You spend $5, hope you win 100,000, right?
Yeah, right. I mean, and if you miss as a fourth round pick, like, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good.
That becomes even more so true as we go forward 5th, 6th, 7th round.
Yeah, so we're up to the Denver Broncos with their 2 picks, so we might have a little bit of time here because they get the double time, like you told me yesterday. So, Denver doesn't have a lot of needs. Like, they're not a team I look at and I'm like, oh yeah, they're lacking. Now they have a quarterback and drafted, who they draft yesterday. They got Nick Benito. I mean, that maybe offensive tackle, but
sure. We could see them take a guy there. Looking at the best available offensive tackles they could be looking at here. Most of the top got Darian Kennard potentially still out there. I'm a big fan of if you're going to draft and develop a guy, Matt Biletsko is that guy there. Braxton Jones, another one out there that you like. If you're drafting athletes, Kellen Deesh maybe goes inside because of his shorter arm length. Um, so there you go. There's some guys that if offensive tackle is the pick for the Broncos.
There's some good ones out there
Yeah.
to take. I'm just guessing. I don't know. That's like they were so hard to mock for when they had a ton of picks because they just didn't have a lot of needs outside quarterbacks. Yeah, sorry, Zach. We're just zooming here with as we get the info, letting it all out because I don't know even if the TV will give you the pick sometimes.
Yeah, that's Today you're gonna if you're watching draft coverage on TV today, they might be good with you in the fourth round, but when you start getting to that sixth, seventh round, they quit caring. And we're gonna get Steve Smith's opinion on stuff.
That's fine.
Pete Smith asks a question: can Jackson Carman block Perry and Winfrey? I'll hang up and listen. Probably not.
That's fine. The Broncos getting a player I flirted with putting in my top 100, but they draft Damari Mathis, cornerback out of the University of Pittsburgh.
We mentioned him earlier. And there's another athlete.
Yeah, super athlete. And like I said, Pitt puts their corners on an island. They don't use safeties in coverage. So basically, he got beat a lot. You watch the film and you're like, oh my god. But a lot of those Pitt corners have translated to the NFL. Philadelphia has a couple that have played pretty well and been starters because they have that experience. So there are games you watch Damari Mathis. This guy's not an NFL player; he can't cover. But he just plays a little too cautiously. But he could tackle. He closes really quickly. Rarely will receivers break tackles from him. 50-50 balls. He makes some good plays. Won't get beat deep. I think there's some good things to like here as a reserve corner that could step in after they drafted one with their top pick last year.
Yeah. So as we're waiting on the Broncos' second pick to come through.
Yeah. Which usually they go off pretty fast. So we'll see. We should get it pretty soon. But I like that pick. I think picking him in round 3 I wouldn't have been opposed.
Yeah. 43.5-inch vertical leap for Damari Mathis.
Yeah, wild. That's just a wild number.
And
he was mad about it. He thought he could do better.
He paired that with an 11-1 broad jump.
Yeah, he actually didn't like his workout numbers, he said.
Dwayne says that's an awesome logo. Speaking of the Deep Fried Draft logo, yeah, good person behind the creative juices on that one.
If you want this Jalen Berger signed card, Michigan State's new starting running back, taking over for Kenneth Walker the third, was drafted yesterday. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat room. You can get the link, and we'll use the code phrase Spartan now that he's transferred there. So
going back to that Perrion Winfrey pick by the Browns, Pete Smith tweets, favorite Perrion Winfrey stat: 11 solo tackles, 11 tackles for loss. If it ain't in the backfield, it ain't happening.
Yeah, there you go. Because when he's not in the backfield, he's been pushed 3 yards off the play. That's correct. The problem. That's the downside.
That is why he was here in the 4th round.
You're correct. Which remaining running back has the juiciest thighs, Brian? Dameon Pierce's thighs are pretty good. He's off the board now.
He's no Quadzilla there.
No, he's not. But I'll say Tyler Allgeier's thighs pretty good too.
Pretty. I would be remiss if I didn't talk about Kevin Harris. He's good balance there. Don't know if his thighs are the thickest, but
yeah,
amazingly, the Broncos' next pick hasn't come through yet, but it's about to come through on the television screen.
There you go. Start a new Devy league. Biggest tip on starting Devy. I'll say take players that are going to get drafted high. Don't fall in love with guys that you're unsure about. Don't hesitate to take running backs, receivers. Play it safe to start. Um, get guys that are going to get drafted. I mean, that's seems stupid, but a lot of people just like to take flyers when they shouldn't. That's my advice. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. It's over. It's done with. But either way, I think the Demari Mathis pick makes up for it. Um, so we shall see. But yeah, you were right. Tight ends coming off the board here early.
Still a few more I think we could see. We haven't seen
Your
Cole. We
boy
started
Isaiah
to say
Likely.
Isaiah Likely.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, his pro day hurt him bad because he plays. This is the we were talking about Kohler and Bellinger, where their pro day testing and combine testing far exceeded what you saw on the tape from them, right? Where Isaiah Likely, it came in as the opposite, where you looked at his tape and thought he would be far more athletic than what he tested.
Yeah, so we have the pick. It is defensive lineman, defensive end, Ioma Uwazuriki for the Broncos there. So they get kind of a more interior base defensive lineman in Uwazuriki, who I was pretty high on. I had in my top 100, edge 15 for me, because I think he kind of a 5 tech who's a little bit of a tweener. Like, is he inside? Is he outside? Because I think he has some good edge rushing ability with his physicality. Really good at staying balanced and knocking the offensive lineman off balance. But he just doesn't. He doesn't play as big as he is. And leverage is a problem for him. So I think it's a nice reserve kind of run blocker, run stuffer who maybe can develop into some pass rushing skills.
I don't know how much edge setting he's going to do, but 6'6", 316. But you said the measurables are definitely there. 35 and 1/8 inch arms, 84, almost an 85-inch wingspan for Uwazurike. So big guy.
Yeah. I mean, so I think he does have that kind of, fill the gap kind of ability. Because I imagine for the Broncos defense, they'll play inside, obviously, at 316, when they typically have. I don't know. They did a little bit more hybrid last year, so maybe he can kick out to the end on some of those plays.
Yeah, I mean, you could see that as well. So the Jets are on the clock again.
Jets are on the clock, 117.
And Cleveland back on the clock here, and then Baltimore back on the clock. So Washington. So we said a lot of teams were picking a lot of the picks
Multiple.
Here. Jets, Cleveland, Baltimore, Washington, all the next picks coming up here on the board. So we'll see where that goes. But Uwazurike, definitely you were a little bit higher on me. That I had him almost a full 100 spots lower on my board than you, probably because of the tweenerness and stuff like that to him.
Yeah, he's just not super exciting. He's just not a super exciting player. But there's definitely some productive games, especially early in his career. I thought he did well. But yeah, the Jets have selected Michael Clemens from Texas A&M. Yeah, defensive lineman, edge guy.
Before we dive into him, and since there's a lot of your Devy players and stuff like that, how excited are you to watch Texas A&M going forward with these just beefy recruiting classes they've been putting together?
It is exciting, though. They usually don't play those young guys super early. They like to wait, so it's interesting. But yeah, Evan Stewart, the receiver, I'm really high on the freshman coming in. There's a lot to like on the skill positions for them. They got Connor Wegman, the quarterback, who's competing for the starting job. So Texas A&M, they're gonna be competing in the SEC pretty soon, at least player wise. They're they're there.
Decent athletic profile for Michael Clemens. We've got him listed as a defensive lineman. Probably going to be a base defensive end. 6'5", 263, almost 35-inch arms. Another long arm guy. So we're seeing some of these pterodactyls go here early on.
Ryan, we have a trade.
We have a trade.
The Minnesota Vikings have moved up to pick 118 from, I assume, from pick 122.
So Minnesota is on the clock here. Who was this Cleveland?
Cleveland's pick, according to Ian Rappaport, they made a trade and are now on the clock. So with the Browns. But yeah, I think Clemens, not very productive, but he had those long arms. He's like he keeps his feet moving. He's quick-footed. He has some ability to kind of rip. I think he's an interesting player as a reserve. He can rotate in. Really interesting. So I think it's a good pick by the Jets here. It's about where he probably was going to go. They needed some D-line depth.
Quick thought on what Minnesota's coming up for.
Sam Howell is still out there. I mean, I think that's a possibility. A receiver. I still think they're going to want to add receiver depth at some point in this draft. And this might be a spot now where you start looking at the kind of next tier of wideouts too. That's my guy. I don't know. It really could be anything. But I mean, in fact, Khalil Shakir is still out there. I can see them liking Calvin Austin in that offense as well.
I'm trying to get a picture in my head of what somebody runs was constantly stepping in puddles by
Yeah,
accident.
just moving those feet quick, okay. You step in, you step out, We're pushing for Bo Melton. Bo Melton's possible. So lots of possibilities here. So I think we have the details of the trade. 118 for 156, which is the fifth round pick, and a future fourth. So they're keeping 122. They're giving up a future fourth and a fifth round pick. So the Browns get a nice future pick and in the same round and move down one round.
The Browns are lacking on some picks next year because of the Watson trade, correct? So this is them trying to recoup some of that 23 draft capital.
And remember, the Vikings GM came from Cleveland, so he worked for Angie
Good
Berry.
relationship there. Yeah.
So I'm sure that was an easy call to make and make that trade happen ultimately. So we'll see who the Vikings giving up a future fourth to get here. Vikings fans not super happy about this draft so far.
The Vikings pick is in.
All right.
And it's for a corner.
Oh, wow.
And
another
it's
corner.
Caleb Evans, the corner from Missouri.
I like a Caleb Evans.
I do too.
But the Vikings drafted Andrew Booth yesterday and Lewis Seen in the first round, so they are really trying to rebuild that secondary against Aaron Rodgers. What's your read on a Caleb Evans, SEC player, big long athlete? How do you think he'll do there for Minnesota?
Yeah, he was one of those guys in the one-on-one Senior Bowl where he was one of the better, guys at almost anticipating what the receiver was going to do, almost running routes for them at times. You saw this a few years ago with Jalen Mills from LSU was similar to that, what Evans was doing. But Evans, much better athlete here, 95% percentile athlete on RAS, 4.46 40 guy, 4.09 the short shuttle there, 32-inch arms. So you get good length here and speed with a Caleb Evans.
Yeah, Bip is a Vikings fan, not a fan of the draft so far. I do like a Caleb Evans. I think it's one of those situations where they're attacking what you need in the NFL nowadays, and that's guys in the secondary. I'm with you. I think a Caleb Evans is a really smart player and gets physical at the point of attack. I mean, he makes receivers work for it. So he's kind of stiff in transition. I think He can take some poor angles. Like there's some things to clean up there, but there's a lot of upside with him. The Vikings have really remade this secondary for sure.
Yeah, I like the pick here. Was it worth a? Was he not going to be there at their next pick that they had to give up a 23 fourth?
It probably wasn't going to be there if they were going to make that move. You know,
Yeah, I
we
mean,
see these long athletes. They're flying off the board and two safeties. Seems like the secondary is heavy here in this fourth round, but maybe a little much to give up, especially when they didn't get as much moving down in the first as you would have liked. So,
right. And guys like us, we question, oh, did they really have to do that? We don't know what's going on with some of these. Oh, I mean, because crazy stuff happens in these war rooms and everything. We're not privy to this information. I really wish it would be cool if we were. That's for sure. But
we're available
for sure. And probably a lot cheaper than what some of these other guys are getting paid.
Yeah, I think Bip asked this. My guess is they had Lewis seen as a better player than Kyle Hamilton. That's my guess. I think there are teams that had that as a better fit. They wanted more of that range at safety in the back end. And Kyle Hamilton, that is his one issue there. So
Baltimore's pick is in. Their second of 6 fourth-round picks.
They're making them. I think they would have taken that future fourth.
Perhaps they would have.
Perhaps. But and they take Mobile boy, Jalen Armour Davis.
Yeah, there you go. So Mobile back on the board.
The corner from Alabama.
The 251, as they say. They say. I don't say that. But they do say that here.
He feels like a Ravens player, declared early.
Because Ozzie Newsome still hangs around. Ravens required, and I could be wrong here, Shane, but there may be rules hanging in their war room that they must draft at least one player from the University of Alabama.
Right. Well, look, Ozzie, maybe he put that in the retirement thing. Look, Jalen Armour Davis didn't get as much publicity as Josh Jobe, but I thought played better this year. Size, speed, consistent, doesn't waste a lot of movement. I love his closing angles. I mean, he plays really smart. I think his back pedal's choppy. His agility is a problem. He doesn't move laterally well, so the mirror can get those quick inside routes he struggled with at some points this year. So, but I think there's a lot of upside. He fits really well.
Scott saying I get giddy whenever Mobile players get drafted. Tommy said the Ravens are starting to get on his nerves. Yeah, the Ravens are killing this draft, man.
Yeah, I mean, and when you're moving down and have so many picks and still making good picks, it's wild because they struggled last year. They had a ton of injuries and did not have the depth to make the playoffs. And so they said, hey, we're going to get the depth here. And they certainly are doing that at all positions, except receiver, which they don't really need because Rashad Bateman, Mark Andrews, and Lamar Jackson, J.K. Dobbins will be.
Who was on the clock? Because was it Washington? Because they're no longer on the clock. The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
Oh, interesting.
They have traded up.
Yeah. So, wow.
Here's the details of that trade. Washington trades 120 and 189 to Carolina in exchange for 144 and 149.
All right. So they move up from the 5th and move down from the 5th into the 6th. And they take Brandon Smith, linebacker from Penn State, elite athlete, kind of underperformer there for Penn State. Brandon Smith played on the outside, was a big-time recruit, and just never quite, put it all together for them. He was my linebacker 12 because I love the raw athleticism, and I like him as a pass rusher off the weak side. He's just not super strong and sat back too much and just wasn't involved in a lot of plays. There's a lot to like, but a lot to not like with him.
He's built like a linebacker from old 6'3", 250.
Yeah, big and fast, man.
Almost built here. So I asked that question with that size profile in today's NFL. Can he project to the edge?
Yeah, I mean, I think you could use him in that way. Similar to Brian Burns, they drafted in the first round from Florida State, who's been a stud for them. I think Smith has some of that ability. I do like his pass coverage skills, though. I wouldn't want to completely lose that because he can go step for step with receivers and tight ends sometimes.
So yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but it's a good pick. Like I would once again draft the upside. Like draft the upside in the fourth round. I'd rather take Brandon Smith here than take like Jeremiah Gemmel or someone that's a little safer, that's going to be more productive. But like draft the upside.
New England's pick is in, and it is Arizona cornerback Jack Jones.
Wow.
Pick 121 here to New England. Jack Jones, 281 on my board, 247 on your board, Shane. 4.52 speed, 35-inch vertical leap, but was very agile with those drills. So, but some off-field issues with Mr. Jones. Am I correct in that thinking?
Yeah.
He was kicked out of Southern Cal, correct?
So, yes. Yeah. I don't know the circumstances around that, but, so that could be, I mean, he's a ball hawk. I mean, he makes plays on the football, had some big interceptions, big returns, closes quickly.
We have a trade.
All right.
The Minnesota Vikings have traded out of pick 122.
Okay.
The Raiders are here now. The Raiders have come up 4 spots. The Vikings acquire. The Raiders acquire pick 122 and pick 250 in the 7th round. The Vikings will get pick 126 and pick 227. So they swap picks in the 7th for the Raiders to come up 4 picks.
4 spots here.
4 spots here in the 4th round.
So, and then, I think why Jack Jones, why we had him rated so low, he's very thin. Like, he's not physical. He gets boxed out. He can't tackle. It's just a strange selection this early to me, but I know some people are very high on him.
We were actually higher on his teammate, Chase Lucas.
Yeah, I had it fairly close, but yeah, I thought Chase Lucas had a more consistent career ultimately. So the Raiders jumped the Dolphins, Browns, and Chargers, which is interesting. They did not pick up Josh Jacobs' 5th-year option.
Eric Edholm talking about the Patriots selection of Jack Jones. He said, I guess you can never have enough nickels.
I mean, hey, that seems to be what they, what they like there, right? Just the smaller.
Touch base on Jones. 4 interceptions with Southern Cal in 2017, was kicked off of their team in 2018, and then landed at Arizona State.
So, I mean, Marcus Jones and Josh Jones, going to be a tandem there for the Patriots.
I mean, odds are Jack Jones probably gets on the field earlier on defense because of the injury to Marcus Jones. Sure. But I think we both agree if Marcus Jones stays healthy, he's the better player by far.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the case.
You mentioned running back.
Yes.
And we have a running back going here to the Las Vegas Raiders. It is Zamir Zeus White from Georgia.
That feels like a Raider right there. I'll say that. That's a good pick. I mean, Zamir White was a 5-star recruit, one of the best high school running backs I've watched since I've done this. And then tore his ACL in one knee in high school, tore the other in college. And so he kind of had to change his whole game and did. Productive, became like an inside runner that churned out tough yardage. And so, you worried about – well, did he retain the speed and athleticism? Boom, he works out. He did. He does have that athletic ability. But a smart player that doesn't take huge contact, that can get that tough yardage and still hit the home run sometimes. I think there's a lot of upside for him. I don't know if he'd be. I think he's kind of a poor man's Josh Jacobs in a lot of ways. Obviously, you're getting him in the 4th round versus Jacobs' 1st round draft capital. I think it's a good selection. Next year, Zamir White could end up being a starter in a year.
We're going to ask a tech question for anybody out there in the chat. Is there a way on the regular Twitter app to make the thing where everybody, the voices thing or the whatever they call the place where everybody, is there a way to make that go away?
Nope, that's permanent on there.
Okay.
So
get on that, Elon. Let's get that out of here. Maybe I'll use your app more.
I don't use the Twitter app so too much.
I don't either, but I'm a Twitterific guy myself.
I'm a TweetDeck guy.
Yeah. But sometimes I've noticed on these days where it's a lot of happening, where I'm refreshing constantly, Twitterific kind of gets where it doesn't want to refresh. So I have to go to the regular Twitter app to try to get caught up until it decides it wants to work properly.
Yeah. So Chargers, I think, have made their pick at 123. See if we can catch that here pretty soon. So we've had some trades. It's getting wild out here. It's getting wild out here.
Here's a hot take for you, Shane.
Okay.
Chris Sims, well-known guy who never says anything dumb, says the Washington Commanders get the best pure free safety in the NFL draft this year with Percy Butler. Hot take.
I mean, in terms of free safety, yeah, it's a hot take, but it is interesting. I think he has that ability. I think he has that athletic ability. Like, I think he could be a starter. Absolutely. But that is some strong, strong love. I have the Browns pick, but not
the Chargers pick.
I have the Chargers pick. It is our man Isaiah Spiller, running back out of Texas A&M, finally goes off the board as the backup.
Let's hold on. Let's let that marinate. So talk about that one before we announce this earth-shattering Browns pick.
All right. Yeah, super earth-shattering. Yeah, Isaiah Spiller, my running back 3. I mean, productive from day one at Texas A&M in the SEC. Good inside runner, explosive off the snap. I mean, he stays upright, never falls backwards, never gets knocked backwards. I think his footwork's good. He can catch the football. He's just not super dynamic. You're just not going to see him take over games. He never really carried the full load. And we get back-to-back running backs, Zamir White, then Isaiah Spiller. He'll back up Austin Eckler and give them, I think, finally get, what Justin Jackson was kind of trying to be last year. I think Isaiah Spiller, this is a nice spot for him, even if he's not a starter.
So the Cleveland Browns at pick 124 are going to select the first kicker, first specialist
yeah.
board is LSU kicker Cade York. Will be the selection of the Cleveland Browns at pick 124.
Cade York, my top kicker by far, gets picked above these punters because I think he's by far the best kicker in this draft. I think we'll see Cameron Dicker get drafted at some point. But Cade York, big leg. I mean, 50-plus yard field goals, pretty consistent at that. He got better every year at his deep accuracy. Extra points, easy for him. Didn't miss those. I think the left hash gave him some problems in terms of accuracy. Had some close calls, had some doinks. Inside 40 yards, I mean, he's money. I think he's a starting NFL kicker and gives you something the Browns struggled with last year, kicking the football. This is going to improve that. I actually think it's a good pick in the 4th. I think it's a big need for them, and they get a guy that I have graded very similarly to Evan McPherson last year in terms of my grades because I really liked Evan McPherson.
Well, let's just know that I hardcore researched kickers this year. So I had Cade York as my number 2 kicker on my board behind the great Parker White from the University of South Carolina because that's how hardcore I research kickers.
Yeah. But like, I think it's a good pick. I think Cade York could be a special kicker, to be honest with you, and be a starter. So
Tommy wants to see the Steelers.
Pierre Strong, baby.
Oh, Pierre. Sorry, I got confused. I was going with a different Strong there.
Pierre Strong.
I would love them to take the other Strong to see your reaction.
Yeah. Sam Howell still on the board. I feel like the interviews had to not go well for Sam Howell. There had to be something problem there. I think in terms of places he could go, it's not great anymore. Now you're hoping for like a good backup landing spot, on a team that could utilize. Like I wouldn't mind someone like the Rams, drafting him and having him as a nice backup. When you start talking 4th, 5th round quarterbacks, it's not starting potential here. I mean, maybe the Giants in the 5th, they have 2 5th round picks. That'd be worth that.
Pete Smith tweeted, even the kicker meets the age threshold of the Browns, by the way.
That's true. He declared early. So that's the case. Meets that nice young threshold. 124 was our first specialist, and it was not Matt Ariza going first.
Blasphemy. That's what that is.
Cade York's good.
I'm sure he's fine. Shane, I'm going to step away for just a second. I will be right back.
Yeah. So let's see where we're at here. The Miami Dolphins are on the clock at pick 125. It's back-to-back running backs. Very interesting for Zamir White and Isaiah Spiller. I think fantasy-wise, Zamir White maybe has a better opportunity, but we saw Austin Eckler get hurt last year, and Justin Jackson really produced. I think Isaiah Spiller can compete for that backup job, even as a 4th-round running back. And if he gets an opportunity, I mean, I think he could really produce with Justin Herbert and that offensive line. It's really, really interesting. So that's I like it. I do hope we see Sam Howell soon. I had him pretty high up my quarterback board. I just put a lot of emphasis on those early years when he produced really, really well. And his freshman year, I thought Sam Howell, like, this is an NFL quarterback. Not Carson Strong, Pierre Strong. We're pulling for a little Pierre Strong love here pretty soon in this draft. I would take him to the Steelers, but I think it'll take maybe a different team. Will probably be drafting a running back instead of the Steelers. So let's see. I have not seen the Dolphins pick yet because we got that Cade York pick pretty fast. Browns were ready for a really good kicker. I mean, I'm glad Isaiah Spiller landed in a good spot and maybe has an opportunity to make the field and get a little bit of play. I know that the Chargers, the new coaching staff, wanted someone a little bit bigger, wanted to have that option. I think Isaiah Spiller gives you that option. And he definitely has a little more explosive ability than say Justin Jackson or Larry Roundtree, some of the other guys they drafted. So that is the case. Dolphins are up here once again. If you want the Jalen Berger signed college card in his Wisconsin uniform now at Michigan State, go to the YouTube chat room, sign up for the giveaway with the phrase Spartan. So I'll put that link in the chat room with that. And the Dolphins have made their selection at 125. They take a really intriguing wide receiver after trading for Tyreek Hill, and they have Jalen Waddle, but it's Eric Ezukanma, wide receiver out of Texas Tech. And this is a player I know my man Kane likes a lot. I've been high on. He's my wide receiver 22. Good size, kind of sneaky athletic. And he gets off the line, transitions really well. I like he's very natural receiver with his hands. Doesn't have a full route tree. He's probably going to have to develop a little more in terms of routes, but really sound in how he catches the football away from his body, adds a little bit of juice after the catch. I think Eric Ezukanma can develop into a number 3, number 4 wide receiver in the NFL. And I think for the Dolphins, that's exactly what they're looking for. They have those smaller speed guys. Ezukanma a little bit bigger, can use those long arms to his advantage. So I actually think Ezukanma is a good pick here. I thought maybe he would fall a little bit more because of the rawness that he has. But I'm down for this over some of the receivers still on the board, because I think he gives you a different dynamic than Khalil Shakir or Bo Melton, those kind of players. Ezukanma is a pick for that. So that's a good selection there for the Dolphins here at 125. Who might have a chance to produce a little bit, all things considered. Eric is a Ezukanma fan there, Brian?
He's intriguing. I'll say that. I had him 191 on my board, so maybe a one-round overdraft, so to speak, for Miami here. Other receivers I like better, obviously, on the board here, but
but he's the only one. He's the best one with size. I think that is, for me. If you want a guy that's 6'3", 220, you ain't drafting Calvin Austin or Khalil Shakir or Bo Melton.
The TV is saying we have a trade. The Raiders traded up to this pick, or is this the one they moved back to a while ago?
Yeah, this one they moved back to.
Okay.
So the Raiders had 122. They traded Minnesota. They traded
back to 126.
Minnesota. So they still have 126. That's their original pick. Yeah. So it was.
No, there was a trade.
All right. What's the?
Minnesota traded 126 to the Raiders for pick 165 and 169. So 2 5s to come back up here to the 4.
Okay. Interesting. All right. There you go. I'll have to get that. Yeah. So the Raiders. So that's why I was confused. So the Raiders moved up with the Vikings. They got this pick. Then the Raiders moved back to their original pick, giving up.
And guess what we have selected here, Shane? The 6th player from Mobile County, Alabama, has come off the board. It is Neil Farrell Jr., the defensive tackle from LSU.
Yeah, I mean, he is a massive nose tackle, my defensive lineman 9. I mean, I think for a guy that's that big, he gets really good leverage and is tough to, stop and move off his spot. 2-gapper, eats up space, not going to rush the passer, not athletic. He's there to stop the run. He does it really well.
The question with Neil Farrell Jr. and the knock on him and the knock I have is I question his work ethic. Can he keep his weight in check? He is reportedly at times ballooned up to near 380, almost 400 pounds in his career at LSU. You question whether he takes, plays off. Does he give 100% effort all the time? That's the questions with Neil Farrell. That's why he's probably available here on to day 3. But, yeah. So there you go.
Sam, how good are the Seahawks here coming up? We still got a while, I think, until they pick top of the 5th round. No, maybe. I think now you start talking about teams that don't need a quarterback can take him as a backup, right?
Yes, I for sure. Yeah, it opens up a wider array here.
Like a team like San Francisco, if they're going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, draft Sam Howell. Yeah, I mean, I like Neil Farrell. I think on film he's that nose tackle. I'd love to stick in the middle of a 3-4 and just let him 2 downs, eat it up. And he was a pretty good recruit, so there might be some athleticism in there somewhere. If you, like you said, if you can kind of get him under control and
to correct myself, Pierce, he doesn't currently weigh 400 pounds. He weighs right now 330. The reports were that he ballooned up to at that weight at points of his career at LSU.
127. My man is off the board. Pierre Strong Jr. from South Dakota State going to the New England Patriots here.
So the Patriots did a good.
Yes.
Finally here in the draft.
Look, I've been touting Pierre Strong. I had the article back in December where I thought he'd be this year's James Robinson, and then he flew up boards. Then he just started flying up these boards. I was like, wow, he's my RB5. I mean, I think he has great deep speed, good vision, 4.3 player, can hit that home run, but he also has some quickness in space. I mean, you see him make guys miss. Obviously, coming from FCS. He flashed a little bit of blocking ability, but they didn't use him too much there. He bulked up a little bit in the offseason, got over 200 pounds. I think he's a really good pass catcher. And I think we could see the future James White role here for Pierre Strong in New England with Ramondre Stevenson and Damian Harris.
So I guess the question here is, Shane, in fantasy circles, what is his to New England?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a decent spot for him in terms of, okay, this year probably not going to do a thing, but in a year, is he filling a pass-catching role for the New England Patriots? Because they kind of had to put Ramondre Stevenson there last year, and Ramondre Stevenson not the best pass-catching running back. So I think it just creates that typical New England three-headed monster where, best ball leagues where you might be able to get Strong a little bit. It's, I think he can catch a lot of balls.
There you go.
Down the line.
He had a tremendous catch in a screen for a big touchdown in the Shrine Bowl this year.
Get the ball in his hands in space and good things happen.
Good things happen.
So like I said, I think he's James White insurance at this point. And that's the type of running backs that Belichick likes. Mac Jones will like as well.
Baltimore's 3rd, 6th round pick is in, and it's one of the tight ends. It is Charlie Kohler going here to the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah.
Another good pick, another good fit. I mean, if you remember back, they really wanted those. They really liked the 12 personnel 2 tight end sets. Because when they drafted Hayden Hurst and Mark Andrews, that was the goal. They used them like that. They haven't really had a second tight end for a while. Charlie Kohler, a good two-way player, good athlete, great blocker. Used a lot as a blocker at Iowa State this year. Inconsistent production. He doesn't quite play up to his testing, but I mean, as a tight end 2, blocking, I like it. I really like that fit and pick.
They showed a graphic up on the screen here from Combine invitees with a 99 athleticism score from Next Gen Stats. Pierre Strong, one of 5 players with that score, along with Christian Watson, Troy Anderson, Breece Hall, and Zion McCollum. Zion McCollum, the only one that has not come off the board just yet.
And Breece Hall, the only one from an FBS school.
There you go.
So, really interesting. Ravens are killing this draft.
They're killing it. I mean, right now, they have to be the winner here, right? So far through 128 picks.
Yeah. I mean, that's really good.
Our good buddy Emery at F-Ball Game Plan said the Ravens definitely watched the tape.
that they do. I mean, the Ravens are just finding value, right, at places where they could actually utilize these players. So,
Dallas's pick is in at 129 as we're waiting to see.
What that? I mean, and Dallas really needed a tight end. I mean, they were looking hard at those tight ends. So, this is not good news for them. We've had a lot off the board, but maybe they take.
We've got a tight end that's going off the board here. They pick 129. It is Wisconsin tight end Jake Ferguson to the Dallas Cowboys here at pick 129.
There you go. Another good kind of two-way player, to me, a classic number 2 tight end. And, they let Blake Jarwin go. And so I think they need that number 2 guy who can come in, who can block. I think Jake Ferguson, very smart, good, willing blocker. Not always consistent, but he has nice soft hands and can run a little bit after the catch. My tight end 10. I think he showed some things in the Senior Bowl game. He was a premier target there. So I think it's a nice number 2 tight end for the Dallas Cowboys. And we'll see how they utilize him ultimately moving forward if he can kind of win that. But they have Dalton Schultz on the franchise tag, so we'll see. Very similar players, I would say.
There you go. Jake Ferguson had a good touchdown reception during the Senior Bowl game on a like a backdoor screen pass where he broke a couple of tackles on his way in. So Jake Ferguson now that workout killed Isaiah Likely, man.
Well, but if you want a guy that's going to be your number 2 tight end, you don't want Isaiah Likely. You don't want a pass catching tight end that's slow. Like I think that's a problem. That's not what any of these teams are looking for. The Ravens and Cowboys weren't going to draft him.
We've had that run on tight ends. Here are the best available now left on the board. If you're a team still looking for one of those, Isaiah Likely remains the top guy on my rankings, followed by Cole Turner from Nevada, Austin Allen from Nebraska, and Jake Weidermeyer from Texas A&M. Speaking of killer workouts,
Brian didn't even mention my top tight ends, so that's fine.
Who is it
Okonkwo from Maryland?
I was getting there.
Yeah.
Grant Calcaterra, also James Mitchell, Lucas Kroll from Pittsburgh, and a couple of late round sleepers here, I think, who are who have that tremendous athletic profile. One a more developmental guy, former quarterback Armani Rogers, a guy you could see go late just based off his athleticism, and Andrew Ogletree from Youngstown State.
I'll say watch out for Garrett Prince from UAB as well.
Yes, and have we forgotten the elite Nick Muse?
We have not.
We have not.
We have a punter coming off the board to the Baltimore Ravens here. And it is not punt god. It is Jordan Stout, punter from the Penn State University, is the first punter off the board. Not Matt Ariza, but Jordan Stout from Penn State. How do you feel about that, Brian?
The Ravens blew it. Their top draft grade is now gone. Flushed it down the toilet. All the goodwill they've had here so far is now over. By if you're drafting a punter and not drafting punt god, you're dead to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the sound off his foot. I mean, he has kind of this always deep, very consistent. It's a little more straight line for Jordan Stout, but I really think like he's good at angling his kicks to the corner. Was the field goal kicker for Penn State, and actually was pretty good at that. Obviously, not going to use him there, but it's really interesting. I think Jordan Stout, like I said, I think a lot of teams had him above Matt Ariza just for the consistency's sake, and that's what the Ravens are getting here. Nick Person, my thoughts up here strong. Like I said, I think it's as good a spot as you can hope for. Like he's not going to be a stud, number one running back, but he's going to catch a lot of passes there in New England in a year or two and be very successful at that. So that's Pierre Strong. I think he's going to fill that James White role and be a trustworthy weapon for Mac Jones. So, look, I mean, when you're getting drafted third day, opportunity is opportunity. You never know what the opportunity can bring. I mean, in a year, we could be talking about no Damian Harris, and Pierre Strong's now the RB2, and is maybe he ends up better than Ramondre Stevenson.
So Jordan Stout, the punter there, yes, he was at the Senior Bowl, and yes, he can boom the ball, and was the better of the two punters there, with Jake Camarda from Georgia, who I think also will be drafted late today.
Yeah,
the Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
Tennessee Titans are on the clock. So I mean, we'll see what happens with the Titans. They definitely still need some reserves there. Taking Malik Willis yesterday. And they're taking a running back.
Kind of a forgotten name.
But someone that profiles similar to Derrick Henry, it's Hassan Haskins, the running back from Michigan, who dominated Ohio State with 5 touchdowns in their game. Had the injury, right? He didn't play in the Senior Bowl.
No.
Didn't really work out. But, I mean, he is a bruiser between the tackles, knock you on your butt, did his best in big games. He keeps his speed through traffic. He's just slow. I think he's like a short yardage player, runs upright. He is no bend to him. It's straight running. So I think it's a nice maybe reserve if they lose Derrick Henry again. You have someone that can fill that role.
He only had one testable metric here in this draft in this offseason. That was the bench press, of which he did 27 reps of 225. That was the only thing he did. So he is strong. That is not up for debate here. So yes, that seems like a good fit there with the Tennessee Titans. You get a good hard-nosed runner in case Derrick Henry goes down again. You start seeing that happen more often. Then you've got a guy in Hassan Haskins that can step in and take those carries, and you don't have to. You won't see a precipitous drop off.
Right. He's one of those players that you never feel good about, but he just ends up productive. Pierre Strong, some passing prowess, 9 of 9, 208 yards, 6 touchdowns as a passer in his college career. Pierre Strong on those trick plays. Belichick might pull one of those out at some point.
We have the Packers pick is in, and Aaron Rodgers gets another receiver, Shane.
Oh, who is it?
It is Romeo Doubs, receiver from Nevada.
It's a good fit. I wasn't sure if he'd quite go this high because I just think there's a lot to work on him. He's a straight line speed guy. I know a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Christian Watson's like Marquise Valdez-Scantling." I think Romeo Doubs is like Marquise Valdez-Scantling.
Yes, I think he's the. I'm not going to say he's the best 9 route receiver in this draft class, but he's got to be pretty high up on that list.
I mean, he's a straight line runner, long strider. After the catch, I think he's on the bottom end of the draftable receivers because he just goes down at contact. So not very quick. I think this is take the top off a defense kind of player as a reserve. So if they can develop him, there's some talent there. So that's really interesting. Really good fit for the Packers. It's the kind of receiver that they would draft.
Averaged over 20 yards a catch, I believe, his junior year.
Yeah,
and down the Super Bowl, no workouts this offseason due to an injury.
When you have Carson Strong, who can throw the ball down the field, and you have a guy that can run 9 routes like that, I mean, that is exceptional. That's what you can do. So,
yeah. So you could almost say this was the perfect landing spot for Romeo Doubs here in the 4th round.
Absolutely. Now, I don't think we're going to see him this year, but down the line, I think Romeo Doubs will have a role. And Packers taking receivers. They've taken 3 receivers in the draft before.
Was that when they took?
That is Scantling.
Yeah,
I think he was the last one of the 3 that was drafted.
Yeah.
I can't remember the top guy. They starts with a J, his first name. The top one they drafted. And we have another punter. It's not Matt Reason. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Jake Camarda, punter out of Georgia. Jake Camarda, the only punter of the top three that did not also do kicks, but a really good hang time punter. I think his good distance. He, as we talked about, he held for the field goals. So I don't know if that's a Buccaneers thing too, but he did that. My issue with Camarda, why he's not as high as I had Ariza or Jordan Stout, his punts kind of go straight up. I think the hang time he can outkick the coverage a little bit, and kind of not quite the distance. So that's that's an issue for me. And I feel like he takes a little while to get the kickoff. It's a little bit longer, which can be problematic. So
this is pure disrespect, by the way, to Matt Ariza.
I think all three of these punters are very, very good. Matt Ariza will go soon, but
bring him home, Cincinnati. Bring him home.
Maybe Cincinnati was hoping for Camarda there. It's I think the hype was a little bit too much for Matt Ariza, perhaps. But
he's easily got to be the most hyped punter of all time, right?
I don't think that's the case. I do not. I mean, the Shane Leckler days were
okay. In the last decade.
In the last decade, sure, I'll take it. In the last decade, but
I have not heard of any off-field issues for the punt god.
No, I don't think so.
By all things, he's a model citizen.
49ers on the clock. So,
two punters and a kicker go before Sam Howell off the board.
The 49ers have made their pick. It is Spencer Burford, offensive tackle, offensive lineman from UTSA. Yeah. So,
that's interesting. Okay, so this is interesting to me that Spencer Burford is the first UTSA player selected before Tariq Woolen.
Yep. Offensive line, like I said, I think Tariq Woolen just super raw, doesn't fit a ton of schemes. Spencer Burford, that's probably what got him drafted here. Is he's diverse. He can play inside. He's a pretty good athlete, strong upper body. And I like the fit for the 49ers because I think Burford was like a zone blocker only. He's pretty light and not going to get a great push, but some pass protection moments that were pretty bad for him. But he's interesting and a good fit. But yeah, Tariq Woolen's still on the board with a lot of corners that have been coming off the board.
They're very interesting. There's a lot of those raw guys still there. Him, Zion McCollum, Joshua Williams. Those smaller school, big long corners here. None of them have been drafted so far.
Yeah. Teams wants a little more polish. I think they want secondary players that can rotate in. I think Zion McCollum and Tariq Woolen probably can't get on the field this year. Yeah, Josh Job's still out there. Josh Job had an awful season. it was really bad.
It was quite bad.
He might not get drafted. I mean, you could draft him in the fourth. He cannot get drafted.
This is a lesson. I think I'm going to learn a lesson, or try to learn a lesson from this, Shane, with these corners here, because I've kind of I took to some of these guys, these big long athletes, and overrated them a little bit, I believe, in my process. So this is definitely a lesson learned for me, I believe, going forward.
Yeah, I think when you have this, I think for corner more than any other position, you actually get to see them man up. So I think school can matter a little bit, because when you have that smaller school corner, if they're still raw and getting beat at that smaller level, even if they are a great athlete, there's going to be a tough transition. Whereas, these players from FBS schools, you feel a little more comfortable with. But it's tough. I mean, we've definitely seen small school corners go high too that are good athletes. So it's a tough position if you don't have all 22, which I did not get much of that. is tough to evaluate the secondary. I'll say that.
Correct. The Bengals are on the clock. Kansas City's pick is in as we await that to come through.
See if we can. We'll grab that.
Well, one of those corners is now off the board, and the first player from an HBCU coming off the board, it is Joshua Williams, cornerback from Fayetteville State, going here to the Kansas City Chiefs at pick 135.
Yeah, my corner 18. I mean, tall, rangy, like a good jamming corner, really good workouts. I mean, he fights for position, tracks the football. You know, he definitely is not a smooth athlete and mover, and definitely the fundamentals are an issue. You know, he's still a little slow to process routes. I don't think he mirrors all that great. So I think there's some development, like I said when we were just talking about it. You know, but this is a big upside pick. He profiles as a number one corner down the line if things work out.
6'3", 195, almost 33-inch arms, ran a 4.53 in the 40. 36-inch vertical, 10.4 broad jump, 94% athlete on per RAS. So this is
super interesting because the Chiefs need that corner. I mean, they need to get someone. You know, they need to add a bunch of depth there, and they're definitely doing some work in this draft to try to add to that defense and get that back on. You know, they drafted Brian Cook. You get that defense back on par. Trent McDuffie. So it's trying to fix up that secondary ultimately.
I need you to talk me down here, Shane.
All right, what's the pick?
The Bengals have selected an offensive lineman.
Who is it?
It is North Dakota State guard tackle Cordell
Volson. Yeah. I don't think it's a bad pick. I mean, I think there were teams that are going to have him a little bit higher. You know, he is my offensive tackle 25, but like you talk about like big, long, strong, right? I mean, he's big. He's got the long arms. He has the strength. He used those long arms well. I think that's something that was good. You've seen him bulldoze in the run game. I kind of like him as a guard because he is a little more heavy-footed and struggles against those small pass rushers. But, in a power gap scheme, I think he can, be a good reserve swing backup. That's probably what you guys needed.
No, this does not do it for me at all. If you were telling me you're taking a FCS offensive tackle for future development, give me Willetsko over this guy.
The thing is, Willetsko's can't play. Willetsko's not going to play inside, and I think they will probably want that versatility.
Maybe, but I mean, to me, you already have that with your 4th-round pick last year, Deontay Smith. I mean, the ability to play outside in. This pick does not do it for me at all.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a 4th rounder. It's okay. It's all good.
I've been basically just told that they drafted a developmental Hakeem Adeniji. Yeah.
I think it's a little harsh for Cordell Volson here. I thought he had some really top-notch games. But just isn't that top athlete, that top kick slide. So I think that's the issue. You're getting the versatility to. I literally my scouting reports suited to power gap scheme as a reserve. They're not drafting to start. That's not the goal here. They need depth.
If Cordell Volson is playing high-end snaps for the Cincinnati Bengals, I will apologize to him, his family, and the Bison faithful on our live stream of the 2025 NFL Draft.
Yeah, you'll be apologizing on the podcast. Yeah, that's where it'll be. 2025 NFL Draft. I mean, Darian Beavers, Jamari Salyer still on the board. Tommy points those out. Salyer's an interesting one because I thought he had some really good games there too. Um, but what did Cordell Volson fit the Raz of the Bengals offensive lineman?
That he did. That he did. If uh, projecting him to guard, he was a 5.92 RAS. So yes, right in line with how they go.
And Bill Rossetti tweeting, Cordell Volson did play 2 seasons in the same calendar year, where a lot of those players did not. So, who is up here? The New England Patriots back on the clock at 137. So,
Stuart Mandel from The Athletic tweets out 6 players from future Big 12 member Cincinnati have been selected before the first player from future SEC member Texas.
Look, Texas is rebuilding a bit. Next year, we'll be talking about some Texas players. We got Bijan, we got Demarion Overshawn. Year after that, Xavier Worthy will be a first-round pick. Texas will be coming back.
Tommy's asking about Damone Clark. We talked about him on the before we came on before the draft kicked off today. Damone Clark had spinal fusion surgery after the Senior Bowl, and he is going to miss his rookie season. So
we have a big pick here from the Patriots.
Uh-oh.
It's a quarterback. It is not Sam Howell. They're taking Bailey Zappi with pick 137, the quarterback out of Western Kentucky.
Bailey Zappi
gets drafted over Sam Howell to back up Mac Jones, which not wholly dissimilar players. Obviously, Mac Jones, much better arm, but Bailey Zappi, broke Joe Burrow's records there. Moved up from Houston Baptist to Western Kentucky, and he is super accurate. I mean, pinpoint accuracy reminds me a lot of Gardner Minshew in an offense built to just get the ball out quick. He can get the ball out quick. Doesn't have the zip. Not going to throw it down the field. But there are a lot worse backup quarterbacks in the NFL than Bailey Zappi, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Probably had the best pass of any player during the entire week of practice at the Senior Bowl. Remember we talked when Danny Gray was selected yesterday. He had the fastest GPS time of anyone there, and it was on a throw from Bailey Zappi where he outrun the second fastest GPS time was Tariq Woolen. And he beat him on a deep route there on the pass from Zappi.
Yeah. So, look, I think there's some development there. He was at a really low level, came in and played against Michigan State, some big teams, and played really well. So it wasn't like he just played against nobodies throughout the season and still was very productive. And exactly what's happening. He was throwing the ball every play. His receiver, Jarrett Stearns, may have a shot to be an undrafted free agent, priority free agent, 7th-round pick. I like that fit behind Mac Jones. I mean, I think that's nice safety to have for the Patriots.
Yeah, no, I like the fit. I like the pick. So
it doesn't help us in fantasy here for Bailey Zappi and Superflex leagues, but rest in peace there, I guess. So the Steelers are on the clock. We'll see what the Pittsburgh Steelers do here. And we have the pick. It's another weapon for Kenny Pickett. It is Calvin Austin, the wide receiver from Memphis, going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. You were a big fan of Calvin Austin.
I was.
Do you like that for my hometown team here?
I do a lot, and was one of the better receivers at the Senior Bowl and being able to separate and get make his own space there. He's small for sure, but super fast. Can help you in the return game as well. So that's
much needed.
A bonus.
Yeah,
that is a bonus, and like you said, needed. So I like the pick here for Calvin Austin. Was one of my top receivers left on the board. Him and Khalil Shakir, both similar players. So
yeah, he's 5'8", 170. And like I said, one of the top return guys, I have him just under Marcus Jones as a return man. I mean, good footwork, separates quickly, very productive, top speed 4-3 player, but he's small. I think he'll play that kind of Ray McLeod role for the Steelers that took over for Juju Smith-Schuster, probably more as a return guy. And if you need him, he can come in and maybe give you some juice. I didn't think the Steelers would draft another receiver this early, but that's the case.
What was the pick number on that?
Let me see. I have it right here at pick 138. It's the first comp pick of the fourth round. So also your last chance to get the signed Jalen Berger card. I'll put the giveaway in the chat room. Code Spartan. We'll move on after that to the Jerion Ely signed card.
We get to the top of the fifth round. I'll go over some of our best available players that'll be available.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'll step out and use the bathroom when we hit the end of the fourth here, and just keep it rolling.
So Baltimore has two more picks here coming up as they pull off the 6-for-6
yeah,
I'm not sure what to call that.
Yeah, they might break the record for
picks here.
Picks in a round. So, I mean, one of them was a punter, so that's fair. At least guys that'll make the team. That's the case. So we'll see. We'll see if they make it. I feel like they have to at this point. You just gotta go for it, break the record. Might as
Aaron Rodgers should have demanded to play in Pittsburgh, Shane.
Look, they got Kenny Pickett now, so all's good. I'll pop this in. But yeah, we'll see if this Ravens pick comes across the line. I think it's been a solid fourth round. You always have third day some picks you don't expect, but I don't think there's anyone that was like, undrafted player. I mean, Jack Jones is probably the lowest I had, but nothing too crazy so far.
So why do you fly Najee Harris to Mexico City to announce a pick?
Dude, Najee deserves a vacation. Just a lot of Steelers fans in Mexico City. Got a rep.
Big Steeler representation there.
Big Steeler representation, and
the Ravens pick is in, and it's one of my favorite guys again.
Yes,
it is Isaiah Likely. So is this their second tight end they've drafted?
They drafted round? Charlie Kohler and Isaiah Likely now.
So that's super interesting now, right? Because you already have Mark Andrews, Charlie Kohler, and now Likely here at pick 139. Is this just hoping you draft both of those and see which one makes it?
Well, no, I think what you can do is use Charlie Kohler as a tight end too, and I think Isaiah Likely maybe play him as a big slot, right? I know the 4.8 wasn't great and probably stops that, but he's a good seam weapon. They don't really have that guy anymore. Obviously lacking in some of those weapons after trading away with Marquise Brown, but I like Likely after the catch. You've talked about you think he's a better blocker than he got credit for, a willing blocker. Just not super athletic, and he's small and unathletic. But
that's why you ended up here at pick 139.
Yeah, on film, super interesting, and I think has a lot of upside if he had a bad day working out. So maybe some 3 tight end sets, a little Rashad Bateman, make it happen. But I think maybe he could kick out to a slot receiver at times.
Yeah, I like I said, the timing, the 4.8, not great. The explosion scores were good. 38 inch or 36 inch vertical, 10.03 on the broad jump, but his shuttles were also poor. Green Bay's pick is in at 140,
Yeah.
and it is another one of our guys, Shane. It is Zach Tom,
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Wake Forest. Uh, if you uh, looked at him as a center on Raz, he was a perfect 10, better than Creed Humphrey a year ago. He was high 90 percentile as an offensive tackle. I thought he was good at offensive tackle. I think he's going to be great if they move him inside. They announced him as a tackle, so we'll see what their plans are there. But I think he could be great um, as an interior player.
Yeah, you were talking about him pretty early in the college season as well. He is intriguing because of that athleticism, and you can see his feet just glide on the field. I mean, very effortless mover, and good against the pass rush. I thought outside he just didn't have the anchor to set the edge well and to keep up with that. So very raw, but I think my third center. I think he can be a nice swing back up all three spots, especially for a scheme like the Packers, where they have a lot of those zone tendencies. That's what they've been using now. I think Zach Tom on a zone scheme is a slam dunk in the fourth round.
Yeah, I love this pick, and I love it here for Green Bay. Um,
Yeah, that's a good selection. We have three more picks left in the fourth round. The Baltimore Ravens coming up with their final and sixth pick. Probably not a tight end. I'll say that.
I'm having some connection issues, Shane. It's been brought to my attention by a couple of people, and you're telling me it's getting a bit worse. I'm gonna try to repower here and get back up before you step away.
No, sounds good. Sounds good. You do the restart. We'll hit it. If anyone has any questions, you pop in the chat room. Appreciate you guys being here as well. And if you want to enter for the Jerry O'Neely card a little bit early, I will pop that in the chat room. Signed Jerry O'Neely card might get drafted today. And we'll use the code baseball, the phrase baseball, because he was drafted in the MLB. So if you want a chance at that, we'll give that away at the end of the night. All right, so we are up to the Baltimore Ravens at 141. I'll see if we can find that pick. I don't know what else they need. I feel like maybe you're looking at, another O-line, another defensive front. Like they picked so many players. Yeah, Ravens went with the with the hang time there. So that's what they went with. Who's on the board I'd be banging the table for? It's a good question because I think you still have some upside players left. Obviously, I still like Sam Howell, but I think outside of the quarterback, I think Darian Kennard, offensive tackle from Kentucky, I thought played really solid in the SEC this year. Like I would really want to get him on my squad. With him still being on the board. And I think Zion McCollum out of Sam Houston State. I mean, that athleticism you just can't teach. Like, this is the time to take a developmental corner and see if you can bring him along with that size and that speed and that length. I think Zion McCollum's a good, a good player there. So,
hopefully that worked out, Shane.
Yeah. Seems a little bit better. We'll see if it holds up. Hopefully.
We got a long way to go. I really need this thing to not go south. I don't know if you answered Scott's question. Who's the guy?
I did. How about for you?
That's a good question. At this point, it's got to be Shakir.
Okay, there you go.
Probably my top available player.
The Ravens are taking a corner here at pick 141. They're dipping back in there, and it is Demarion Williams, cornerback out of Houston. So we got the second Houston corner off the board for them. My corner 28, slot corner, good feet, swing his hips well, gets a little physical. He can be a little grabby. I think he's not good against big receivers, and he's not super fast for as small and slow, but I thought the film was pretty good on him. So it's kind of take what you can get.
Yeah, I thought I thought he was solid, decent ball skills from what I've seen of him at Houston. I was a little higher on him on my board than you were. Not, I can't remember exactly where he was in my corner rankings. I'll pull that up in
Yeah,
just a second.
I have him
But
corner 28.
yeah, I was much higher than that. I know. Uh, you had him 374 overall on your board. I was, let's see, he was my corner 26.
26. Okay, so you're a little bit higher. I had him over Jack Jones. I'll say that.
I did as well.
So, yeah, Tyler Allgeier will get drafted today, Bip. Probably late 6th, 7th rounds, I think. So, sorry. But, yeah, but you liked him, Martin. You actually mentioned him pretty early on in the process, if I remember correctly, when you watched Houston one of those first couple weeks, Brian.
Yeah. About the same time I saw him and Marcus Jones both. Was when he came to my attention. But yeah, like I said, good, decent ball skills for Demarion Williams. So we're at the top of the 5th round, Shane. If you need to step away,
I think we still got 2 more picks here in the 4th.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but sorry.
Rams and Titans still on the clock here.
A couple more to go. We'll see. The Ravens made all their picks.
That is hard to believe that they did that.
Yeah, I know, but they built depth, tight end depth, kind of redoing that room. Which behind Mark Andrews they had nothing, so I think it makes a lot of sense. Drafting 2 was surprising, but hey, you filled out your tight end room. It's done with the 4th round, and with having all these picks, you might as well do that.
Yeah. I mean, what's the worst that can happen, right? You know, some of these guys don't make your team. Some of these guys go to the practice squad, you know. And, I mean, that's the point of when you're good and you have all these draft picks, you can take swings. The Rams pick is in.
Yeah, let's see if we can find it here. Coming in because the Rams haven't had too many picks, so I think they can go so many different directions.
Is this only their 2nd pick?
Yeah, they had Logan Bruss. They took in round 3. This is their 2nd pick because of that Matthew Stafford trade and other Von Miller trade.
Other trades.
trading F them pick style they got here. So we'll see. The Ravens receivers. So we have James Prochet from SMU and Rashad Bateman, obviously the number 1. They drafted in the 1st round last year.
Isaiah Likely's now one of their wide receivers.
Tylan Wallace, I think he'll get a shot. I think that's the guy that could benefit. They drafted day 3 last year.
We have a trade. This, I believe, is the top of the 5th round. The Seahawks are coming up to 145, Kansas City spot, and the Chiefs. I'm sorry, Kansas City's coming up to 145. Right. The Chiefs give up 158 and 233.
Okay, that's interesting. We do have the pick here for the Rams is a corner, another small school player, Jacoby Durant, corner out of South Carolina State. So not a Gamecock, but in state there in South Carolina. Speed player. I mean, he's like fast, good ball tracking, makes plays. Not a good tackler. He's small. He's raw, but one of those developmental players with upside for the Rams on this secondary.
So after a year where no players from HBCUs were drafted, we now have 2 coming off the board here in the 4th round.
Yeah, and that the numbers kind of keep going up because they're getting recruits and building up. Yeah, I mean, the Ravens keep passing on receivers. I don't think they plan on throwing the ball to a lot of different receivers. So I think that's the case. But yeah, that's Jacoby Durant. He's my corner 32, so the lowest drafted so far. I just thought there's a lot of development to go, but like, you know, this is where you take those upside shots like the Rams are doing. I think I'm gonna be saying that a lot. Um, I think that's what you're looking at. So we're gonna keep seeing in this fifth, sixth round teams really going for upside and trying to figure out what if you can develop a player into a starter and draft him here, that's better than just straight base safe players, you know, because ultimately building depth, why not draft a player with upside, develop them as their depth with that? Like Jacoby Durant, he could play nickel, he could play outside. I think he has some abilities to do that. So now you have a swing depth player that you're going to try to bring along. Hopefully, don't need to use this year, but maybe you can do it. Tennessee Titans, with the last pick of the fourth round, are going to take a tight end. They've been looking at tight ends often. They're taking one that I moved up my board fairly recently and was pretty happy with. That's Chiga Kwankwo, the tight end from Maryland, going to the Tennessee Titans here with the last pick in the fourth round. Monster workouts. I mean, I think he's pretty much a receiver at tight end, but super athletic, good movement, big slot receiver, doesn't waste movement, not going to block you. He's allergic to blocking. Raw after the catch, he does a weird thing where he just runs at the defender. He doesn't try to make them miss. He just tries to run at him and through him, and often that doesn't work out for him. So I think there's some upside there for the Titans for a pass catcher. I got to say, if Okonkwo develops, I mean, this Titans offense will be fast. Malik Willis, Derrick Henry, Traylon Burks, Okonkwo, fast, athletic, good after the catch, tough to tackle. That's a really intriguing pick for a team that's signed Austin Hooper, but pretty devoid of tight ends.
Yeah, he was one of the fastest tight ends at the combine, was Okonkwo. So that's what Tennessee's getting here. They do like their tight ends. So he's kind of going to, and I think you agree, a big slot here, kind of likely perhaps, but a little bit faster.
Yeah, I mean, and the Titans receiver room pretty barren, after Traylon Burks and trading away A.J. Brown. So now you at least have another weapon that you can trot out there at some point and, and make that happen. So, all right, Tyler, we're at the top of the fifth here. We'll have the Washington Commanders and the Chiefs. I'm going to step out real quick and then we'll let Brian.
So Shane stepping out here. Let's while we're at the top of the fifth round now, let's get into who are our best available players on the board. And for Shane, it's still Sam Howell, the quarterback, North Carolina. Tariq Woolen, the corner, UTSA, still on the board. Darian Kennard, offensive tackle from Kentucky. Jamari Salyer, guard, Georgia. Zaya McCollum, corner, Sam Houston State. Kingsley Enagbare, edge rusher, South Carolina. Darian Beavers, linebacker, Cincinnati. Braxton Jones, offensive tackle, Southern Utah. Tariq Castro Fields, corner from Penn State. Tyson Anderson, safety from Toledo. Khalil Shakir, wide receiver, Boise State. We have guard Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma. Offensive tackle Matt Waletzko from North Dakota, still on the board. Justin Schaefer, guard from Georgia, still there. And Amari Barno, the edge rusher from Virginia Tech. Those are the top players on Shane's board, and just willing to bet that those are going to be similar players that I have as well on mine. Not a whole lot of difference here at this point. Did we miss a? No. Washington's pick is in at pick 144 here in the fifth round, and let's see if we can get that pick here as I scroll through. It's a quarterback, and it is Sam Howell is coming off the board here. First pick of the fifth round to the Washington Commanders. It's a fit, and I like it. I like the chance. He's actually feels like this is a good landing spot here for Sam Howell, even as of the fifth round. You come in and it's Carson Wentz, right? Which one are we going to get? So a chance here for Sam Howell to come in and earn a spot, earn a chance there uh, for the Commanders uh, here at the first pick of the fifth round. This is way too low um, for Sam Howell here to come off the board. Of the six quarterbacks at the Senior Bowl, I thought Sam Howell all 3 days was the most consistent of the three. Uh, should have just small, only 6 foot, but should have been off the board by now, man. The talent around him dropped off a cliff here this year, and he just didn't have the talent surrounding him that he had a year ago. So, like I said, anxious here, like the fit here. So good pick here for the Commanders at pick 144 of the fifth round, the first pick of that fifth round. Sam Howell, the top player remaining on both myself and Shane's boards. We can now cross that off. So there you go. We got a couple of questions in the chat here. Thoughts on how Brian Robinson impacts Antonio Gibson? They're two different players, in my opinion. I think Gibson's more of a modern running back than what Brian Robinson is, in my opinion. I don't know how that affects fantasy value or card values per se, but I think Gibson's a much better modern running back to me than what Brian Robinson is. Pierce wants to know, Scott, if you collect only modern cards or do you also do vintage cards? And that's not bad. To John O. Smith. John O. Smith drafted around earlier than Okonkwo, but they're very similar players, more of the flex out tight ends than they are inline. So, yes, could definitely be a in line to get some of those snaps. Kansas City's pick is in, second pick, 145 here of the fifth round. I actually have the Giants pick after this one. Don't have Kansas City's pick yet. So I'll wait on the Giants pick before I announce. No, sorry, that is correct. The Chiefs pick is in, and it's Kansas City offensive tackle, offensive guard Darian Kennard comes off the board here. Second pick of the fifth round to the Kansas City Chiefs. So a lot has happened here, Shane, since you stepped in.
A big selection there for the Washington Commanders.
Yeah, we also just had another top player on boards go off here to the Chiefs. Darian Kennard off the board here, 145 to Kansas City. A top 100 player on both of our boards.
Yeah, I mean, I think Kennard just rock solid in the SEC this year for Kennard, and he played offensive tackle. I think he could be a better guard. I think a nice swing backup for the Chiefs, something that they needed. I think it's an absolute steal at this spot. Just someone that has the requisite strength. I think he has enough athleticism. He didn't test very well, but it's kind of the prototypical look. Great upper body strength, great hand placement, technique is good. He's heavy waisted, but I think he can do some good things. So that's a good pick, and I think Sam Howell to Washington is a great fit. I mean, similar to Carson Wentz, similar player probably in the NFL. So can learn there.
I don't know if a draft pick's involved, but we have a trade of a player.
Ooh.
And the Browns are trading cornerback Troy Hill back to the Rams.
There you go. Going home.
I do not have any compensation on that trade.
But we'll find out here pretty soon, I'm sure, what that'll be. Ultimately, did you like the Sam Howell pick? You have to like that.
I did. I love the fit there.
Yeah, I mean, I think with Ron Rivera, that's a good spot to develop a little bit and work on that technique issues that Hal had because he's tough. They like that Taylor Heineke toughness, so I think that's good. I like the trade up for Kennard too. I mean, I think it's worthwhile for the Chiefs to trade up for a potential nice backup.
The Giants pick is in. Before we get to that,
Yeah, two of them.
Yeah, Scott had a question here that I think you're definitely more inclined to answer than myself.
Yeah, I mean, look, Brian Robinson was a late third, so it's not like he was a second round pick. So I think he'll impact Antonio Gibson. I think Gibson was already sharing some of the load, and I think what you're going to see is kind of a split. Robinson gets some of the short yardage stuff. Maybe they try to use Gibson more outside pass catching, like they did J.D. McKissick, who's back, but dealing with injuries. So I think Robinson's going to get some work. I think Gibson's still the guy for now, but he's been hurt every year too. So, that's a good question.
Giants pick is in at 145 or 146, and it is productive Indiana linebacker Micah McFadden.
Oh yeah,
comes off the board here for the Giants. 6'1", 240, tested extremely well. It's 4.63 guy. Nice vertical, tremendous agilities here, Shane. 4.15 20 shuttle and 6.88 3 for Micah McFadden at linebacker. Outstanding.
Yeah, I mean big and fast. He's my linebacker, 16. Like when he gets up, the speed takes a little bit, but I mean he hits you, clean tackler. Good forcing fumbles. I think he can over pursue sometimes. He's not good against the quick guys. He kind of struggles that short area quickness to get that tackle in. But when he gets his hands on you, you go down. I think he's kind of a thumper with upside. So that's a really good pick for the Giants. I think the 5th round's a good spot for a reserve linebacker with some athleticism. He should be able to cover more than he did in Indiana. They didn't use him in that way too much. So I'd be interested to see him utilized there for the Giants.
Giants had back-to-back picks.
Correct.
And they go with nose tackle DJ Davidson from Arizona State. 233 on my board, 335 on yours. I don't think either one of us really value that nose there from Arizona State. So,
yeah.
Waited to try. Had a good, all intents from all things reported. He had a good week at the Shrine Bowl.
Right. I think it's just like it's one of those classic, how do you put a nose tackle in your rankings? Like, he's a one-trick pony. He crashes the line. Well, I thought watching his later games, I felt much better about him than the early stuff. He plays really high. He's high cut for a nose tackle. So there were some games where against smaller offensive linemen, I was like, okay, he should eat these guys. They were getting under his pads, and he couldn't do a darn thing. Good developmental nose tackle. I don't think we'll give up too much against the run, but I don't know. We're in the 5th round. Nothing's early anymore. So
we have a trade.
All right.
The Bills have traded up.
Ooh, that's juicy.
To 148 here. They give up 168 and 203 to the Chicago Bears.
Bears gathering those late round picks. They traded a future 6 for 2 7ths. So they're gathering a lot of late rounders.
Bears are going to own the 6th and 7th rounds.
Which they need more players on that team. They don't have a full roster at this point, to be fair. The Bills trading up. I wonder if it could be an offensive weapon, something else. Apparently, the Steelers wide receiver coach is getting made fun of by the other coaches because he got to 2 of the top 4 picks for his room, and they weren't happy, making fun of him.
Well, still waiting on that Buffalo. Let's see what they traded up for.
Yeah, yeah. I really think. I really think you get a guy that fits your team in these late rounds. Like I said, I like swinging for upside, athletic upside. But if you need a nose tackle, like just take a nose tackle. Don't try to don't try to finesse it. You take your guy fifth, sixth, seventh round. I'm not here to like criticize too many picks. It's just whatever. The values kind of go out the window here. So
Yeah, we're officially into the the what did I call it? The dart throwing stages of
yeah,
the NFL draft. If you've got a guy, this is where your area scouts start getting their guys, right? Shane, we got a new card to give away here in the fifth round.
yeah, we're giving away Jaron Ely signed card. Phrases baseball because he was drafted in the MLB. Might be drafted tonight. So if you want that, go to youtube.com/draft countdown in the chat room. You get the Google form Phrases baseball.
There you go, Jerion Ely.
One of my favorites.
Perhaps he should have played baseball.
Really, you're gonna like his pick by the Bills, Brian.
I think I am.
Yes, Khalil Shakir, wide receiver from Boise State. I said they might trade up for a weapon. Why do you like him? He was in your top 100, I believe. Why?
It was, and he's another one of those guys. I think you're thinking Cole Beasley. He's no longer there, right? So let's replace his slot snaps with one of the best route runners in this draft class, in my opinion, in Khalil Shakir from Boise State. Tested well enough, 4.43 speed guy, but quick release, 1.49 speed. Doesn't have the agility, I think, that you would maybe want from a slot, but I think he can play the position in the NFL. Another guy who caught everything at the Senior Bowl and was consistently open during those practices. So I love this pick for Buffalo here and secured. Not going to say it's a steal, but I think he's a very good player with a chance to snag a few balls there as a rookie.
Yeah, I think this is good. Like you said, a good slot receiver. You can play a year behind Jamison Crowder, and I think you have that replacement potentially in the fifth round. I mean, he was a player as a freshman, really impressed me. I thought maybe a future top 50 pick. He had that kind of juice off the line of scrimmage. So I think he sells his routes all the same. It's tough to know what he's going to do. His cuts are very clean. I'd like him to do more after the catch. I think that's kind of my one thing. But yeah, he catches the ball well. Great route tree. So I really like that pick by the Bills.
Shane, the pick is in for the Commanders at pick 149. It's another guy who I was very high on at one point in this process, and it is Nevada tight end Cole Turner.
Ooh, that's a good pick. That's a good fit because Logan Thomas got hurt last year. They really need a future developmental player. I mean, he's a good pass catcher, right?
Oh, tremendous pass catcher, especially in the red zone. One of the touchdown to catch ratios out there, one of the higher ones, was a consistent weapon the last 2 seasons for Nevada. And both him and Romeo Doubs have now been drafted ahead of their quarterback, which is not a surprise considering the way this process has played out for Carson Strong. But Cole Turner, like I said, 20 to 20, not so much. Do I think he offers you a whole lot? But inside the red zone, I think he's a very valuable player.
Yeah, just like I said, natural hands catcher. I mean, he extends well, and I think there are times where, like, I see some catches, and I'm like, man, when we're really high on him, like this guy's really good. He catches cleanly. They don't have that one pass in the middle of the field that he'll cradle into his body and he'll drop it. It's some maddening will he, won't he kind of deals. He's not going to block for you. Like you said, elite red zone threat. Doesn't do much after the catch, but I think it's a good fit here in the fifth round. Like, take a shot on an upside pass catcher.
Cleaning up the trade we talked about earlier, Les Snead said F them picks again, and he will be giving up a 2023 fifth round pick to the Cleveland Browns for Troy Hill.
Oh my goodness gracious, that's wild. That is a wild. Yeah, hey, just they're. I don't blame them, especially this year. All these quarterbacks are gone. Go for another Super Bowl, man. Because let me tell you, the AFC, by the time whatever team gets the Super Bowl, they're gonna be beat up by the time they get there. The Rams just could slide on in again, and
I gotta tell you, the tight end group's getting a bit thin up here, Shane. If you wanted one of those guys here, we're starting to run out of guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down to James Mitchell, Jalen Weidermeyer, the fullbacks, Garrett Prince, and the Allens. You know, like it's getting tenuous.
My best available tight end now is Austin Allen. I'm way higher on than you. I'm aware of this. Grant Calcaterra, it's complete injury history.
Calcaterra, yeah, would be my top one.
And James Mitchell as well, I think, is injury issues. And then after that, it's just
Jalen Weidermeyer.
Throwing darts at athletic guys like Kroll and Rogers and Ogletree after that.
Yeah, well, maybe Jalen Weidermeyer can get drafted now. These tight ends are flying off the board.
So any Bengals fans out here watching, hoping for a tight end.
True sample season, baby. Hayden Hurst season.
Yeah, you're not.
Trade up for Scott. Scott will tell you what to do. Trade up for Michael Mayer next year. That's what the Bengals need to do.
You got 2 7s. Take Armani Rogers and see what happens.
We have the pick for the Texans. It's an intriguing one to me. A guy I like a lot, Thomas Booker, defensive lineman out of Stanford. Someone I've drafted in a Devy league before, Brian. So I'll have Thomas Booker on one of my fantasy teams here. He's my D-line 15. I just think like he played some edge, he played some interior, very agile, good pass rush ability, a lot of pass rush moves. Not consistent, and I think he's just kind of a tweener that I feel like his athletic upside. I didn't see it all the time, but I think if you can unlock that somehow, find a good fit, I think the Texans are having a good draft. I think it's a good pick by them for the third day.
Scott getting ahead of that. He's 2023 eligible, right?
He will be in my mock draft tomorrow, I'll tell you, and he might even be in the top 15.
So I will also be releasing a 1-round mock draft on Monday for 2023. Shane's going up tomorrow.
Yeah, three rounds for me. But
3 rounds for Shane.
We'll do a 7th rounder by the end of the month, though. Don't worry.
There you go. The Bengals had a good Notre Dame tight end for several years. Tyler Eifert was very good for them.
Yeah.
So
I took him at the 101 in a rookie draft once.
The Atlanta Falcons are on the clock now. The Texans actually just traded up to make that selection, by the way. They gave up 166 and 207 to the Chicago Bears.
Bears
who continue to pile up those 6th and 7th round picks. Texans move up 16 spots there to draft Thomas Booker.
Yeah, that's. I think it's fine. Maybe jump the Falcons. Maybe the Falcons could have taken.
Here's an interesting take out there from Dan Kadar. Said the Browns just shed a decent amount of cash by trading Troy Hill. Is this because they're going to have to eat a lot of cash to trade Baker Mayfield?
Could be. We got a pick I like. For the Atlanta Falcons, a team that needs a running back. They've drafted Tyler Algier, running back out of BYU, and a guy that we've talked about a lot because I was super high on him coming into the process. Tough inside runner, really productive, multiple years. Gets the top end speed really quickly, but he's kind of finesse despite how big he is. I think he's more of a zone blocking guy, but he has Arthur Smith offense. The old Titans offense with Derrick Henry. I think there's some upside there with the Falcons.
Yeah, this feels like a good fit here. Improved as a receiver as well, I thought, this season.
Yes.
So I do like that. I like the pick here. I
I mean, is he that much worse than Mike Davis or whoever else?
Watch your mouth.
Sorry, I do like Mike Davis. I did like him in college, but injuries were not his friend.
Who is Miles Murphy?
You better know before your round one mock draft. I'll say that. You better figure that one out. But Mike Davis, Damian Williams, they signed from the Chiefs. I think Tyler Algier could make this roster.
Nobody's going to enlighten me who Miles Murphy is.
Now we're going to let you do your homework there, Brian, and make sure there's 2 Miles Murphys in the next year's class as well. So
I'm going to research that now.
We're just going to leave you hanging for a guy that's a potential top 5 pick next year.
Top 5 pick.
I have him at 5 in my mock.
Oh.
2 is on the clock. So Atlanta picked. We have the Denver Broncos up.
Okay. So I'm assuming that he is from that scum school.
The Clemson Tigers, former 5-star recruit.
So he's garbage, is what you just told me.
Okay.
That's all I needed here.
Look, I have 2 Clemson Tigers in the top 10. No South Carolina Gamecocks still. Sorry.
Well,
for 2023.
We have the pick for the Denver Broncos. It is a safety. It is DeLauren Turner-Yell from Oklahoma. Comes off the board here at 152 to the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, I think he's someone that was kind of moving up late through the process, and it is intriguing. I thought maybe it would be around there at the end of the draft. But, fast, good ball skills, made a lot of interceptions, good deep cover, safety, could have some special teams ability. He's just small and can't tackle. I just really wouldn't want him on the field too much. But the Broncos don't need a starting, this isn't a starter. This is some special teams upside who could make some big plays if you need to and is a good athlete.
There you go. So pick 152, Denver, DeLauren Turner-Yell. Seattle's pick is in at 153 as we're fast and furious now.
Yeah.
We're Ben Diesel out here with these picks.
I like that. So Scott Wright said, Spencer Rattler gonna maybe he may be able to top 5 in Brian's mock. I don't know. Good pick here by the Seahawks. Tariq Woolen, cornerback out of UTSA. Talk about a good fit.
This is a Seattle fit. The corner they picked earlier. This is more of a Kobe Bryant. This is more of a fit in Seattle's defense than Kobe Bryant is. In my opinion.
This is like Legion of Boom territory here.
Correct.
So I like it. So
number 56 on my board, number 47 on your board, Shane. Mm-hmm. So this is extreme value here for the Seattle Seahawks, which is not words that we often use in the NFL draft when it comes to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, I mean, he's my corner 7 because I just think big, long, fast, high in size, and athlete. He was physical. It wasn't like he was wimping out. He could tackle, and he didn't get beat deep a lot. Like he had some makeup speed. He's just very upright, very stiff, and I think he doesn't know how to read what a receiver's going to do. I mean, that's where I saw him. He just seemed like a step slow on adjusting to routes and mirroring. I think that's what you have to work on. But in the Seahawks scheme, where you might have more zone, maybe it can work out well for him. I like it.
I don't think Spencer Rattler is going to be the highest rated Gamecock on my board going into 2023. There are 2 players that I think will be better as far as Gamecocks go here. Shane will have one in his first round tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
I will have one in my first round.
That is Zach Pickens, defensive lineman from the Gamecocks. Jaheim Bell is probably going to be in my first round tomorrow or Monday.
I've drafted a lot of Jaheim Bell this offseason in some Devy leagues, so they better come through.
I assume that we're
Jaheim
talking.
Bell, yes. Nelly is a fan as well, so Jaheim Bell does appear in my 3-round mock. So I'll say that.
I don't want to say. I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it.
Don't say it.
I'm not going to say it.
Yeah, you gotta make Scott angry.
Not going to say it.
Yeah, I mean that's the question. Like Gene Bell is a undersized tight end. You know, he's got the Okonkwo action there. We're up to who's on the clock? The Philadelphia
Eagles are at 154, and their pick is not in. So NFL Network has decided to torture my ears here with some Weezer.
Yeah, like you love Weezer. We established that before. Big Weezer fan here. You know.
Justin Higdon, Seahawks take a 6'4" cornerback who's a former wide receiver in the 5th round. That sounds familiar.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
We have a trade. Philadelphia has traded out here.
That's right.
Jacksonville is on the clock at 154.
Ooh.
We haven't talked about Jacksonville in a while, it doesn't seem.
No, because they traded up for Devin Lloyd and took Chet Muma as well, 2 linebackers. Could we see a weapon here for Trevor Lawrence?
You would certainly hope so.
I mean, help him out. Help a guy out. My top ranked receiver left is Bo Melton, Kyle Phillips. Justin Ross still out there too is an intriguing upside play.
My top wide receiver left now, also Bo Melton. Makai Polk, another high targeted player in the SEC. 9 touchdowns, 90 plus receptions this year.
So that is interesting. I'll be interested to see what the Jaguars gave up too, because I don't think they're picking anytime soon in this draft. No, they are. They're only 4 picks later, 157. My fault. Yeah, there you go, Nick.
We have the deets of the trade.
All right.
Jaguars give up 188 and 198 to come up here to 154.
So they keep 157 then. So they have 2 picks in the next 4 picks. They give up a 2/6 Chicago Bears style. And remember, this is Doug Peterson, head coach of the Jaguars, former head coach, Super Bowl winning coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, making the trade together.
So you're saying that they know each other?
Yeah, there could be some familiarity there with those squads. And they're taking a weapon, but it's a running back.
Oh.
And it is Snoop Connor, running back out of Mississippi.
So the running back I didn't expect to be drafted from the Rebels here.
Yeah, I had him at running back 21, so a little bit down my list, but in that draftable range. I did have him. What I have? I had Ely about 4 spots higher, but I think Connor's the inside runner, right? I mean, they have Travis Etienne. They don't need that guy. They need the tough inside runner who can fall forward. I think he's kind of Dameon Pierce light. Get a value on that. Not a lot of lateral mobility. He sees hole, hits hole, runs forward until he can't anymore. And very productive player this year. So I think it's actually an intriguing. James Robinson's hurt. He might, he had the Achilles, I believe. So he's probably going to be out for a while. It's an interesting reserve pick.
Dallas's pick is in, and I love it.
Who is it?
It is Matt Waletzko.
Your boy.
The offensive tackle from North Dakota goes here in the 5th round, 155 to the Dallas Cowboys. They drafted Tyler Smith in the 1st round. This is a guy who they can sit and develop and could give them future bookend tackles here down the road.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of intriguing. I mean, he has that athleticism, as a just effortless pass protection. I mean, I love the feet. I love how he moves. He makes some mental errors. He gets grabby if guys beat him. He'll get some holding calls. But I think if you can hone him in on how to play the game, I'm with you. There's a lot of upside there with Matt Waletzko. I like him as a reserve tackle with some upside. So it's some pretty good picks here in the 5th. I think the Snoop Connor pick feels a little bit like specific for the Jaguars to get. But I think that Peterson likes to have a short yardage running back, and they really don't have that. That is fair, Zach. That is fair. Uh, get a little grabby, I guess. But good athletic upside for Waletzko.
I will say this: I am much higher on him coming out of college than I was their current right tackle, Terrence Steele.
Interesting. Yeah. I probably haven't rated fairly similarly, to be honest, but I think Waletzko's athleticism is more upside for sure.
For sure.
No Rasheed Walker yet, man. I guess I was wrong on that top 100 call. Trust the tape, right?
Yeah, some other players still available. Jamari Sawyer, we've talked about him. Him and Justin Schaefer both still available. Kingsley and Igbare, I think we know what happened there. It sucks. He's one of the best Gamecock pass rushers they've had since Jadeveon Clowney, and he had hip surgery after his junior season, and there appears to be concerns over the long-term condition of that hip. Dominique Robinson, the edge rusher from Miami, Ohio, a bit raw, former wide receiver. You don't see that wide receiver to defensive end conversion very often, Shane.
No, that's true.
Zion McCollum, the corner from Sam Houston State, still available as well. They've gone to Wembley to announce the selection for Jacksonville of Snoop Connor.
Oh, there you go. Look, Snoop Connor. I'll be in London this summer, so.
The Browns pick is in, but before I announce the Browns pick, I'm going to petition the NFL to not put the Saints-Bengals game in London. NFL people, if you're listening in, do not do it. Do not take away my trip to New Orleans this fall. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please do not do that. So now after I've made that pitch, the Browns have taken a running back, Shane.
Who is it?
And it is Cincinnati running back Jerome Ford here.
That's a nice pick.
156 for the Cleveland Browns. Talk about his fit in that Cleveland running back room.
Yeah, top 10 running back for me in this draft, because former 5-star recruit to Alabama, transferred to Cincinnati and just took off. I mean, good size and speed combination, tough to tackle, good footwork. He breaks off some big runs. And he actually showed some catching ability, but definitely a straight line runner, not super agile, not going to make you miss. He kind of runs through those arm tackles. I like it. The Browns, running back, not a need. Now, I think in a year, running back will be a need. Nick Chubb's getting older. Kareem Hunt is probably his last year. And I'm blanking on the name of the Dearness Johnson. Yeah, they had a good season, but I think he's on a 1-year deal. So, the Browns, they're running out of younger guys to draft. Jerome Ford, but he was at the Senior Bowl, correct? Did he do anything down there?
Nothing of note, but it's hard. He didn't play in the game, which would have been his chance to shine. And they can't really shine in practice outside of pass pro and the pass catching drills. He had a good excuse for bailing on the game, though, as his fiance went into labor. So
more important than the Senior Bowl game, for sure.
Correct. We will allow it, as they say.
We are giving away Jerry Neely card. His teammate was just drafted, so maybe he'll be next. Look in the YouTube chat. Use the phrase football. You can win yourself. I'll ship it to you. Signed Jerry Neely card.
We have a trade.
Okay.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are back on the clock.
Yeah, they already have this pick.
No, I'm sorry. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are on the clock. Jacksonville gave up this pick 157 and pick 235. They acquire a 2023 4th-round pick from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Ooh,
Jacksonville sells out a 7 and a 5 and gets a 2023 4.
I like that trade for Jacksonville. Get that future capital. 5th and 7th for a future 4th.
And
Sign me up.
it's one of our guys here. One of our
Okay.
highest rating guys. Tampa Bay coming up to get Sam Houston State corner, Zion McCollum,
Ooh,
the most athletic corner that has ever tested.
an NFL draft history there. I mean, he is an outstanding athlete. I mean, you see it on the field. Like, I think it translates. Big, can move, makes up distance quickly. I thought he had made a lot of errors, mental errors, but then he made up for it. Good closing speed, closed on the ball. I think if you could teach him how to mirror receiver off the snap and read that slant, read the go, read the double move. He got beat on double moves at times. Gave up some big plays, but I love that pick.
A position of need in Tampa
Yeah.
Bay, a chance to play there, and worth a this. I feel like this is worth a fourth round pick in next year's draft to come up and make this move, get this player who was sliding down the board.
Let's say this: in the fourth round next year, you're not going to find a 10 Raz corner.
You are not.
I'll say that.
We may never see one of his. We may never see his like again, as far as a 10 Raz goes at corner.
That's fair. That's fair. Might be a while. So,
but yeah, all the length there. His brother's not bad either.
you were much higher on his brother than I was. I don't think his brother's very good.
I don't disagree.
They're they are identical twins, right? So
correct. Yeah, identical twin brother could be drafted late. Probably
Could be drafted.
Oh, here we go. Seattle's pick is in, and it is the whipping boy of Trevor Penning from the Senior Bowl. It is Tyreek Smith, the edge rusher from Ohio State, coming off here at 158.
Yeah. All right. Tyreek Smith. Now, I thought Senior Bowl, he was up and down. He has some bad reps. He's some good reps. He's my edge 24. High energy, lots of good motor, good tackler, pretty sound, but he's just not big and strong. Like he has the technique down, but I don't think he's ever starter material. Long arms, he doesn't do too much. There's some games he disappeared.
Yeah. Unfortunately for him, his bad reps to Senior Bowl basically became the Trevor Penning highlight tape.
Some people call it the Trevor Penning low light tape because he was too aggressive, but trying to bury Tyreek Smith.
From a certain point of view, you could say that. I am not one of those people. I thought I was highly entertained by it. So, no, it's but Tyreek Smith here.
To the Seahawks, correct?
It's you could do worse.
Yeah. I think it's fine for a fifth rounder. I think a lot of times those Buckeyes, the edge guys, good reserves. The Colts have drafted, I think, another one of your favorite players, Senior Bowler, Eric Johnson, defensive lineman from Missouri State.
Oh, man. You talk about strong, Shane. Strong. This guy was taking those centers, one arm and them back into the quarterback, man. Good stuff. Eric Johnson was played in the NFLPA, was flying back home, and when he landed in Chicago to change planes, his agent called him and said, "Hey, we're changing your ticket. You're flying down to Mobile. You're getting called into the Senior Bowl." So, yes, big time upside here, I think, for Eric Johnson, and a great athlete as well. 6'4", 300 pounds, 4.88 40. Expecting him to be just based off his play strength, I thought he would, actually have higher rep on the bench, but only 11 reps. But a 34-inch vertical, 913 RAS for Eric Johnson here. He was my number 108 player on my board. I love this pick here for the Indianapolis Colts.
And the next pick, the Chargers are taking another defensive lineman. It is Otito Ogbenoa, defensive lineman from UCLA. So two defensive linemen, my top 15, going off the board back to back. Ogbenoa is a nose tackle, with some good size. He can move laterally a little bit, which I like. Not much of a pass rusher, but I thought he kind of flashed using that strength to collapse the pocket from the inside. So I like him better than, say, DJ Davidson, who the Giants drafted earlier. But as a zero tech in the Chargers defense, I actually like that as a reserve player for Openaya is interesting. So both Eric Johnson and Otito Openaya, I think, are good picks, good values here in the 5th round. If they would have went around earlier, I'd have been down for that for sure. Yeah, three defensive linemen off the board straight in a row, 3 good ones.
Yeah, Jim Nagy hyping his guys at the Senior Bowl said the Cowboys draft truly did start in Mobile. 4 of their 5 selections, Senior Bowl players.
There you go. You know Jerry's always there. He likes watching that weigh-in. He's in the room.
No doubt. Jerry hanging out at Veets.
Oh, man. No, but solid picks. I think Eric Johnson pick, too, has big upside for the Colts.
The ears have perked up from the other room as the Saints are on the clock.
There you go. New Orleans Saints, pick 161. Finally on the clock here. They lost their 6th round pick, had to forfeit that one. So this will be, it could be an important one.
We're still waiting on that pick to come in.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Eric Johnson pick. Strong, big mover. I'll be intrigued to see how they utilize him for the Colts. If they use him as, I would assume for them probably a 3-tech. But they had some fronts last year where they had 3 down linemen. So, he could be a 5-tech guy too, rotate in. With some development over time, that might be the case. Boom. Been fast and furious for a while here. These picks have been coming in. Yeah, I love day 3 for that.
Go back to Zaya McCollum. If you look at his Raz card, the only measurable he had, Shane, where he does not have elite status is the bench press, where he did 15 reps with his arm, with the long arm weight, and that was 69.9 percentile.
Yeah.
Everything else elite.
Right. Definitely one of those players that just maybe academically, maybe developmentally didn't cut it at the FBS level, and played really well at his level of competition.
The Saints have not turned the card in. Still, their clock's ticking. 1:30.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to get a trade done.
Could be working that phone.
Could be working the phone a little bit. So I can't wait till the 6th and 7th. I want some wild picks. I want some of my deep guys here. I want to get some.
For those
ones.
scoring at home, we have not gone. I tweeted it out before the draft. We had at least almost 1,300 players listed on our big spreadsheet here. We have not deviated from that yet.
Yeah. No, not even close, I don't think. Yeah. Like I said, I've watched 1,051 players I watched this year. So I'm fingers crossed I watched them all. The Patriots going to screw me in round 7.
Of course they are. That's what they do.
Yeah. I'm just like, no, don't do it. It's always the case.
The Saints pick is in. We're still waiting on it to come through feed here.
I haven't seen what it is yet, but thanks for hanging out with us, man. The hardcores today. Appreciate you guys. And those of you that have been here all 3 days, for real, it means a lot that you spend your time and listen to us blab about these players in the NFL draft.
The Saints pick is in, and it's a pretty good one. It's a linebacker. Appalachian State linebacker DeMarco Jackson.
All right. Another Senior Bowl player. I was not quite as high on DeMarco Jackson, but what did you like about him?
I like his ability he always seems to be able to make the tackle. A high production guy for the Mountaineers there. Tested really well. 4.55 speed, good size, 6 foot 233. Just like I said, he's got that nose for the football. Always seems to be able to sift through the garbage and make the play when needed. I like the addition here. Saints probably needed a linebacker there in a reserve role, special teams guy, and I think that's what they're going to get high level play from DeMarco Jackson.
Yeah, I mean, it's super productive. He lived in the backfield. Like he was in the backfield often against the run, and like you said, I mean, clean tackler. I thought his instincts need a lot of work. That kind of average. Like he got knocked out of a lot of plays. When he was in, he was in. He was making the play. When he was out, he was really out. So I think there's some upside as developmental kind of inside linebacker, and the Saints are a good spot, I think, to develop that. So I think it's a fine shot to take for a very productive linebacker. He's my linebacker 21.
The 2021 Sun Belt Defensive Player of the Year.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. There you go.
I didn't either. I saw it on television. So there you go. 120 tackles in 2021.
Yeah, wildly productive. So my man Mike Rose still out there at Iowa State, linebacker who I still like.
Darian Beavers also still on the board.
I forgot. I forgot Darian Beavers wasn't taken yet. My linebacker 8.
What happened there, Shane? What do we think is the issue with him?
I think just you don't know where to play him, right? I mean, he's big. He's not a super, athlete, physical. The upside's limited, I think, on Darian Beavers. So
that's fair.
Yeah. Nick asked 6th or 7th round deep sleeper for fantasy production. Once again, I'm going to go back to this running back class because I think there are guys. I really like Keontae Ingram, the running back from Southern Cal. I think he'd be a pass catcher, really under the radar, as well as Jayshon Corbin, the running back from Florida State. I think those are two guys that, if they get in good situations, could push for playing time. And then receiver-wise, I think we could see Kevin Austin from Notre Dame, Scott's boy, a big athlete. I really like him a lot. And Isaiah Weston, still a player I like too.
Weston's an older prospect.
He is. The Broncos have taken a very interesting player here. That is the next pick, right? I didn't miss one in there.
See it now.
Yeah. So it's Montreal, Washington, wide receiver out of Samford. He's basically one of the top return guys in the draft. I think that's what the Broncos will use him for. Gadget weapons. He was he was a little quicker on field than he tested. He didn't test great, but very small special teams player. You could use him on reverses. I think you could bring him in, versatile in terms of a weapon, but kind of surprised to see him get drafted this early. He's my wide receiver 53. I knew there was some buzz, but it was like 7th round priority free agent type stuff. So that might be the furthest kind of off the board pick. Maybe they're going to be starting up here in the 5th round.
I'll say this about him right quick. To go back, I asked the question earlier. NFLPA.
There you go.
You said 142. We went over that.
We did.
Because Eric Johnson technically would also qualify for this, and he goes at 159. He was in the first. Montreal, Washington is the first player who didn't upgrade his status from the NFLPA game. He goes 162 here to Denver.
I'd say it's still pretty good. I wasn't super far.
Those are the only 2 players that I can think of at the moment.
Yeah, got played in NFL.
I'm not sure if we had another upgrade that's gone earlier that I don't know about or didn't track. Because to be fair, on our spreadsheet, I marked the All-Star game, but if a player got upgraded from 1 to a higher tier All-Star game, I just changed it over. I didn't mark both.
Yeah, which I think was the right move. So, I think we can count Montreal, Washington.
Titans pick is in, and it's an interesting wide receiver prospect here, Shane.
Good one.
It is UCLA wide receiver Kyle Phillips goes here to the Tennessee Titans. This is your slot guy of the dream slot guy here, right in this right now.
Yeah, I think he is such a good route runner, out of that slot. I mean, his footwork, his technique is near flawless. Very agile off the line of scrimmage, gets open quickly, good hands catcher. You know, not going to go deep, not going to catch contested, but Kyle Phillips, very specific skill set as a slot receiver that gets open. I think he's underrated. I think it's a really good spot for him to maybe get some playing time, as Nellie's saying in the chat. He was at the Shrine, right, and had a really really good week, kind of breaking out there.
Are you saying he has a specific set of skills?
Yes, because him and Montreal Washington both very very specific set of skills for both those guys.
So you've heard that Kyle Phillips will be chopping throats of Albanian smugglers, Albanian traffickers before long. There you go. That's a Taken reference.
I didn't know that was the road we were going to go down today, so I'm in.
It's day 3, Shane. And if I can talk about movies that revitalize the career of Liam Neeson, then by God, I'm going to do it.
There you go. Deceptively quick. That's.
We're using code words.
That's.
Wait. Lunch pail to work kind of guy. We know what that's coming for.
Oh my goodness gracious!
We have reached
Nelly
that point.
Yeah. Yeah. The Montreal Washington pick intrigues me. Small and a little slow for that time, but he is.
Yeah.
I wonder if he gets some use. I wonder if we see him with Russell Wilson. Like I don't know.
That's a good question. Like I said, I've never put eyes on Montreal Washington. We have a trade. Are the Rams coming up here? Is that what I'm seeing?
The Raiders were on the clock at 164, so
they are not anymore. The Rams are.
Okay. The Rams traded away.
More to pick.
They look. Only certain picks do they not want. They got to get a couple players here. I have not.
The question is, did he did he punt on more draft picks for next year by moving up here to 164?
Yeah. That's fair. Maybe just kick it down the road a little bit more, and then you can be good. We'll see. I have not seen the trade.
I have not seen the details
are yet, but
here we go. The Rams have traded 175 and 238 in this draft to come up to 164.
Okay. 11 pick drop, and you pick up a 7th, sure.
And their pick is in, so we're waiting on it to come through.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Raiders lacked some picks because of the Devontae Adams trade, so just getting more picks, getting a practice squad together from the 7th rounders.
There you go.
So
they've expanded the practice squad. You got to have more guys.
Might as well try it. Might as well get some of these high upside developmental 7th round picks. Just toss them in there. You never know.
I mean, we've got a whole nother developmental league to stock next spring too. So,
well, stock the NFL up first.
Sure.
I did get an email from someone that was like, "Hey, this player on your rankings got drafted in the USFL, but should be an NFL player. Put him higher." I was like, "Okay, thanks." I love those.
It wasn't the guy we talked about the other day, was it? That I took off our spreadsheet because I saw him playing in the USFL.
I don't.
Oh, here's one for Scott Wright. Here's one for you, Shane, and your drafty developmental guys. It is Notre Dame running back Kyron Williams.
Ooh.
Off the board at 164 to the Rams. And if I wasn't on carpet, I'd pour one out for my man Jake Funk right now. This is not good. Not good for the Funk.
And look, the Rams, Sonny Michel was kind of 1 year thing, and Cam Akers had the injury. He came back, but wasn't 100%. Darrell Henderson's been banged up. Kyron Williams was a top 5 running back to me until those workouts. I mean, he is super agile in space. He makes guys miss. Great blocker, great pass catcher. He looks like this is a running back the NFL should like. And then the workouts were just atrocious, not just the 40 time, but everything else, the explosion, the agility. It's like small, slow, unathletic. Is he that unathletic? I think it's worth taking a shot in the 5th round. I don't mind this for the Rams and see if you can get something out of him as kind of a Darrell Henderson light, if you will.
There you go.
So a lot of people question if he get drafted. I think 5th round. I thought maybe 6th, but I think 5th round's pretty solid. Take a chance on a guy that was productive, had some big plays in college, and is solid.
Yeah. So those workouts were abysmal, though, Shane.
Yeah, I mean they were very bad. It was very bad. Pigskin Paul asking why Amari Barna is still on the board. I don't know if he's watching, but we can answer it for him.
That's a good. It feels like it may be it has to be an injury or off-field stuff, right? Because you're a 4.38 defensive end. That usually is drafted by now, right? I mean, and he has the production to match.
I mean, he does. I think he is very, straight line speed, small. He's not going to fit every system. I think, do you play him at linebacker? You play him with his hand down? I think it's almost 3-4 backer, but a lot of those 3-4 teams want bigger guys. I just don't know if he has a fit. I would have taken him by now, but I'm just not sure if he has a fit there.
So that possibly it's a fit issue. Shane thinks.
That's my opinion. I don't know.
Like I said, maybe of the things we could possibly take a guess at, there may be some stuff that comes out later that we don't know.
Couple big things here. The Vikings taking a local guy, Azizi Otomiwo from Minnesota, defensive end, defensive lineman, good run blocker, and the Bengals are trading up.
The Bengals have traded up, you just said.
Yes, to looks like pick 166. So we'll let Brian process that. Otomiwo, one of the best edge setters against the run in this draft. Had the injuries, was going to play at the Senior Bowl, couldn't do it. Stays in Minnesota with the Vikings. I think a nice reserve edge rusher who, like I said, playing the run is what he does best. You can even kick him inside a little bit. So I like that pick at this point in the draft.
Yeah, he was a guy I was really disappointed that I didn't watch a whole lot of his tape didn't watch him a whole lot during the season, more concentrated on Mafe and some of the other guys. He was a guy I was really looking forward to seeing at the Senior Bowl and then had to back out. I am intrigued here, Shane, because this is now the second time in this draft the Bengals have traded up. And they already gave up their 6th. So
they're giving up their 7th.
Just one of them? They had 2.
Yeah, 226.
So they gave up
174 and 226.
So that is their first one. That's the one they got
from the Giants.
Yes. So the Bears, by the way, that's the Bears they traded with. So the Bears
7th round, baby.
Up another 6th and a 7th round pick here.
Give me all the tight ends.
Who are the Bengals coming up to get? This is intriguing to me.
You needed a return guy. You need
Melton.
Oh, that would be a nice pick. Yeah, I don't know what else. What other positions you think they're still kind of lacking to get some depth?
There isn't a tight end here to come up to get.
I wouldn't think so, but you never know.
I do believe they brought in Barno for a workout. Not saying that that's a guy that they're coming up to get here.
But that's a good indicator, perhaps. So that could be a possibility. I think you'd be happy with that one.
This is the Bears' 4th trade today in day 3.
All getting 7th rounders. Are the Bears going to make a pick? Nah, they don't need to. Just make it happen. Dicker the kicker still available, yes. So he might come off the board pretty soon. 6th round, I
Bengals
think.
have double dipped at safety here,
Oh, okay.
and it is, I believe, my highest rated safety left on the board. It is Toledo safety Tyson Anderson.
Yes, linebacker safety hybrid there.
Linebacker. So this could be the.
How do you feel about that? You got to feel good. That's a good trade up to do.
It is 115 on my board, 112 on yours. Very rangy, Shane.
Yes.
Tremendous athlete, 4.36 speed for Tyson Anderson here. The Bengals have gotten faster, if nothing else, in this draft. With the secondary, it's their third secondary player drafted.
They know what they need. They're attacking it.
They attacked the offensive line in free agency. They've attacked the secondary in the draft. Unlike their last pick, I actually like this pick a whole heck of a lot more. So Tyson Anderson, tremendous Senior Bowl. I thought that's where he really rose on the boards for me. Solid tackler. So Tyson Anderson here, I really like this pick here. I like the Bengals being aggressive. That's another thing that they haven't been in drafts past, and they're a new leaf here in Cincinnati, man. Spending money in free agency, aggressive draft trades.
That's what happens when you go to a Super Bowl and you think you can win one. I mean, I size, speed. I like how he closes quickly on runners. I think he's more of an in the box safety, but like you said, with his speed, maybe to do a little bit more. He's very high cut. I think he struggles to changing direction. Those hips lock up a lot, but I wouldn't want him one-on-one with tight end too much. But I think he has that potential down the line. So nice developmental safety. I think it's a good pick. If he would have went 3rd, 4th round, I would have been fine with it.
I could have completely understood it. Yeah, I like the pick here. Like I said, rose at the Senior Bowl. So this is they wanted speed. They've got speed on that back end now. Dallas's pick is in, Shane.
Yeah, and they're
that we do have it, and it is. I may have to take off a filter here, and I will.
What does that mean?
That means this is a player that you did not have in your top 400.
I did not. No.
Um,
Fresno State corner Deron Bland. Yeah. He is. This is what happens with the Cowboys, right? Because the Cowboys and their defense have a very specific corner type. Dan Quinn wants certain things, and Deron Bland fits that. He wants the tall guys with long arms who, can knock passes down, can do a little work at the line of scrimmage. That's what Deron Bland has. I think he has some upside, but I mean, his back pedal is really, really poor. He doesn't change direction well. I mean, he got beat up a lot. But if he got you at the line of scrimmage, he broke timing passes well. I think he's upside, developmental prospect, practice squad type who, I think could develop into something down the line. So, yeah, Deron Bland, not someone I expected to get drafted, but I dig it here.
He is an NFLPA game.
NFLPA going hard.
Transferred from Sacramento State to Fresno State before this last season. So yeah, there you go. 4.48 speed. I don't have a whole lot to add. Cornerback 68 for you, Shane.
Yeah. Did you watch him? Did you have him?
No.
On your board? Okay. I was making sure. Yeah, 68 for me. It's not great. Not great. But
Tommy said he was out for a while. Did super punter / punt god? No, and it's beyond ridiculous at this point.
Yes, look. Just saying, man. Outkicks his coverage. Can't do it.
How many DBs have the Bengals selected? 3. Jackson Hill, Cam Taylor-Britt, and now Tyson Anderson.
That's how you fix. That's how you fix it.
So yes, to come back to that Tyson Anderson and this question, Von Bell, free agent after this season. Jesse Bates on the franchise tag could be moved, or the Bengals may not re-sign him. So
And I think one thing they lacked was that speed in the Super Bowl, and the secondary is going to have speed after these guys. Let's say that all
Yeah.
of
John Sheeran from Cincy Jungle, good friend, great guy, tweets out first time since 2002 the Bengals will end a draft with less than 7 picks.
Look, they don't have a lot of needs. I mean, they attacked their biggest one. They addressed one in free agency in the offensive line. They addressed their secondary in this draft. That's one way to do it. That's how you fix your two biggest weaknesses. Your biggest weakness on each side.
Field Yates tweets out the Bears began the day with picks 148, 150, and 186. They now own 168, 174, 203, 207, 226, 254, 255.
Yeah. Someone asked me how many corners I've ranked on Twitter. I got how many? I think I'm in the 117. I watched. So we haven't touched the bottom yet. Say that.
Jim Nagy tweets out gets a good laugh. Some lazy comps out there for these for guys like Kyle Phillips.
Did I have him in my comps? So should I look that up?
Kyle Phillips.
Yeah, let me see. I can look.
Who was that comp, Shane? Were you lazy with your comp?
Oh, see, I'm scared. Let me see if I can. I don't know. I comped him to Dwayne Harris from ECU, 2011. Not a lazy comp.
Hey, you're gonna like this one, Shane. Chicago here at pick 168. I think you're gonna have some raving here to do.
Yes. The Bears they need an offensive line.
And Braxton Jones, Southern Utah, comes off the board here to the Chicago Bears, 5th round pick 168.
I mean, I think this is a steal by the Bears. Like if the Bears had taken Braxton Jones in round 2, I'd have been like, okay, that's a reach, but like there's a lot of upside there. I mean, top tier athlete, explosive off the snap. I watched him early on. I said, wow, this guy's a top second round pick. Doesn't get beat by speed. I mean, he can handle the speed with his feet. And you can see the defenders sometimes don't expect him to be as explosive as he is. Now, his hand placement is way off. Later games in the season, he had some bad stretches where he didn't get leverage, got pushed off the line, didn't quite have the anchor. I think as a developmental offensive tackle prospect, I mean, the Bears finally making a pick, and they're making a darn good one here. So I love that pick. Steal.
Matt Let's-Go was drafted by Dallas. Great pick.
Yeah.
We're going back to London for that Chicago pick, by the way.
Look, lots of London.
Yeah. So, Shane, you're going on your European tour over the summer here. Are you glad to see the NFL adding an international game in Germany this year?
Yeah. Let's do it. Just I think from like a play standpoint, I think there are some logistic issues that they need to figure out much better. But I like the expansion. It's not like Germany's that far from London in terms of a flight. Let's making the NFL a world game only helps. I mean, I've been on podcasts in Australia, Ireland, all over the place this offseason, this draft season. So it's a lot of fun to do. UK, I've done a couple. A lot of fun.
For sure. And Germany was the main hub of NFL Europe. There, at the end, all 6 teams that played there were in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. So it's good to see them playing a game over there. I like it, from a perspective of you basically get a game all day on Sunday to watch, because they have the game kick off at 8:30 in the morning here, and you're all the way through basically 11 o'clock at night. So it's nice in that regard.
We have the Vikings pick here.
The Vikings pick is in.
It's an intriguing running back here. Ty Chandler, my number 12 running back from North Carolina. Sam Howell's kind of running mate there for the Vikings, who I like this pick. I mean, Dalvin Cook's getting a little long in the tooth. Alexander Madison, more straightforward runner. Ty Chandler, very fast, athletic, pass-catching running back. Was at Tennessee, transferred to North Carolina. Good outside runner. I don't think he has most decisive, not going to give you much interior. So kind of a niche, I think, third down type running back. I think the Vikings were lacking that. And I think, Chandler could develop into a starter. It wouldn't surprise me.
Incredible burst, 1.46 10-yard split for Ty Chandler, 4.38 speed. Not doesn't have the high agility scores that you would look for, but I think here in the 5th round, that's a good selection.
Yeah,
153 on your board goes 169 to Minnesota.
I thought it could have went a round ago, and I wouldn't have batted an eye. So I like that pick. I like that pick by the Vikings. The Texans might draft another running back at some point. I mean, they got Damian Pierce today, but Marlon Mack and
okay,
Rex Burkhead not hanging in there.
So, apparently, it was more recent than I thought the last time the Bengals made 2 trade ups in the same draft. So now I'm going to get sad. 2019, the Bengals traded up twice in the 4th round, acquiring guard Michael Jordan and quarterback Ryan Finley. That did not go well.
Good picks. Yikes.
Michael Jordan got Joe Burrow kneecapped, and Ryan Finley, well, actually,
beat the Steelers.
Beat the Steelers. That was fun, at least.
I'd love some Canada expansion for the NFL. I'd be down. We have another tight end here. Tight end for the Texans drafted Brevin Jordan last year. So let me. This is a name I'm not sure if I get correct, but Tegan Quitteriano from Oregon State is my tight end 20 was the pick. He's kind of an interesting run blocker, tight end, good second level guy. Has a little burst after the catch. I think he has a little bit of juice sometimes, but tries to do too much. He leaves yards on the field oftentimes, doesn't separate much. Kind of a big blocking red zone threat to me.
We have a trade.
Oh, and a trade.
Denver has moved up into this spot previously held by Green Bay. Denver will now pick here at 171. Green Bay acquires 179 and 234 in the 7th round.
So moving up 8 spots from the last pick in the 5th, jumping 49ers, Giants, Bears, Raiders, Cowboys, and Lions.
And the pick is in, and it is a center. It is Washington's Luke Wattenberg.
Interesting.
Going here at 171 to the Broncos.
Yeah, I mean, Luke Wattenberg is my center 11. I think big, long-armed guy, good in that kind of short space. But I just didn't think he had a great run anchor. I thought he was a poor run blocker, good pass blocker guy. Technique a little iffy. I thought I kind of had him as an undrafted player, but to move up, I guess there was more interest than I thought. I mean, I wouldn't have taken him over Alec Lindstrom or Donovan West, Dawson Deaton, those guys. But I think as a pass blocker, Luke Wattenberg does have some upside.
Yeah. I want to just finish my thought on the international games. With the 17 game schedule now and everybody having basically that extra game, it's easier to me to move some of those home games to Europe and or Toronto or Mexico City and the like. So it does make it easier to do that now.
Right, because you have the uneven home away, so you can, that makes sense. Well, I think the Eagles should wipe Jalen Reagor off Instagram, honestly. So
Fred's in here finally.
Fred Bailey Zappi, new future starter for the Patriots, maybe. Nah, I mean, I think so. At one point, not this year, not next year, but one day, the next 4 years, Mac Jones is going to get hurt. Bailey Zappi is going to win some games for the New England Patriots.
Did I tell you the Cincinnati Bengals like drafting captains? Shane.
They
Tyson
do.
Anderson, 2-time team captain at Toledo.
There you go. We have the next pick for the 49ers, and they're taking another low corner on my board here. So these corners that are Sam Womack from Toledo, 5'9", 184. Long arms, another long-armed corner. A lot of experience, athletic. He's tough. I think he's stuck in there. He's tough, but I think he's just not good against the run. He got run over a lot. He does not get. He just doesn't have the size to me. If a guy gets off a line to be an NFL corner, nickel role player, special teamer, I guess. I don't know, but like I said, the corner's tough to evaluate. So I mean, I've definitely been wrong on corners before, but he's not one I had high on my list. Was he at an All-Star game? Did he?
NFLPA.
NFLPA. So some of these NFLPA guys, I was not a huge fan of, but.
I'm gonna step away from just a second, Shane.
Go for it. Go for it. We're good. We are nearing the end of the 5th round here. So once again, if you want to win the signed Jerrion Ealy card, because we got kind of one, and then we're going to give away the Tua Fireburst here in round 6, and then we're going to do a little game for Sean Shivers with Mr. Relevant in the chat room. So last chance for the Jerrion Ealy. If you want to sign up, the link is in the chat. We'll pull that at the end of the show. If you even if you won one in the past couple days, you can win one again. We haven't had a repeat winner yet, so maybe now's the time. So the Giants are on the clock at pick 173, and this is an interesting selection. We had a lot last year. I had a lot of same teammates: Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, some high-profile teammates here. But the Giants are going to keep that going. But this time it is North Carolina offensive line teammates. They take Marcus McKethan, offensive guard from North Carolina, played tackle for them there at North Carolina, played a little bit of guard, and they drafted Joshua Zudu on day 2. They get McKethan, very big, very explosive. I think he came in at 6'6", 340 pounds. I think if it wasn't for Daniel Falele, we'd be talking a little bit more about McKethan's size. Had some great plays. I mean, pass blocks, pancakes. There's some plays you're like, wow, this guy's good. And there's some plays you're like, ooh, he needs some work. I mean, technique was lacking, played really high, had some just poor effort plays. It felt like, I don't know if it was, but he's just intriguing at that size, and his movement ability, he is intriguing. I don't know if he has the lateral mobility for a tackle, but as a guard, as long as you don't get 2 athletic defensive linemen on him. So the Giants rebuilding a North Carolina offensive line there, and they must have liked what they saw from both of these offensive linemen when they were at that pro day. They were heavily represented at North Carolina's pro day. I also got word from Grinding the Mocks. I was the only person to have Samuel Womack in a mock draft this year. Only one. My penultimate mock draft was in the 7th round to the Chiefs. So there you go. I'll take a win for being the only person to ever have Samuel Womack in a mock draft this year. Yeah, I think the Giants going offensive line crazy, very smart. That's their biggest weakness, and they are attacking that and taking chances and getting big guys and going hard. So Marcus McKethan going to the Giants here.
What did I mean? I heard you talking about Sam Womack. Who was the only person to have him in a mock draft?
That was me. My penultimate mock, 7th round of the Chiefs. Grinding the Mocks just tweeted me. I was the only person to have him in a mock draft this year.
Do you win a prize for that?
I
should.
I'm gonna retweet this, and that's my prize.
There you go.
Yeah. So
that's how deep we get here at Draft Countdown, baby.
Yeah, we get Sam Womack. Any Marcus McKethan thoughts for the Giants getting both North Carolina? O linemen in this draft?
I didn't watch Oswego, or I didn't watch McKeithen.
I guess I should have. My bad. Sorry. Didn't mean to put you on the spot there. I should have assumed, I guess.
Another NFLPA guy though,
Yeah, yeah,
as they're
yeah.
starting to come off the board here a lot here in the 5th round. Still waiting on that first Hula Bowl, I believe.
Yeah, I think we got it's still the 5th. We got some time. Chicago Bears making a pick here.
Is that true? Are you sure?
The pick is in, so I assume that they're making it at the very least, not trading down again. I haven't seen it yet, but they look like they're sticking here. Braxton Jones was a great pick by them. They took Tevin Jenkins last year, who had some injury issues and was slow to get going, but I think he'll have a better year for the Bears this season. So, can I ask you this, Brian? Just going back, James Cook. You think he's going to get a lot of work for the Bills? It's going to be a big fantasy question coming up.
You said it last night that you think he is a very similar player to Devin Singletary. I like him PPR leagues. Yes.
I think Josh Allen will throw a lot to him.
Oh yeah. I believe so. So yeah, I definitely in a PPR league. I think Cook is there in that. This is a good pick from Chicago. Dominic Robinson.
Oh,
from Miami, Ohio.
Yes.
He
was at the Senior Bowl, right? You liked
that?
Him.
Is correct. I did, and I talked about him earlier. That rare wide receiver to defensive end conversion here at pick 174.
Edge 20. What do you like about him?
Oh, the pass rush upside, man. He's still learning. Like he's got a great build, 6'5", 253, long arms, 41-inch vertical, Shane. That explosion is there. 10'1" on the broad jump. He's pretty agile for a guy his size. 419 on the short shuttle. 972 RAS for Dominic Robinson. That's a good swing right there here in the 5th round for the Chicago. They've hit these last 2 picks pretty good.
He was flat out dominant in their bowl game against North Texas. I mean, he dominated that game and just crushed it.
Yeah, to go back on how we started watching Dominic Robinson, he was the first player to accept an invitation. The Shrine Bowl started sending out invitations.
Yeah.
Right? He was the first player that they announced that was going to come to the Shrine Bowl. So we're like, okay, let's watch him.
Right.
And so that's when the action starts hitting on the Tuesday nights. Shane's first up with him. He said, "Yeah, this guy's an animal."
Yeah, man.
Like 2 sacks in that game. A week later, or 2 weeks later, he was in the first wave of Senior Bowl announcements, and it took off. He did not go to the Shrine Bowl.
He did not, because he was that good. I mean, there's a lot of upside here. I'm with you. I think just the long arms, dude, it's just crazy to me. If you can teach him how to use his hands. I mean, the one thing that's always, I don't know, I feel bad, but kind of funny to watch about him is he'll like play himself off balance. He'll knock himself out of a play because he's trying to go 2,000 miles a minute and it just falls over, tries to bend and can't bend. But if you can hone that, I mean, stud potential. Like I'm talking high-end pass rusher potential here for the Bears to get this late. I think is worth a shot. So I love that pick. The Raiders picking at 175, the last non-comp pick of the 5th round here. I'll do the Jerry on Ely giveaway one more time before we get to the big prize today, the Tua Tagovailoa mint condition fire burst coming up next round. So yeah,
The Raiders pick is in, and it's a pretty good one too, Shane.
yeah. Who we got?
We've got Tennessee defensive lineman Matthew Butler.
Ooh, that is a really good pick. That's a Raiders guy right there. He feels like a Raiders pick. Matthew Butler, kind of a stout, explosive nose with some athletic upside. I feel like he's one of those players that you can watch one game and say, "Oh, this guy's top 100." You can watch another game and say, "Oh, this guy's undraftable." Just very raw. Hasn't honed those tools in, but his footwork's pretty good. Like he moves well with his feet. He can bend around some offensive linemen that are stiffer. Strength wise, I think he just doesn't know how to use his leverage, how to use that strength to his advantage. He's not a two gapper kind of tweener. I'm interested to see how they use him, but he's my 8th defensive lineman. I just think the potential is there for him to be really good.
So there you go. 143 on my board, 138 on yours was Matthew Butler here.
And went to pick 175, so good value.
Decent value here. Cowboys on the clock now again here. Cowboys have 2 picks coming up. Cowboys, Lions, then Cowboys again.
Cowboys, Lions, Cowboys again. Yeah, this the comp picks here. We talked about Nick Barre and understanding why he fell. A lot of people asking on Twitter. You've mentioned there might be some medical pieces, right, with that hip.
Yeah.
What about Jamari Salyer? He's a guy I'm kind of surprised is still out there as well.
At this point, it feels like he'd be okay to come off the board now. Earlier, maybe because played mostly tackle at Georgia, we all projected him at guard. So I could see it day 2, maybe he doesn't come off the board. But right now, it feels like, you're getting that guy who can back up multiple positions. It feels like a good time that they could, come off the board here. But again, the Georgia guys could be becoming the new Alabama guys here, where they have injury issues that we don't know about. And
yeah, he did play a lot of snaps at Georgia, but left tackle, not quite athletic enough, but he is one that I thought would be gone by now. So see if Dallas takes someone off my top 400 off the board this time.
Yeah, we're waiting on see what Dallas is going to do here at 176.
Maybe talk and trade. I don't know if the pick is in yet, but usually if it takes this long, that's okay. Justin Ross, receiver from Clemson, still on the board. With the medical issues, the spinal issue,
here, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, he didn't, and had multiple injuries this year, unrelated.
Yeah. And the testing was quite poor as well.
Right. It's just tough to feel good about taking him, but I think now 6th round, 7th round, you start like, okay, let's take a shot and see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I said, at this point now, we're almost to you're drafting special teams players or you're drafting lottery tickets.
Right.
At this point.
And look, if your doctors don't sign off on a player, even if it's 6th, 7th round, you can't draft him.
You can't do it.
I mean, you can't do it. It's just too risky. You can't do it. So there might be 2 teams on the board with doctors like, okay, we're fine. 2 out of 32. Then now you got to rise up their board. Then it just gets tenuous. That's how these medical red flags that maybe we don't fully know about go undrafted or whatever. Some of them got drafted in top 100 we didn't think would. And some might fall out of this draft. No Texas Longhorns yet. Are we going to get one at some point? I might not get one here, to be honest with you.
Also, no South Carolina Gamecocks either.
Well.
For those scoring at home.
The Buckeyes have had a couple picks.
Just a couple.
So. But, yeah, this is a long wait, if I feel like, for this pick. These fifth rounders have been flying, and the Cowboys. Jerry's taking his time here. Jerry and Steven.
while we're waiting on that pick, Tyson Anderson, the Bengals pick, three-time captain, not two-time captain. And per Paul Dehner Jr. from The Athletic, he said his quote was, I take being a leader seriously. I want my voice. He said my voice needs to be heard. How serious? He's currently finishing up his master's at Toledo in leadership.
I guess that's one way to prove you're a leader.
All right, the pick is in.
Big pick.
And, this is a this is what in the NBA when they take those European guys, they call them draft and stash. That's what the Cowboys have just done here, selecting LSU linebacker Damone Clark. He will not play this season for Dallas. Spinal fusion surgery in the offseason. But like we said earlier, Damone Clark was a potential second round linebacker before the injury. I mean, he tested as a 98% athlete at his pro day, or at the combine, and then after that is when he was flagged for the surgery. So
a year off, but I mean, a guy who was super productive this year, a lot of upside, great tackler, good read and react linebacker. I mean, fast closes. I like his instincts. Not much of a lateral mover. I think he can in space has some trouble, but a thumper that I think has upside after the year off. If you can get back to 100%, I mean, this could be an absolute steal at the end of the fifth round. So, I think, like you said, it's where you take those dart throws. If the doctor signed off, year off, I mean, that's not the worst thing in the world.
No, for sure. I like the pick here for Dallas. Like I said, you've got extra picks. This is what you accumulate those extra picks for, right?
Right. Exactly. This is why you move down, whatever. So.
The Cowboys drafted an LSU linebacker last year, Jabril Cox. They brought back Leighton Vander Esch on a 1-year deal. So, like I said, it could be a spot for Damone Clark on that roster if he can get back healthy.
An off-ball linebacker, so it's not a bad move.
So good pick there from the Dallas Cowboys, Damone Clark. Detroit's pick is in at 177.
All right. Now we're moving.
Three more picks here to go in the fifth round.
Yeah. And try to jump the gun. This we've been working all year.
I know. I'm trying to get this thing over with, right?
No.
We don't want to do that.
Wow, man.
Let's expand this. Let's get back to 12 rounds on the draft, man.
So I'm talking about. My wife might not be happy, but wow.
Yours and mine both. And it's a tight end here, Shane. It's James Mitchell, Virginia Tech. Another injury question here with Mitchell, right?
Yeah, he's had a lot of injuries. Major one this year. I'll tell you, though, he's a player that when I saw him early in his career at Virginia Tech, I said, this is a guy who's an NFL player. And then, injuries, a poor offense, a lot of things that kind of knocked him down. But I think body control, catching tough passes, kind of a big receiver, breaks tackles in the open field. I mean, he's tough. He doesn't go down easily. He doesn't take on, defenders head on. Not a great blocker, play a little high cut. I think a number 2 pass catching tight end. They have TJ Hawkinson to block. I mean, my scouting core best fit is a number 2 pass catching tight end at the next level. Exactly what he'll be for the Detroit Lions there. So I like that fit in that pick.
There you go. Dallas back on the clock. Their pick is in.
Yeah, they're going to keep making them here.
So haven't seen that one come through yet. 2 picks now to go here in the 5th.
Yeah, John Ridgway's a player I am surprised hasn't been picked in from Arkansas. Kind of a plugger.
He's on. That's who the pick is.
Oh, well, there you go. All right, my bad.
John Ridgway.
I guess Tommy gave the pick. I don't know. Maybe he's guessing. I'm not sure.
The comments are tipping the picks now.
Hey,
Uh,
that's
you're higher on Ridgeway than me. 149 on your board there, Shane.
yes, yes. D line 10. I mean, I think his leverage plays with really good leverage. He disengages really well. Nose tackle plays the run, but he has like a nice rip move to get some penetration sometimes. Um, you know, I think he's a run blocker. I think that's what he is. He does one thing really, really well, but he does it really, really well. I like those guys that I think you can two gap, and maybe there's some upside here. Maybe there's some upside to get a little pass rush out of him.
Transfer up from Illinois State to Arkansas this year. PFF scored him a 90.6 run defense grade in 2019.
Yeah, just a stud run defender. Absolutely.
Not going to give you much of anything at all from the pass rush.
He isn't. I sometimes he has the moves. He's not athletic. He's not going to chase guys down. But there are flashes where I was like, oh man, maybe there is something there that he could add a little bit. We'll see what happens. But nice developmental, run blocker. I like those guys to have them as reserves because you get an injury up front. All right, let's plug in John Ridgeway. Not going to pressure, but I mean, he's not going to make your run defense absolutely garbage either.
No. So we're Green Bay's pick is in. We're trying to come away with who that is.
Yeah, and that's this is the last pick of the fifth round.
Last pick of the fifth round, 179 here. Buffalo on the clock with the first pick of the sixth round.
Well, if we can start giving away that Tua card, then I'll put that in the chat. I got my little Fireburst mint condition graded a 9 here from Panini. Thanks, Next Gem.
I appreciate all they've done for us this weekend. Next Gem, everybody, download that app if you can in the iOS store on Apple if you have one of those phones like I do. Here we go. A Gamecock is off the board at 179 to Green Bay. It is Kingsley Enagbare, the edge rusher from South Carolina, here to Green Bay. This is, to me, if the injury concerns aren't there, he's not here right now. One of the highest pass rushing grades this year per PFF. Just a complete hustle player. Always around the football. Great bend around the edge. Solid as a run defender. I said he's the best pass rusher at South Carolina since Jadeveon Clowney, and I meant it. You saw it as a true freshman. He started getting more and more playing time, and then throughout the last 4 years, tremendous, like I said, tremendous player. This is tremendous value here for Green Bay in the last pick of the fifth round.
Yeah, I mean, my edge 17, I think the length, the leverage, he was in the backfield all the time. So, and against future NFL offensive linemen, I thought in the SEC, consistently very good. I think he's explosive off the snap. Not a lateral mover, and I think he needs to learn how to vary his moves, but I think Enagbare is slam dunk this late.
One knock I have on him is he sometimes runs himself out of plays.
Yeah.
And that is an issue. But like I said, as a Green Bay here could be as a situational pass rusher to start off with, I think is tremendous value here in the fifth round.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth a shot when you have someone that productive that was in the backfield often. Take a shot, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. But if the medical's in good shape, you got to feel great. Into the sixth round, second to last round here. Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, we're halfway home today, Shane. 2 rounds down, 2 to go. Pick 180. Buffalo's pick is in.
See if we can get it. I might step away, grab another drink. I'll be right back.
I got you. Yep. For those of you who have not heard, Tom Brady was once a sixth round pick. Did y'all know? Did y'all know that? Just in case you didn't know, Tom Brady, former sixth round pick. Buffalo's pick is in. There's a guy walking up the card now. Hasn't been tipped on the Twitter machine yet. So let's see. And it is punt god. Matt Ariza going to the Buffalo Bills at pick 180. The best punter I've ever seen in my life. Just this guy's incredible kicking the football. I love it. Great pick here for Buffalo. It's the most excited I've ever been about anybody who kicks a football. I love this pick here. The guy had like 5 or 6 punts over 80 yards this year. It's stupid. Averaged 51.2 yards per punt this year. $17 punts of 60-plus yards in 2021. Also kicks field goals. That's irrelevant here. Oh, yeah. And he tested as a 95% athlete, if that matters for a punter. There was a game against Hawaii. I don't know if you've seen the highlights of it, but Hawaii, to try to out-scheme him, had returners set up at the 30 and the 10-yard line. And he kicked it over both their heads, and it was an 82-yard punt. And a left-footed punter. Scott, please. The Eagles, we've got a trade here. The Eagles have traded up. I don't remember who was on the clock. But Matt Ariza off the board here to the Buffalo Bills. I love it. Our long national nightmare is now over. The Eagles traded up here, trying to get the details on this trade. What the Eagles have given up here. They traded up to 181. So I'm still trying to figure out who they traded with. Okay, Detroit was on the clock here. Philadelphia traded pick 188 and here in the 6th round, and pick 237 in the 7th round to Detroit for pick 181. The Eagles are coming up. So still waiting to see that Eagles pick. They traded up with the Lions here to get the 2nd pick in the 6th round after Matt Ariza was the 1st pick of the 6th round. And here we go. Eagles selecting Kansas linebacker, edge rusher Kyron Johnson. This guy really emerged to me at the Senior Bowl. Tremendous athlete. Gets around the edge, was bullying. I mean, he had some great reps during the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl as an edge rusher. Was 181 on my board, 182 on Shane's board. So we were dead on here, Shane, with Kyron Johnson. He goes 181 to Philadelphia. They trade up to get him with Detroit.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth the trade up. Like a good athlete, like you said. I mean, his testing was really, really good. I don't think he always played up to that, but I think there's a lot, you could get from that. Like you said, the Senior Bowl, I think, really sold him and turned me on to, okay, this is the guy that can get drafted that has athletic upside despite his size. I think the small size, you just worry about where's he going to play. Worst case, I think you could even find a place to get him on special teams and let him do some damage.
Shane, are you aware that the Buffalo picked?
I left at a good time because you could wax poetic, I'm sure, about Matt Ariza falling to the 6th round. I'm sure you're disappointed, but what a pick by the Bills. I mean, the 3 times a game Josh Allen doesn't score any points, Matt Ariza can make things happen.
So somebody tweeted out, said, how long he may be able to uncork a 99-yard punt with the wind at his back in Buffalo.
That is true. Talk about flipping the field. That'd be one way to do it. So Kyron Johnson was my linebacker 19. And yeah, like you said, we were kind of right on there. So, but Ariza, man, I think it's a great pick by the Bills. Like, why not? I wrote best punting prospect in a long time, and he's the 3rd punter to go off the board. So, I guess it's not good for my scouting report.
So, I mean, the Bills needed a punter.
They did.
But Tim Graham of The Athletic, I'm assuming he covers the Bills, said he won't make the team unless he's also the hold god. So get to work on that.
Hope they put him through some workout there. Check that one out.
I mean, I assume that he's had to have, right, at some point to when he's doing these workouts with teams. And I don't know. I'm no football coach. I have no idea. I assume, is this a hard skill to learn?
I mean, you really need to have the hand-eye coordination to get the football when it's snapped. I mean, it's coming at you fast, especially in the NFL. If it's high, is it low? Can you put it? And you got, you remember the classic Jim Carrey movie, Ace Ventura. You got to make sure that you get those laces out.
Got to have the laces out. You're right.
That can be a problem. That can make a major. That can cost you a game. So,
by God, Dan Marino should die of gonorrhea and rot in hell.
Love me some Dan Marino. Giants pick 182. But it's
a linebacker, and right. It's Darian Beavers. Finally off the board here.
That's a steal.
Good steal. Good pick here for the New York Giants. Pick 182 of the 6th round.
I mean, Darian Beavers is big, physical, smart. Like, you rarely see him get caught up in blocks because he's always in the right position. I love how he chases down runs on the edge, and big running backs, no problem. Like 237. He's going to take you down. He closes gaps fast. He's not the cleanest tackler in the world. Pass coverage I thought was improved throughout the season. I thought was good in the red zone, but open space, faster players, it could be a problem. I mean, as a reserve linebacker, I think you could do a whole lot worse, and I think Darian Beavers finds a way onto this team.
Pierce said he was cutting up some Otto Graham clips a few weeks back.
Wow, they look like smoking a cigarette while he's returning punts, probably.
There you go. They don't make them like that anymore, for sure.
So there you go. Ooh, someone gave me a nice F my analysis for my Kyron Johnson analysis. So.
Well,
always got to get some of those. Probably a family member of some sorts, but it happens. But Darian Beavers, I love him. He's my linebacker 8. Linebacker 8. I had him above Troy Anderson. I'm that much of a fan.
New England's pick is in at 183. So who knows what this is going to be? They've been all over the place.
They've had some good ones. They passed on Matt Ariza. They got Pierre Strong, 4th round, so maybe a receiver at some point. They could get another one. They got Tyquan Thornton, but maybe not all speed player could happen. I can dig it. Yeah, once again, if you want the Tua Sunburst card, we're giving that away. I'll pop that in the chat.
We have a running back.
Another one.
They drafted Pierre Strong.
Yeah.
But my God, they have drafted a Gamecock, and it is Kevin Harris.
Oh, my goodness.
Coming to the New England Patriots, Shane.
Wow. So Kevin Harris, I mean, he was an absolute stud a couple years ago. A lot of people thought he could be a top 100, top 50 running back in the draft. Really explosive, really productive. What he got hurt? What happened to him? And what's your analysis as a Gamecock fan?
This offseason, he was dealing with some ticky-tack injuries. He had COVID, and that slowed his he basically had to back away for a little while from the team. So he didn't really start returning to form until the end of the season. And the bowl game is where you saw Kevin Harris finally looked like the Kevin Harris from 2020 season when he was had more he averaged more yards per game rushing than Najee Harris did in the SEC 2 years ago.
So, yeah, I mean, like I said, there's thoughts. I mean, big, explosive athlete, really intriguing. But like this year, the games he played wasn't great early.
No, it was not. I mean, he's an average athlete. He ran a 4.62 40. And that's what he looks like on the field. You see the occasional breakaway run, but it's not, it's not his game. He's a decent receiver too, though. And I think that'll help him in New England. That's intriguing now, though, with their 2 running back selections here, Shane. Everybody was hyped for Pierre Strong, potentially there. Now they draft another rookie running back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think Damian Harris, as Nelly kind of tongue-in-cheek, best running back named Harris in that backfield, might be the last year for him. And so, Kevin Harris maybe could put on the practice squad and, have him, Pierre Strong, and Ramondre Stevenson in a year would be a nice backfield. We know the Patriots like to have a lot of running backs, so this isn't anything new. The Minnesota Vikings pick is in at 184, and they're taking Vidarian Lowe, offensive tackle out of Illinois, who is an intriguing player. My offensive tackle, 21. Not a super athlete, but like long arms. Good lower body strength, leg drive, good run blocker. Pass rushing, inconsistent. There's some games I thought, okay, he's making the moves, he's reading. And there were some other ones where it was pretty bad. So I think it's kind of a low ceiling swing backup type, maybe guard for the Vikings that could give you some run push.
Yeah, not much of an athlete either. 25.5-inch vertical leap, 8'3" broad jump. So not much there that you're going to get him.
Yeah, I mean, right. That's the thing is he's got that lower body strength. He's kind of a brute force player. So.
Buffalo's pick is in. It is Christian Benford from Villanova, the corner.
Oh, interesting. That's definitely a player that was a little bit lower. Now, he's another kind of raw athlete prospect, big, strong, good kind of rangy corner, closes pretty quick. I thought his ball skills were decent. There's some definitely plays that I saw where he closed on the ball well, read that well, and he's physical at the line of scrimmage. For a guy from Villanova, that's the issue. Now, he doesn't turn back to the football. That was my biggest issue with him. Like he watches the receiver and kind of gets caught too late. So that's a problem for me. I think kind of the raw upside, lacking that technique. Um, intriguing dart throw upside pick at corner here. He's my corner 48.
811 on his Raz. And side note here, he is now the first Hula Bowl player off the board. So there you go. Hula Bowl is on the board.
What was my prediction there?
We did not write down.
Oh, we didn't write that. I think it was 6 rounds somewhere though.
Yeah, close enough. We'll give you the win.
Someone check the tape.
So Hula Bowl comes in here at pick 185.
Yeah. Mari Barnes still out there. Bo Melton. JoJo Doman's a player I thought would be off the board too by now. Had some injury issues, but yeah, Christian Benford, probably not a player that many people knew about coming into the draft, I would imagine, from Villanova, playing at the Hula Bowl.
Probably not.
So
here's a new one, Shane. Stuart Mandel's tweeting out, O'Shane Mathis, TCU edge rusher, apparently is having a live transfer portal hat ceremony where he's going to pick the team he's transferring to, either Nebraska or Texas.
I like it. I heard Texas, so I'm hoping Texas.
Another note on Tyson Anderson and the Bengals. Bengals have drafted 16 defensive players since 2019 per John Sheeran. 13 have either played or were present for the Senior Bowl.
There you go. Senior Bowl. Make it happen, Mobile style.
Chicago's pick is in.
Bears making some picks. They got a lot coming up in these next couple of rounds. So, Chicago Bears.
Wow. The Bears have never had a quarterback throw for 4,000 plus yards or 30 plus touchdowns in a season.
Yeah, the QB play for the Bears, they were a run team back in the 70s and 80s, Walt Sweetness, and then they haven't exactly the best run of QBs. Jay Cutler may be the best that we've seen recently. So, don't exactly have the weapons for Justin Fields to do that this year either.
Mike Tomlin on NFL Network leaving the door open for Kenny Pickett to be a rookie starter.
Yeah, he said that he said that on Thursday. He'll get a chance to compete, but it's unlikely to happen. Kenny Pickett's going to start as the third quarterback on the depth chart. People are not going to be happy about it. I will bet that right now. What are they going to say? No, not allowed. If he outplays Mr. Trubisky, sure, but it's doubtful. We got Bears pick yet? I haven't seen it come.
The Bears pick is in.
Okay.
Bears pick is in, and it is versatile offensive lineman from San Diego State, Zachary Thomas.
Okay, yeah, Zach Thomas. Yeah, go ahead.
I believe, yes. We have him listed as a guard. Good athlete here. 4.96 40, 165 10 split. Vertical leap was poor, but decent agility here. 6'5", 308, 33, just short of 34-inch arms. Can play tackle. We're projecting him to guard. First team All Mountain West selection here at pick 186 for the Chicago Bears. Another Shrine Game pick here.
Yeah, I mean, I really like his movement. I like his pulling ability to get to that second level. I think is impressive to me. I really felt like as a guard, he would fit a little bit better, but has that versatility. Some really impressive streaks, but like when he starts playing bad, he starts playing really bad. So I think if you can get him a little stronger, get his legs a little stronger, I like the Bears investing in the offensive line. So some upside for sure.
Yeah. What you will know about Zachary Thomas is he can run block. That much we'll know.
Yes, they did that a lot at San Diego State. So Scott said pick it by week 5. I do not think that will happen. I think you underestimate how stubborn the Pittsburgh Steelers, their coaching staff is. Yeah, I mean Damian Harris could go to the Raiders. Could go with his old offensive coordinator there in Josh McDaniel. would make a lot of sense. So perhaps, but these are late round running backs. These are third day running backs.
49ers pick is in.
Yeah, good one.
It is a another tackle, guard, versatile offensive lineman, and another Senior Bowler. It is Fordham, Nick Zakel off the board here for the San Francisco 49ers at pick 187. Nick Zakel, 97% athlete per his RAS here.
Yeah, I mean, it shows up on the field. He glides in that kick slide. Really nice pop off the snap in the run game. I really feel like if you can hone in his leverage, you can hone in how he uses his arms. That is he's raw and he's grabby, but like there's some great tools there. I like this pick. He was my offensive tackle 27 in this class.
I'm gonna I listed him as a guard. He played that mostly down here at the Senior Bowl. 32.5-inch arms, so that's why I think he's going to kick inside. He was overwhelmed at times during the Senior Bowl practices in the one-on-ones. I only watched one game of his, and that was against Nebraska. He held his own against the Cornhusker defense. So there you go, Nick Zakel, good, decent pick here in the 6th round by the 49ers.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good pick. Once again, take those upside picks. Try to get what you can. I think that's the key. I think that's the key in this third day. We were seeing that come to fruition here. So, Lions on the clock. So, and O'Shawn Mathis going to Nebraska.
Oh, there you go.
Always a good choice, Nebraska. The Lions, good pick here. I really like this player, Malcolm Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Out of Oklahoma State.
Rodriguez, man, if you can't be around the football more as a linebacker than what Malcolm Rodriguez was for Oklahoma State. Consistently everywhere the ball was, Rodriguez was. And then he goes and tests extremely well. This is a good pick here. 162 on my board, 168 on yours. Coming off here in the 6th round at 187. Sorry, 188.
Good athlete. I mean, he's just small, so he can get knocked around. But I like him in coverage. I think if you can, he plays a little wild sometimes, but like I said, productive around the football, not afraid to get physical with his size. We'll see if he holds up in the NFL, but really interesting.
Yeah, 5'11", 232. Malcolm Rodriguez.
So I think that was those Lions, correct? I've gotten 2 different messages on that. We'll have to confirm, make sure they're the ones that took him, but I think that's correct.
No, that is correct. Kent's already put up his RAS card with the Lions logo on it. So,
so is that the confirmation?
That's good enough for me. Carolina's on the clock here now at pick 189.
Boom. Yeah, I mean, it's still some surprising offensive linemen out there, but now teams are starting to move to that high upside, draft the guys for special teams or draft the guys with upside. And so sometimes you get lost. The Rasheed Walkers and Jamari Sawyers, those kind of players can get lost here because, ultimately
they don't have the upside. And so at this point, you're not contributing a whole lot on special teams. So, yeah, that's when you start seeing these guys and we're almost to the point where teams are going to start drafting players, especially like teams that are running out of draft picks, so to speak, where they don't want to compete for these guys. The guys they want as undrafted free agents, they don't want to compete for that, so they just draft them.
Well, we do have a Georgia Bulldog staying home in Georgia, in Atlanta, but it's not Jamari Salyer. It's Justin Schaefer, the
Uh,
guard.
Panthers pick is also in. So
I'm bumped ahead. Who's the Panthers pick? That's
Panthers have
first.
selected edge rusher Amari Barno.
Oh, even better. That's an
Yes.
even better
The
one.
top player probably, I believe, left on both of our boards, definitely on mine. Barno's coming off here now, 63rd on my board. Like I said, you don't get edge rushers that can run a 4.36 40 with a 1.49 10-yard split, right? I mean, that's the kind of speed you don't normally see. A 91% athlete. Don't know. I mean, he had decent production. I don't know if there's some off-field stuff or.
I think he's just a tweener. Like, where do you play him? You know, is he a linebacker? Is he a D end? I think that'll be interesting to see how the Panthers utilize him, because I think you want to probably stand him up. But I mean, the speed and the production, he's definitely a player that pops off on film against North Carolina. Sam Howell knows Amari Barno's name very well because he was in on that really, really well.
And you now, Justin Schaefer, you said goes 190 to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, I jumped the gun, but my guard 9. I mean, really smart player, good leverage, good bend. You know, not an ideal like athlete all the time. Doesn't overwhelm you. Isn't a good driver, but you know, maybe he's not an upside pick. I think he's a safe reserve pick who's very technically sound, is experienced at that guard position. So I can dig it.
Are you surprised he goes ahead of his teammate Sawyer?
I am. You know, I would have taken Sawyer higher, but you know, I had Sawyer's guard 6 and Marquise Hayes is guard 8 from Oklahoma the next two. But I think Schaefer playing guard for his career helps you know what he's going to be. Sawyer's played offensive tackle and isn't going to do that in the NFL, and that's tough to project sometimes.
I just saw a tweet. So you're the USFL and you're running this spring league. You're trying to get attention, right? Why are you having a game take place during the NFL draft?
I mean,
who the hell is watching a USFL game right now?
You know, Birmingham, Alabama, I guess.
This just does not seem like a savvy business strategy here.
Look, so you got to fit these games in. USFL, you know, just trying to establish some consistency in the spring. You can't just skip a weekend of football in your season.
I mean, you could if you want people to watch your games.
Would you have watched it if it was next weekend, Brian? No. So, you know, not sure it matters too much ultimately.
It probably does. You're right, but I cannot see. I can't see the number being very good for that game today.
No.
Who's on the clock? Minnesota's on the clock.
Minnesota.
I believe New Orleans' last pick is showing up on the screen now. We're about 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away from the Saints' last swing of the draft.
Yep. Maybe Mickey Loomis always can trade back into the draft.
Has actually done that. He has traded a 6th round pick. Or wait, they did that a couple of years ago, right? Because for the Mississippi State quarterback.
Yeah,
they traded a 6th round pick the next year to keep the Panthers from signing him as an undrafted free agent. They traded back.
What a move!
They cut him anyway, and the Panthers signed him anyway. And
whoops,
it doesn't. And I don't think he made the Panthers roster either.
Nope. But that's fine. You got to play the game sometimes. You got to play the game.
I don't remember his name.
Yeah, you got to play the game sometimes. So he was supposed to be the next Taysom Hill. Play a little tight end. Play a little QB. So, Justin Ross not too happy on Twitter that he's still on the board.
Well, I mean,
it sucks.
Not his fault.
No,
I guess.
No, it's not. It sucks. It's the bitter thing of the NFL draft. It's like, you know, I think it's.
And then it started with a neck injury, and then We have a receiver off the board here from Minnesota, and it is Jalen Naylor from Michigan State. 191 here to Minnesota.
Actually, I really like Jalen Naylor. I think he's been kind of left out of the process a bit. My wide receiver 26. I mean, very solid route runner. Gets open well. Good feel for zone coverage. Plays smart, and I thought he gets off the line well for like slants, crossing routes. I mean, he can catch close to his body. He's not going to be a super athlete. He's not going to beat people, but I like the quickness. I think he could. If an injury happens, you plug him in. I think he could be semi-productive there for the Vikings.
The Colts pick is in. So we're waiting on it to come in. Decent draft, I believe, without looking at it, looking at every pick. I think the Colts have done well for not having a first-round pick.
Yeah.
I feel like they drafted some guys we really liked.
I'm excited for Alec Pierce.
They've taken a upside tight end, one of the few that are left, and it's Andrew Ogletree, Youngstown State. Hula Bowl off the board again.
Hula. Dude. Andrew Ogletree, impressive, man. My tight end 22, excuse me. But like big athlete, long arms, great catch radius. He was dominant at Youngstown State. Yeah, no one could really match up and stop him. I think it didn't really have to run good routes. Didn't block too much. They just sent him out there, threw the ball up, and he came down with it. So if you can improve that technique, there's some upside there. The Colts took Jelani Woods earlier, and now you get another big, rangy, pass-catching tight end, which is very intriguing.
I just pulled up. They've drafted all the RAS. You said it yesterday. They have yet to draft. Andrew Ogletree has the lowest RAS of any player they've drafted at 9.1.
So they all been 90 percentile plus athletes.
Alec Pierce, 98%. Jelani Woods, best tight end ever. Bernard Raymond, 98.6. Nick Cross, 98.7. Eric Johnson, 91.3. And now Andrew Ogletree, 91% athlete at his position. So all the athletes.
I'm making a whole new document of 2023 draft notes. We're just going to start. Colts 90% plus RAS for next year. The Cowboys pick is in. And it is Devin Harper, linebacker.
Oklahoma State linebacker?
Yeah, Devin Harper. He had a decent amount of visits, I believe, in this for Oklahoma State. 6 foot, 235 linebacker. Another kind of upside play.
Yeah.
To me, when you get a guy who's a little on the shorter side, but a good athlete, can, run himself out of plays. I don't think he was a great against the run, but if you can get the technique together, I think he could be a pass coverage linebacker. Is a little bit intriguing.
Yeah, could be a high upside special teams guy for them too. Could be where he makes his hay. 95% athlete here, 40.5-inch vertical jump for Devin Harper at the linebacker. 4.03 20-yard shuttle, Shane, for a linebacker at 234 pounds.
Yeah,
6'8", in the 3-cone.
Yeah. Good athlete, upside special teams. Another guy I had off the draft, but is really interesting.
Go back to Andrew Ogletree. I wrote about the Hula Bowl for Draft Countdown after the game, and I put in that column that I thought Andrew Ogletree was the best player I saw in that game.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment from you. I read that article. It was very, very good. And he was dominant.
Yeah.
Every time you turn on the film, he was dominant. The Saints pick is in.
Saints pick is in,
and we're going to the academies here.
Oh, we have drafted a service academy player. Is it the one that we had ranked?
It is the one we had ranked. Jordan Jackson, defensive lineman out of Air Force. To my defensive lineman 30, productive player, good athlete, really good footwork, effort. Just small. He gets pushed around a lot, but if he gets stronger, there's some upside there. So I don't mind that pick by the Saints.
Yeah, I thought Jordan Jackson. I was a little higher on my board. I had him 216 overall. I thought Jordan Jackson can play. Definitely a going to be that three tech type guy. Like you said, he needs to get stronger, but a decent 91% athlete, uh, good agility, um, decent speed, 496 40 for a 294-pound guy. Uh, would like to see his first step be a little bit quicker, but I like the pick here for the Saints at pick 194.
Yeah, I mean, he got drafted higher than you had him, so that was a good call by you. I mean, you had him pretty high, so I dig it. I like Jordan Jackson there. So I already got to start. I got to start planning for my dream draft this summer when I post that, taking on Scott's tradition. I got to start looking at the end of some of these rounds, seeing who to draft. I'll tell you, there's a good chance that Tyler Linderbaum's going to end up on that team.
Man.
Yeah, I mean, you get so like you said, special teamers, upside players. That's been most of these late rounds here. And if you have players with injury risk or not much upside, it's it. We talked to Jamari Salyer. It's just crazy to me that that bowl game, playoff game, I mean, he dominated Aiden Hutchinson, like start to finish. It can't get drafted. It's just wild to me.
Chargers pick is in.
Yeah, we'll see. We're
waiting on it to come off the board.
Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, I mean the Chargers they always have like these drafts that are kind of uninspiring, but they draft a lot of good players that make the team and make an impact. JT Woods and Zion Johnson and that kind of deal. It's going to turn into a good draft.
So quickly, I'm gonna run through my top. My top 10 players available on my board. Jamari Salyer, Georgia. We just talked about him still on more. Rasheed Walker, Penn State offensive tackle. Carson Strong, quarterback, Nevada, still there. Mike Rose, linebacker, Iowa State. Bo Melton, wide receiver, Rutgers. A little surprised, especially when special team player runs here. He hasn't been drafted. Thayer Munford, Ohio State. Maybe shouldn't have went back to school. Tariq Castro Fields, corner, Penn State, still there. Chasen Hines, guard, LSU. Isaiah Thomas, undersized pass edge, or probably a tweener there, Oklahoma. And Makai Polk, Mississippi State.
Jamari Salyer's off the board. The Chargers just took him. So.
There you go. Salyer off the board. So I'll go to the top 11 players remaining on the board then. Because Salyer was top. It's Walker, Castro Fields, Marquise Hayes, guard, Oklahoma there, Quentin Lake, safety, UCLA, Josh Jobe, corner, Alabama, Abram Smith, running back, Baylor, still available, Mike Rose, Carson Strong, and JoJo Doman, linebacker, Nebraska, still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Salyer, dominated Aiden Hutchinson in that game. I mean, great upper body strength, lots of experience, smart. He's just not very athletic or explosive. I think that's part of the problem. So better athletes will beat him oftentimes. But I didn't see him, lose games or lose in big stretches. So he was my guard 6. I was surprised he lasted this late, but maybe that lack of upside hurt.
Yeah, it appears that way. But chance to offensive line, not the biggest strength for the Los Angeles Chargers, so maybe he can make that team as a reserve here and work his way into playing time later this year or next year.
Yeah, I mean, and they drafted Zion Johnson in round 1, so they're trying to rework that a little bit. You're right; maybe he can make that team. be pretty good. I like the fit too because the Chargers, like I said, not flashy, but find a way to develop those players into fill in, plug in, and not lose too much. You got to protect Justin Herbert here.
Josh Buchanan tweeted out top small schoolers still available. Isaiah Weston, Northern Iowa wide receiver, Marquise Bell, Florida A&M safety, Jaquez Ezzard, Sam Houston State wide receiver, Southeastern Louisiana quarterback Cole Kelly, and Wachita Baptist corner Gregory Jr. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I don't know if any of those guys get drafted. This might be it.
Yeah, that you might be right. I thought Marquise Bell had a chance, or Marquise Bell. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do like Marquise Bell. That's a good call. I do like him a lot. I would like Dallas to take him. He would fit Dan Quinn's defense really well. I don't even know when their next pick is, but if they have one, they might not have one. Yeah, so
sorry, I had to laugh.
Ravens on the clock. What's that?
I had to laugh at Ice Cube again. Yeah. My man lost about 10 pounds during that performance last night.
Let me
step away for just a second, Shane.
Sure. Baltimore Ravens on the clock. Appreciate everyone that stuck with us all 3 days, and especially through day 3. That is interesting. So I honestly am happy that people want to stick around. Now, if you want to enter for that 2 attack by low fireburst guard, we got it. Got it going on. Links in the chat room. Use the promo code FINS. You can get that. So we are up to pick 196 out of 262. The Saints forfeited pick would have been here, but they forfeited that. So the Ravens pick is in. And let me see if I can find it here. It's been a fun day 3. Day 3 is a little bit of a slog sometimes, but I've been enjoying it so far. I can't overly complain. And the Ravens take a running back, something that we thought might be possible. They do need some depth. Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins coming off injury. They took Tyler Batty, running back out of Missouri. A very small player, but super productive in the SEC at Missouri. Fast, plays really low to the ground because of his height, and so it's harder for those bigger defenders to tackle him. He it takes a little bit to get going, but once he hits top speed, it can be pretty electric. Not going to break tackles straight up. If he doesn't kind of squirt out of there, he's not going to run over you, anything like that. So I think he's a good depth running back. I can give you a little pass catching upside for the Ravens. I know many in the fantasy community were enamored with Tyler Batty and thought he could go higher. He's my running back 19. The running backs side above him that haven't been drafted yet, Abram Smith from Baylor, Keontae Ingram from Southern Cal, and Jerrion Ely from Mississippi. So this is about where he should go. I think Batty maybe even could give you some, reserve special teams ability. There's a lot of interesting pieces that he brings to the table for a team that I think has an opening. I think has an opening at the running back position to have someone make the roster. Tyler Batty's a good, is a pretty good player, ultimately. So I don't know if we have any Tyler Batty fans in the chat, but make yourselves heard if you like the Missouri guy. We were just talking about small school players. Well, the Jacksonville Jaguars just took one, and it was not Marquise Bell, but it was Gregory Jr., the cornerback out of Wachita Baptist. My corner 39, went up to the Senior Bowl after kind of getting the bump, and he struggled there. But I mean, he's he has great size, great athletic ability, big, strong, upside, pretty smooth pretty consistent coverage, and he can tackle, but I think he just mentally needs to kind of react, read routes. I think that was a bit of the problem. His arm length is a little small for me. So you like the size, you like the speed, but that's a problem. He's still learning. So I think it's a nice developmental pick by the Jaguars here in the 6th round. Take Gregory Jr. Like, is he going to swing for those fences? See what happens. Pick 197. You might as well try it. So I dig it. Rashida Baptist, Gregory Jr.
Saw that as I was coming back through.
Going
Just talked about him and feel like we were the good luck guy for Gregory Jr. there. I tell you though, he will not miss lining up against Christian Watson. I can tell you that. Those reps did not go well for Mr. Jr. down there at the Senior Bowl.
Some rough reps. We also got Tyler Batty off the board to the Ravens.
I saw that. How does that look, fantasy perspective, for Tyler Batty?
And there's an opening for him to make that roster. I mean, their top 2 running backs coming off of injury. He could make RB3, but 6th round pick, usually not a good sign. But maybe if Gus Edwards in a year is gone, maybe Tyler Batty could move up. So
Arif Hassan tweets out we're at pick 198, and there's one player still left on the consensus top 100, and that is Nevada quarterback Carson Strong.
Neither one of us had him in our top 100. I'll say that.
He did not.
So
I think we all know why that this is straight injuries, or else.
Well, let's not go. I don't know if I'm gonna go straight injuries, but that's a big part of it. I guess that contributes to his lack of movement. That is a major problem. But yeah, the knees, it can't be good if he's still here in the 6th round.
Apparently, it's pronounced Washita.
Washita Baptist. Got it. Washita Baptist.
Not like Chiquita bananas, but Washita.
Washita. Okay. I dig it.
Grant Calcaterra comes off the board here, 198 to the Philadelphia Eagles, Shane.
That's a team that, they moved Zach Ertz and really haven't had a second tight end that's worth a damn behind Dallas Goedert. So Grant Calcaterra retired from football at one point in Oklahoma, had a ton of concussions, but excellent pass catcher. I mean, great instincts, good route runner, very productive this year moving to SMU. And, he doesn't play quite as big as he is, but not a blocker, not going to block you. Medical concerns. I like this pick here. I think the upside is worth a shot. Yeah. Bam Knight. I think a lot of what Zonovan Knight did well was thanks to Ike McWanu. I think that's the issue. He's just not a super athlete for Zonovan Knight. Productive. He's a player I really liked watching. Productive as a freshman, but that's part of it. I have him down my list. Down at I don't even know. I was running back 24. So,
Carolina's pick is in at pick 199. Is this the Tom Brady pick?
This is the Tom Brady pick, 199. So Carson Strong.
Did you know that Tom Brady was a 6th round pick, Shane?
I did not. So I thought he was a 1st round pick. So good, he must have been.
It is not a quarterback.
All right, as you could expect.
But however, it is a former 5-star number 1 overall high school football player.
All right.
It is Cade Mays, offensive lineman from Tennessee. Comes off the board here at round 6, 199.
Yeah, Cade Mays was a 5-star prospect, and never quite had the athletic ability in terms of, but I think he flashed some agility. You just don't know what he's going to play. I think he might be a better guard than tackle. He just seems to have trouble getting to that edge against the kick slide well. It doesn't have the upper body strength to move guys around. Technique, his hands are all over the place, but I think the athletic upside, the tool set, there's something there worth trying out and seeing what you get.
Yeah. Like I said, you don't want to say grasping at straws here, but that's kind of what you're doing this late in the draft. You're just drafting guys that, no, there are no perfect prospects here at this point in the draft.
No, no.
It's like you're getting what that all these prospects have several warts on them. That's why they're still here in the 6th round.
Yeah, it's but like Cade Mace is the kind of player to take, right? Your offensive line coach is probably sitting there like, give me this guy who was a 5-star recruit and is a good athlete, and I'll make something of him. If you can get that technique up to snuff, sure, like try it.
Committed to Georgia, right?
I believe so.
Yeah,
And his
transfer, yeah, this a transfer from Georgia following 2019.
I think his brother's still at Tennessee. I think he's still at Tennessee. Is an intriguing prospect at center as well, coming up in a couple years.
There you go, a little nugget right there for future drafts.
Yeah, we'll see what happens to him. Hopefully, not the same thing that happened to Cade. But who knows?
Yeah, I know he'll be an older prospect next year, but I am still intrigued.
Brian, we got some college news.
College football news.
The Pitt Panthers have matched Jordan Addison's offer, and he may not be leaving after all.
What a world! What a world of college football we live in right now.
Not in the transfer portal yet, so we'll see what happens. We got free agent bidding in college while the draft is happening. This is the life. Patriots on the clock, pick 200. They did not get pick 199 in this draft.
So pick 200, the Patriots. So they were almost at the Tom Brady pick. Wow. How about that?
Matt Ariza says he's taking it personally that he was not the first punter drafted.
And he should.
And so he's going to dominate, he said.
I mean, he's not going to get many opportunities to punt probably. So should definitely take advantage when he gets them.
Yeah. You're going to have to bet 1,000 for that. Patriots on the clock. Making it happen. And once again, we're giving away the Tua Sunburst mini condition card. If you want a shot, links in the chat room. Make sure you give Next Gen a little download. If you want a early access code, let us know. Let Scott know in the chat, and we can hook you up.
Hula Bowl off the board again here for the New England Patriots.
Oh, who is it?
It is Northwest Missouri State defensive lineman Sam Roberts.
So the Patriots, man. What do they do? What are they doing? This is he's my defensive lineman 41. I bumped him up, I think, from the Hula Bowl. But like I definitely did not expect him to get drafted. I'll say that. But I guess that's what they do.
Show of hands on the draft countdown live stream of people who watched Northwestern Missouri State defensive lineman Sam Roberts.
I did. He's strong. He knocks around the offensive lineman, can get penetration, and there are some games. The game I watched, he was a terror in the backfield. But I just don't think he can make the jump to the NFL. He was missing tackles, late filling gaps. I think against the run wasn't much there, and that's Northwest Missouri State. So
I will say this about Sam Roberts: Northwest Missouri State is one of the better Division II football programs.
It is. That's fair, but it's a big old jump.
We've got a running back off the board here to the Arizona Cardinals at pick 201, Shane.
Ooh,
it is
that's
your
good.
man here. This one's all you, buddy. It is Southern Cal running back Keontae Ingram.
Ooh, I like that fit. I'll say that because Chase Edmonds now in Miami, and Keontae Ingram is is a pass catching running back. James Conner's still there. They re-signed him. But I mean, Keontae Ingram, just a wild story from Texas, drops a pass, would have beat LSU. Couldn't catch, couldn't do anything after that. Transfers to Southern Cal. I thought he had an excellent year. Great pass catcher, accelerates really fast, good footwork, can in space, can make people miss. Not super consistent, but I think he can contribute in the NFL. I have some faith there. I have to make sure I spell his name right because that first name I've seen spelled, can get wild.
169 on your board. Last note on Sam Roberts. Arif Hassan tweets, Sam Roberts ranked 555th on the consensus big board, barely made the cut to even be included. So which means probably only one person ranked him on the consensus on their big boards.
Yeah, he wasn't on mine, so that's something. Kio Ante. That doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel right either. I'm gonna have to look up. I gotta look up how to spell his name because I think I spelled differently every time. K-E. I had it right, and people just.
Is it?
No one else has it right.
Is it K-E-A Ante?
K-E-A. Yeah. No one else.
That's how we have it in the spreadsheet here. So
I feel like I've changed it like 5 times. We have the next pick. Cleveland Browns.
Pick 202.
Select Mike Woods,
wide receiver
out of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma transfer from Arkansas.
Yeah, I don't know. He wasn't super thrilling to me.
No,
he came in with a little bit of hype.
I liked him better at Arkansas than I did when he was at Oklahoma. I thought he was a decent prospect coming when he made the transfer. I thought, hey, he's about to go into Lincoln Riley's offense here. He's going to explode, and it did not work out that way.
Yeah, I mean, he's big. He knows how to use the size to his advantage. Good catch radius, but I mean, just stiff. Not much of a route runner. Athletic defensive backs were just stuck to him. I think maybe as a special teamer, maybe there's some upside there. That's who you're drafting here, so that's fair. 6th round. I can't knock anything too much. I mean, even Sam Roberts.
I'm wondering if he is in that age threshold.
That's a good question. I'm not sure what that age was.
Oh, apparently Sam Roberts was promoted up to the Shrine Game. I didn't know that.
Oh, well, look, another Shrine Game on the board.
As the Patriots have gone 4 times to the Shrine Bowl now for their picks, per Eric Galco, director of the Shrine Bowl. Well, here's a note for Sam Roberts. Blocked 5 kicks in college.
There you go. That's a good note. That is a good note. So special teams, Sam Roberts making a play. Chicago on the clock, 2:03.
Yeah. Mike Woods was a much better player at Arkansas to me than he was at Oklahoma. And I got nothing on this. This was not a good pick. 297 on your board, unranked on mine.
Yeah. I mean, I think, like I said, special teams. Like you said, he had some good film. He has good size. It's not the worst guy to plug in if you really have to, but I think it'll be more of a special teamer. So I think the Bears pick is in. I haven't seen it come across yet, but it's a running back. It's a Baylor running back, but not the one that I expected to be drafted. Treston Ebner, running back out of Baylor, goes before Abram Smith, running back out of Baylor. Treston Ebner, I think, has a little bit more of that athleticism. If you're swinging for the fences here for Chicago, he's my RB29, big athlete. Gets up to speed quick, picks up extra yardage. I think he doesn't quite live up to. And maybe you can confirm the workout numbers, but I have written down he's that doesn't quite live up to those, but more of a plotter that can, I don't know, I guess fits the Bears. Like poor man's David Montgomery, like super poor homeless David Montgomery, I think has that kind of feel.
Decent speed, 153, 10 split, 443, 40. The rest of his workout numbers were very pedestrian. 30-inch vertical, 907 broad jump, 453, 20 shuttle, 716 three cone. Tested as 4.73 RAS, which is worse than Abram Smith, but he is faster than Abram Smith. But Abram Smith tested better in every other way than Tristan Ebner.
So, maybe that speed upside and good fit for the Bears. I mean, they have Khalil Herbert there, David Montgomery. Maybe get a special teams running back. Use that.
I feel like he was a track guy, right?
Or yeah, I think so. Yeah, he was fast. I mean, that was his.
Like he was like a relay
in college. Yeah. So, interesting. Appreciate it, Omar. Appreciate that. I'm gonna give you analysis for every pick. As long as I've seen them, so far so good. Sam Roberts, I got a little scared, but I had my notes up. So
Titans pick is in at 204 as we wait for it to come through.
Yeah. What who do we got here? Do we know who?
We do not know yet.
Okay. Oh, I see it.
Uh-oh.
It's
what?
Yeah, so someone down my board here, right? Theo Jackson, cornerback out of Tennessee. A volunteer at corner 72, Brian. It's pretty low on the list, but this is a safety corner hybrid guy. Fast, has some good speed, good hitter. He flashed some ability. There's some games I said, okay, maybe this guy can cover man to man, but doesn't change direction well. The quarterbacks often passed on Alontae Taylor to throw at him and completed passes against Theo Jackson. So maybe some upside there. I don't know if you have his numbers on our list.
I do. So to get some numbers on Theo Jackson here, 154-10 split. That's a 4.4640. 37-inch vertical, 10'3" broad jump, subpar agility scores, 7.63 RAS. They announced him as a safety for what it's worth.
Which makes sense. I think that's probably best, and probably special teams. This is like Racing McMath Part 2 here.
Yeah. Texans pick is in, and it's a much better pick. It is LSU offensive tackle Austin Deculus.
Okay. Yeah, now that is a much better pick. I like Austin Deculus. I think he's
Deculus 313 on your board.
Yeah, offensive tackle 28 for me. But he's fast. He's explosive off the snap. I mean, I always liked the pop that he got off the snap. Like for the Texans, I think you have a developmental run blocking, good hand placement, good leverage. He gets shed a lot. I mean, there are a lot of plays where he gets stacked up pretty easily against long arm guys. So I think zone fit is what I had, which I think could work out for the Texans. So I dig it this late.
There you go. 8.3 RAS for him, so an 83% athlete. For Austin Deculus here, can he? Is he versatile enough to maybe play some other positions, or is he just basically a swing tackle?
Yeah, I feel like swing tackle. I just don't know if he has the compactness for guard, but it wouldn't overly surprise me. But I think that's part of the reason why he's kind of knocked down a little bit too. So probably a tackle only. But I think for the Texans, I think they continue to need that O-line depth. Getting a player in the SEC that has his experience, ridiculous, very experienced, isn't a bad thing. it isn't necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah, we're waiting on the Denver pick now as the next one to come through. Shane, when do we see another quarterback go here anytime soon?
I
Um,
Yeah, I mean, a lot depends on Carson Strong's knee, but I think after that it's seventh round
I thought
flyer.
L may have been selected before now, but once the other quarterbacks started getting pushed down into the third round area, that kind of pushed him down by
I,
default.
I like Ellaby, but I think the NFL is going to like the EJ Perrys and Skylar Thompsons and Jack Cohns a little bit more than I
Well, my
do.
God, I do love me some EJ Perry, and I want to see him get drafted today.
The Broncos pick is in, and they take another. I think it's another Shrine guy, Matt Henningsen, Wisconsin defensive lineman, at pick 206 here. Had an excellent. I don't think he was a combine invite, but had an excellent pro day, and really, you see that elite explosion that he has. My D line 20, bounce off the page, gets under the pads. I like his agility more than going forward. He doesn't close as well. Not a little passive, but I think he could be a good pro player. I like the pick here for the Broncos. He's a player I've mentioned in my pro day column, and I think we talked to the podcast after that because I was impressed.
Yeah, he was had a tremendous pro day. I'll run through those numbers really quick. 37 and a half inch vertical leap for a man that's 295 pounds, 6'3", 9 foot 11 inch broad jump, but his shuttle times were really good. 407 in the short shuttle for a man at 295 pounds is tremendous. 702 on the three cone. So tested as a 92.9% athlete. So like I said, you're sixth round. You're taking swings on guys like that.
Right. I mean, this is the type of pick you make. You have a reserve player, and I think Henningsen can be dynamic with some time and development. He's definitely an intriguing reserve player.
There's not a running back left that surprises you still on the board, right?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think Abram Smith I thought would have went off before some of these guys, but I thought sixth round is fair. Outside of that, nope. I mean, Jerry Ely, Saquandre White, Devontae Price. Yeah, I mean, these guys I thought would go sixth, seventh round. So,
wide receivers still available. I'm really surprised Bo Melton hasn't been selected yet.
The speed, the special teams ability. Yeah.
Right. I feel like he should have come off the board by now. There's a couple other productive receivers: Makai Polk, Mississippi State; Ty Freifogel from Indiana, still on the board. Then you have injury questions here with Justin Ross, Clemson, and Reggie Roberson from SMU. That's the reason that they probably haven't been selected at this point. Some other intriguing guys I think are going to come off late here in the sixth or seventh round. Ja'Cory Roberson, Wake Forest. Samori Toure, Nebraska, I think could see his name called. And a couple of Ole Miss receivers, Ontario Drummond, Braylon Sanders. And I know you're a big fan of Tanner Connor from Idaho State. Yeah. Another FCS receiver is still available. Tight end, we've talked about, it's been picked clean.
Yeah, we have the pick for the Bears.
Let's go with that.
And they are guys staying home. Doug Kramer, center from the University of Illinois, staying in Illinois with the Chicago Bears. I'll say I liked him a lot more than the NFL. There are some games he kept Kendrick Green at guard because he has some good power, some athletic tools, really quick snapper. Just kind of heavy-waisted, not a great mover in space. But I thought Doug Kramer should have gotten a combine invite, should have been a little higher on these boards. I like that pick, staying home in Illinois there to the Chicago Bears.
Sub 540 for Doug Kramer at 301 at 4.95 540, 8.47 RAS. So a good athlete there at center. So you like that, ability to maybe pull. Try to get through some of these other players that still on the board. Tight end, we've talked about, it's been pretty much picked clean at this point. Austin Allen, Jalen Weidermeyer are the only players I have left in my top 200 still available. Offensive tackles, Rasheed Walker. The tape was bad this year, Shane.
It was not great.
The tape was bad.
Like upside.
The tape was good, however, for Obina Easy from TCU, but his athleticism is, how do you say, subpar.
Yeah.
Same with Myron Cunningham from Arkansas, which is why you still see those guys on the board. Thayer Munford, you're a Buckeye guy. Why is Thayer Munford, who was highly thought of in this process several different times?
Yeah, I mean, it was a rough year. He played guard. They had to kick him outside of tackle. Not a good athlete. We do have the Steelers pick at pick 208, and I like it a lot because his brother's on the team. It's Connor Hayward, the tight end from Michigan State, fullback, tight end, H-back. My tight end 15. I mean, H-back. He's played running back. He's played fullback. He's played tight end. Good pass catcher. Had some good catches in that bowl game against Pitt. Tough player, runs through contact, and Cam Hayward, Pro Bowler, brother on the team. It's not a bad way to get some intel.
So that was 208.
Yes, that was pick 208.
Yeah, he did decent at Senior Bowl. I don't know how much. Does Pittsburgh use a fullback? Nobody uses a fullback anymore. What am I
They
saying?
had Derek Watt, another brother at fullback there in the past. So not too much, but every once in a while. But they need a number 3 or number 2 tight end, and maybe Hayward can plug in there.
So there you go.
I like that. Lots of weapons for Kenny Pickett. I'll say
that. Buffalo on the clock now. Try to get through these edge rushers really quick. Isaiah Thomas still on the board. Jeremiah Moon, another one of those tweener guys. Same with Jesse Lakita, Penn State. Christopher Allen from Alabama, I think, if not for injuries, would have been drafted much higher here. Some interior defensive line. Chris Hinton. Christopher Hinton from Michigan still on the board. Haskell Garrett still on the board as well. Linebackers, Mike Rose still out there. Yeah. JoJo Doman. Chance Campbell from Mississippi.
We have the next pick. So it's the Buffalo Bills, and they take Luke Tenuta, offensive lineman from Virginia Tech.
He's big, right? He's
Yeah, I mean he's a big dude. We had him an offensive tackle on this, but 6'8", 319. I mean, tall, agile, good on his feet. I thought there were some games where I was like, oh, this guy could be a top 100 pick, and there were some games that this guy doesn't cut it. He just plays really high cut, and those smaller, more consistent defensive linemen can get under him. But I thought his hand placement was good. I'd kind of like him inside a guard myself.
Pittsburgh announces Hayward as a fullback.
There you go.
But Luke Tenuta, pick 209, offensive tackle. So this is weird. You talk about strange body types. We see this all the time in scouting, watching these players. Tenuta's 6'8", 32 and 7/8 inch arms.
Yeah.
Does not seem to go there, right?
Kind of a weird body type.
New England back on the board here at pick 210. So who knows? Who knows what direction this is going to go?
Yeah, look, this is where I'm like, all right, be on my list here. So, but that's good. So the Steelers now have 2 Watts, 2 Edmonds, and 2 Haywards on the team.
There you go.
So brotherly love out here. And the Falcons drafted a pair of first cousins in this draft as well. So we're getting some love there. I think it was D'Angelo Malone and maybe Dustin Schaefer were the cousins.
Waiting on New England's pick.
Let's see if you want the 2 Sunburst card. Where are we at? We're getting down. Last pick of the non-comp pick of the 6th round, so you can enter the giveaway. We'll give them away at the End of the night, right after Mr. Irrelevant, pretty quickly. I think I'll be ready to get out of here and try to post some priority free agents, perhaps.
There you go. Because that's happening right now, right?
Not
Teams are
yet.
no,
Yeah,
no,
I
no.
mean,
Teams are calling agents,
oh, sure, sure. Like, hey, start do that negotiating a little bit.
especially if you're New Orleans right now, right? You have no more picks. You're working the phones. New England's pick is in. Hasn't come. It is Chasen Hines,
Ooh, that's a good pick.
guard from LSU. So, like I
That's
said, New England's been all over the place.
yeah. I mean, that's a good pick. I thought Chase Nines had a good season this year. Really mobile, good mirror. I thought he did well against some of the more athletic defensive linemen in the SEC. He's not overwhelming. He's not super strong. He gets pushed around, but good feet, a good pulling guard. I don't know. I like him.
Incomplete athletic testing, but what he did do was good enough for a 9.38 RAS. And late addition to the Senior Bowl, came in with 1 day of practice and played the game, held his own on that last indoor practice day. So decent job, Chasen Hines. Yeah, I like the pick here. Good addition here. Good depth piece for New England on that offensive front. Now the Rams back. The Rams are back to back here.
Rams with picks.
Rams have picks. They have two of them.
Yeah, two comp picks, right? They're gonna have a third one in this comp selections. So so we might have a little bit of time, I guess, to see if these come through. Maybe sometimes they come quick. It's been a wild day.
Yeah, they haven't turned a card in here for the first one. The clock is actually on the screen right now on television. So
They're trying to give it away, you know.
yeah, no doubt about it. They're trying to trade this pick for
For someone out there.
a number two long snapper or something. They're trying to unload these picks because they don't want them.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh man, it's fun. Day three's fun. I can enjoy it.
Uh, Cam Hayward tweets out, "I guess I got a roommate."
Yeah, I guess that's true. You know, at least for now. So, um, but a lot of these teams are attacking a big need. You know, the Bears drafted 3 offensive linemen. I mean, I think a lot of teams are attacking some of the big needs they feel like are on their team and address it with multiple picks. It seems to be the way a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah, I mean, if you've got the picks, I mean that, especially on this day three, if you've got these picks, just draft two or three of the same spots, and then if one of them hits, great. No loss if one of them doesn't, right?
Right. And then that way, you're kind of hedging your bets a little bit, having competition. It can be motivating. I dig it. So, I mean, I don't mind that approach. I know sometimes, like, I want to fill all these needs, but sometimes you just got to attack one thing, get it right, and, address things elsewhere, like your Bengals in the secondary. Just
Yep.
hit what you need pretty hard and fix it. At least one of those guys should hit. It's playing the odds a little bit.
The Rams pick is in. We're still waiting to see.
Yeah, with the two in the row, maybe they're took a little extra time than usual. Yeah, but that's fine. The Broncos have had 2 walk-ons. They've drafted Greg Dulcich and Matt Henningsen. So, never know.
PFF tweets out about Theo Jackson, who we talked about earlier. Most PBUs out of the slot this year amongst corners. Theo Jackson with 10.
That's what happens when they throw at you 10 times a game.
The Rams pick is in, and is
Yeah.
a it's a
Ah.
it's a good one. It's a
Yeah.
what do you, it's a what is that word with the frats and everything where they say legacy, a
Uh.
Steelers legacy pick here.
Yeah.
Uh, Son of Carnell Lake, it's Quentin Lake going here to the Rams.
Yeah. I told my Carnell Lake story yesterday. I'm a big fan. I mean, I thought Quentin Lake, he's an in the box tackler, special teamer. But I mean, I thought he gets through traffic really well. He doesn't get cleanly blocked much. Smart. I don't want a man covering my receiver ever, But I think there's some fit here. Probably more special teamer for the Rams here. I like the pick a lot.
As a safety last year, he led UCLA in both pass breakups and interceptions.
Yeah, and that's I don't even think that's his game. So I mean that's impressive. I don't even think that's what he does best. You know, I mean he's got some size to him. Do you know when his dad worked out at the combine? His dad was a 10 Raz. Isn't anymore, obviously, not very close anymore, but he was at the time.
Interesting here. Out of the Bengals and Tyson Anderson, going back to that, it appears the Bengals are drafting him to play linebacker.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. How do you feel about that?
I don't mind it. There was talk of that he was going to play linebacker at the Senior Bowl.
Right.
Sterling Weatherford did. Tyson Anderson did not. So I'm not saying he didn't take some reps. I'd have to go back and look, but that is interesting, and like I said, he's going to be a special teams player for sure. I like the pick, and if you can get versatile players, there you go.
Yeah, I mean that versatility is going to help you because you have a linebacker that can cover versus a safety that's better, better in the box. So I think that can work out. And things don't, you can kind of move things around. It's not a horrible deal. So
waiting on the Rams' second pick to come through.
Yeah, come on, Rams. Make it happen. Yeah, we got a lot of double picks in the 6th and 7th round, which is, not good for the rapid fire approach here as we're over the 5.5 hour mark of our stream today.
Yes, we are. 5 hours and 31 minutes. Carlos and Khalil Davis also on the Steelers roster, apparently, as brothers.
All right.
4 sets of brothers now on the Steelers roster.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Look, there's brotherly love all around. Let's say that's Philly. I mean, Pittsburgh on the other side of the state can be the city of brotherly love sometimes too.
Absolutely.
Oh man, that'll get Connor Hayward pick's going to get a lot of pub here for sure. So
the pick is in.
Yeah.
And, it is Georgia corner Darian Kendrick. There is a reason he is available here at pick 212 and wasn't picked yesterday.
There is. What is that reason, Brian?
He tested as a 14% athlete.
Yeah.
Between at his combine and pro day. That's why he's here in the 6th round. But if he can play above that, if somehow, let's just hypothetically say that was a bad day, and you can get something out of him, you could get a corner with starting level ability here in the 6th round. But you can't get over a 4.75 40 from the cornerback position, right? I mean, that's why you didn't get drafted yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, then former receiver for Clemson moved to corner there, and then you kind of back up with he has good size, he has good ball skills, but I mean the speed, like I don't know. He doesn't change direction. I thought he was the easiest corner to pick on there at Georgia. Not a good tackler. It was just a weird year for
Mm-hmm.
that. So I don't know.
I honestly didn't expect him to get drafted coming off of that.
Yeah, I still had him as corner 22. I still had maybe some hope because he has, with safety help, there's a little bit there. Back to back Georgia players here. The Atlanta Falcons going to take another Georgia player, another home state player, John Fitzpatrick, tight end out of Georgia. My tight end 24, and he's wasn't super productive. I mean, this is a blocker through and through. They use him in the red zone a little bit, but I mean, he's kind of the number 2, number 3 tight end for Georgia. So not a dynamic athlete, but number 2 tight end, can block, red zone, productive leader, that kind of deal.
6 catches for 83 yards.
Yeah.
This year.
So that's what he's going to come in to do. He's going to come in to block for you, and he's good at that. There's some rumblings that he might get drafted based on that blocking ability. I think the run game, get Tyler Algier behind John Fitzpatrick. Let's see what happens.
38 career games, 10 catches.
Yeah,
at Georgia.
So I don't know.
Not something I really value.
I know, but something on the football field. If you're going to have a second tight end out there, they better be able to block for you. Kyle Pitts, not his game.
Not gonna block.
So John Fitzpatrick, gonna come in and block.
Chargers back on the clock again here.
There you go. Where are we at? We're at pick 214 for the Chargers. Ultimately,
the pick is in.
If we get it pretty quick here, I'll give it. Let me tweet this out. Tweet out the stream again.
There you go. Always good. The hardcores are still here, Shane. 36 minutes into the stream.
Hanging out, listening in the background, making it happen. So much appreciated to those people that are still hanging out.
8 picks to go here. We have the pick for the Chargers. It is Wake Forest cornerback Jasir Taylor.
Interesting. Jasir Taylor, definitely a slot corner. Very kind of smooth athlete. I like his back pedal. Just not a ton of upside. Not much of a tackler, not a physical player. I guess developmental. If you have kind of the speed and the smoothness, but didn't really play like an NFL player to me. I didn't see that. Corner 57 for me for the Chargers here.
But the good thing here is, Shane, through 214 picks, there hasn't been a player drafted that you didn't watch.
I did. I'm going to assume you did not watch Jasir Taylor, but did he play at anywhere? Any All-Star game?
He was a Shrine game guy.
Oh, okay.
Decent speed, 1.54-10 split, a 4.47 40, 37-inch vertical. Did you fill out the form all 3 days?
Yeah, Dwayne, I've not seen you on the form the first 2 days.
Oh, then
it's going to be a little tricky. I don't think you're going to get it.
Good pick here for the Cardinals at pick 215. Good value here. Lacita Smith, guard from Virginia Tech, comes off the board at pick 215.
Yeah, I like that. He's my guard 13. Another Virginia Tech offensive lineman. I mean, good technique. Just a real technician. Great with his hands. Guys that are raw that just even are good athletes. I thought Lacita Smith handled them pretty well, all things considered. A little small, not super explosive. I don't think he overwhelms anyone. I don't watch him like, yes, great, but
Shane, we have a record to announce with John Fitzpatrick's selection.
Oh, nice.
In the 7-round format of the NFL draft, Georgia has now set the record for most players drafted in the 7-round format with 15. They have passed the 14 of Ohio State and LSU. So the 2022 NFL draft for the Georgia Bulldogs has set the record.
The greatest ever. That's wild.
A round to go.
When you're getting your like third string tight end drafted,
Yeah.
It helps. Yeah, we still got a round to go, and we still.
That has me curious. Is there anybody else left on the board for Georgia? There's one player listed on our board here, and he's not getting drafted for reasons we will not go into.
Oh, gotcha. Well, yeah. Yeah, he's not getting drafted. So that should be it.
Yeah, that should be it for Georgia here. But yeah, 15. And if that guy does get drafted, we'll talk about it then. But I don't see it happening.
Right. That's the case. So, but good for them. Good for them. I dig it. So where are we at on the clock here? We are
at the Indianapolis Colts. So who is available with a +9 RAS?
Yeah,
let's the Colts here.
Do the little sort by RAS, and you might get your answer there.
Let's sort by RAS here, and so that would also require me to filter. The best RAS available here is Isaiah Weston, 999 for Northern Iowa. We also have Kevin Austin, Tristan McCollum, Derek Young, a lot of wide receivers, high RAS, and then of course the kid from Germany.
Yeah, we got a high RAS guy, I think.
Who is it?
It's the Cincinnati Bearcats, Curtis Brooks,
the
defensive lineman. Very athletic defensive line. What's his RAS at? If you can pull it up.
I'll get that for you in just a second.
Just interrupt me, but athletic, good mover, big upside, pretty strong. I think he plays super high, really raw. But they basically like pin your ears back and go. I mean, just that's what they let him do. So if you can really hone him in, I think there's big upside, big downside. 6th-round pick, maybe not that big of a downside. But I like Curtis Brooks. I think there's some games and you watch him and you're like, oh, he's getting past some impressive linemen and getting to the quarterback or making running backs change their gaps. It's really interesting. So I know his workouts were pretty darn good.
You're correct in that line of thinking, as Curtis Brooks has a 949 RAS.
Staying 90 percentile.
6'2", 273, 4'9", guy, 4'4", shuttle, 7'4", cone for a guy, 273, 6'2", and flashed, big flash plays for Brooks. I actually moved him up on my board based off some late viewing of him. But so this is another athlete here for the Colts, and
every single player over 90 percentile,
over at a 91 RAS. So it's crazy.
Yeah, that's consistency, and that's what you got. In the NFL, if you're going to take those shots, take the athletic guys, man.
So next year, this time when you're doing your 7-round mocks.
Yeah, look, I put it on. I made a little notes page for next year.
The Detroit Lions have made a selection, and it will be the first player for Deion Sanders as a head coach to be drafted.
Oh, nice.
It is Jackson State edge rusher James Houston. Comes off the board here at 217 for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I know there's some people that are pretty high on James Houston. I wasn't one of them. I had him as edge 43. I thought, you know, I think it was a good sideline to sideline athlete. I like the lateral mobility. Reading plays was good change of direction, long arms. But I really thought when he got blocked, even at the HBCU level, it was pretty. He did not do well. He does not stack and shed well. I would rather have him be a stand-up linebacker and see what you can do, because engaging, not his strength. So I'll be interested to see if he's a special teamer. I think would probably be his best spot.
Yeah, I think you're probably right there. He flashed in the one game that I watched at Jackson State, but not enough for me to really worry with. I didn't have him ranked as well on my board, but he was a Shrine Game participant. Joe Piazza says Georgia may get another 5 guys. I don't know who that would be.
I think we're capped out.
Yeah.
Finally, after John Fitzpatrick. So
Tampa Bay, then Tennessee on the clock coming up here. As we're closing out the 7th round here, Shane. Only 4 picks to go. San Francisco back-to-back picks to close out the 7th here. We got another card for the 7th round, or are we just kind of closing things up?
We have one more, but we're gonna do a little contest, which I don't know how many viewers we'll have left, so we'll see. But for
Okay.
Mr. Relevant, get the position right for Mr. Relevant. So
I like it.
So we'll see what happens.
So when the 7th round starts, we'll pose the question, and whoever's left in the chat, you leave your guess here in the chat. What position will be Mr. Irrelevant will be, and then whoever gets it right will win the card.
Yeah, and then if you if you can, I don't know, DM me on Twitter, maybe I'll adjust the form a little bit. You can fill out the form with your address and stuff, because you'll need to do that to win. But yeah, that's the play.
We have a trade.
The
Buccaneers traded up to this pick.
Yeah, traded up.
The Rams had this pick. The Rams actually wanted picks here. They traded this pick for 2 7th round picks, 235 and 261. Tampa Bay gives up 218. So Tampa coming up to get a guy.
Yeah, interested to see who that's going to be. So I don't know. The Rams, they're moving up. They had too many picks. They had to get some more. Keep it moving. So we'll see who the Buccaneers moved up to get. I have not.
The pick is in, and Kane Fossil is on the board, or Fassel. Is that who he is?
Yeah, Fassel.
He's on the board. His guy that he talked about
on our show
comes off the board here in the 6th round, and this is a blocking tight end again, right?
I think it's a fullback. I've heard fullback for Coach Keefe, the tight end out of Minnesota. But yeah, H-back type blocker. Get a lot of blocking tight ends, fullbacks here, Brian.
So Tampa gives up 2 picks to come up to draft a fullback.
Yeah, Kokeft is them seals the edge.
He's not built like any fullback I've ever seen. I will say that.
Yeah, I mean maybe they'll play him at tight end.
6'4", 259, 33-inch arms. Not an athlete.
No.
We'll say that. We'll be nice and say that he is not an athlete.
But one of the better tight end blockers in the draft, along with Fitzpatrick there. So those guys are going. It's 6th round. You can do something really well. We have the next pick, Tennessee Titans. It's like Chance Campbell, linebacker out of Mississippi. Good range linebacker who could track down runners. I mean, I thought he was pretty solid in coverage at times. So not physical, not a tackler. Sometimes he'll go for that big hit, put his head down. Traffic is not his friend. There's a lot of development, but some upside there with Chance Campbell.
So Cole Kieft, not an athlete. Chance Campbell is an athlete.
Is an athlete.
96.9 RAS, 9.69 RAS, I should say, or what? Close enough. Anyway, Chance Campbell,
high RAS,
high RAS, decent player. Special teams is what you're drafting with that guy early on.
There you go, Joe. Joe's all about them Georgia players. The depth getting drafted.
Our good buddy, friend of the show, and creator of Raz, Kent Lee Platt, tweets out Eric Johnson being the quote-unquote worst athlete the Colts have drafted so far is one of the funniest things about this draft.
yeah. He's going to walk into that rookie symposium, man. You're gonna have athlete upon athlete at rookie camp. So, Buccaneers, they want that blocking tight end, multiple picks.
So the NFL Network has gone to probably the best part of their coverage on day 3, if we're going to be honest. They've gone to the Stump the Truck portion of the show.
Can I enter? Is it just hashtag Stump the Truck?
Truck.
Let's find someone. Let's get. Let me get deep down and dirty. Let's go to corner. Let's go. What do we want? Jordan Perry, Lindenwood.
There you go.
Think that'd be a good one.
They've got one here. Who are we watching here? Fatu Saki or the. I can't pronounce his name.
Okay, well, we'll never know. Never know. I'm not watching it, so I don't know. I don't know what position.
Corey Beatty, corner from Harding.
Ooh, I don't know if Do they have that?
They do. No, they do not.
They do not. Okay, I was like, he's not on my list, so.
Oh, they do. They found it.
Oh, I do not watch him, so he hopefully he doesn't get drafted, I guess.
Well, NFL Network ahead of us.
Yeah. Well, surprising. I think they have. Couple more people working on putting this together.
The resources are there. Has San Francisco made a pick yet?
I've not seen one because they have the double pick. The double pick here for San Francisco, so might be a little bit more time. I don't know. Gotta stump that truck.
So Charles Davis is going with Andrew Rupcich from Culver Stockton. The guy was at the combine. They're going to have film of him, right?
Yes, they're going to have film of him. Come on. Zerline's got to go a little deeper than that. If you actually want to, at least don't have a guy at the combine.
Right.
I mean, All-Star game, maybe, but.
And their first highlight of him is running the 40 in vertical at the combine.
Yeah.
Guys.
Oh, boo. Actually, try to stump him, please. I like Andrew Rupcich, so I hope he gets drafted. So, any word on these picks?
No, not a
itching.
A 49ers pick is in.
All right. Well, at least we have that.
They have got somebody named Trevor Hoffman, not the closer from the Padres, but not in the truck.
I don't know who that is. So I feel like I should just make up names.
Sure.
You have any just big board best player available for Zach here? We can pull up after this pick or now, I guess, as we wait.
Yes.
Looking for BPA.
Looking at your big board here, BPA seems you've cleared your top 100 now, Shane.
That's good.
Castro Fields, 112 corner. Kalia Davis, defensive lineman from UCF, is the pick here for the 49ers.
Oh, nice.
20.
There you go. Yeah, I mean,
UCF player off the board today. The program has fallen a bit over the last couple this past year.
yeah, I mean, I think Clea Davis, he makes the offensive lineman work. I mean, he's going to outwork you, and I think for the 49ers, it's a good fit as someone who has good range, can fill gaps well, pretty wild hands. He'll pull, grab. Not really a penetrator, but it's a nice developmental nose. Defensive lineman there. So
So one, and now your best player is off the board.
there
Tariq
you go.
Fields goes here 221 to the San Francisco 49ers.
I don't know. I think it's a steal. I don't know why people don't like him as much. I mean, he has size and speed. He's a good athlete for his size. He plays low cut, plays low to the ground. Tariq Castro Fields can play safety, can play corner. I like his hips. He's not. He can bite on the double move. There's some bad film of him getting beat. I'm not going to press anybody, but I still think he's a good athlete with as much upside as some of these upside swings. So I like him.
Trying to see who my best available player is. 116 is the highest I see on my board. Trying to confirm that.
Yeah, who's that?
That is Mike Rose.
Mike Rose. Yeah, I like Mike Rose a lot too.
127 on my board.
Iowa State.
Yeah, so those are my two highest players.
Yeah, I mean Rasheed Walker's still out there from Penn State, so he's in my top 100.
He was sorry, he was 104 on my board. I overlooked him.
Yeah, he's still out there. I know sometimes you're like, I think this guy went like just your eyes are like, oh, but then no. Like
that is the only player from your top 100 that's still available is Rasheed Walker.
Yeah,
I have cleared my top 100.
Nice. So, Marquise Hayes from Oklahoma.
First pick of the 7th round is in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville. We're in the 7th here. So if you want to pop your guesses for the Mr. Irrelevant position, if anyone gets it, you'll get this Sean Shivers signed card, and you can pop your address into the form here. Or I can ask you later.
Another SEC corner coming off the board. This one from the University of Arkansas, Monteric Brown. Coming off the board here.
To the Jaguars here.
222 to the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, he was my corner 41. Like he's tall. Had some solid coverage. I thought a smart player. He plays sound, but just not a great athlete. I think against athletic receivers in the NFL, he's going to struggle. He gets beat off the line, even with the jam, and he's not a great tackler. So like this tall guy, not a great tackler or athlete. I was like, I just can't buy it. I don't know what his RAS score was, but I don't think it was very good. Ultimately,
Nick's guess is in, going with the linebacker.
Linebacker, I like that. So Nick, if no one else guesses, Nick gets this. So hopefully, some other people in the chat will guess the position for Mr. Irrelevant. Win the Sean Shivers signed card. And if you want to fill out the form with your address, or I'll try to find you afterwards if I know you. And Nick. So linebacker's gone, so you can't pick linebacker.
Yep.
Plenty
of other positions though.
Yep. First come, first serve.
Cleveland on the clock.
223. Wide receiver for Joe. He picked a player. He picked Tay Martin.
Well, even if it's not Tay Martin, if it's just any old wide receiver,
Joe's in.
You're in at wide receiver.
And
Zach here, offensive tackle.
I said if you want to, so pick that position for Mr. Irrelevant. Anyone else here? and linebacker, receiver, O tackle off the board.
So Shane, if it is a position other than what somebody guessed, do we go to the wheel?
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. We'll see where we end up. Maybe we'll make some compromises at the end. We'll see how many people enter. Maybe I'll toss in some extra positions if we get toward the end.
Browns have made a pick here.
Good pick.
And it is edge rusher Isaiah Thomas from Oklahoma.
Yeah, I mean, I really like.
So they have double dipped here on the Oklahoma defensive line.
Yeah. I mean,
their third player from Oklahoma they've selected.
Which can fit. Oklahoma usually produces those early declares, those younger guys. I don't think Isaiah Thomas has a ton of upside, but good size, pretty physical, stays balanced through contact. I think his leg drive's good. He can shed, but he's just not super quick or athletic, slow going around the outside, not a plus pass rusher. Yeah, I kind of like him more as a D lineman. Interesting to see the fit for the Browns.
Scott's selecting EJ Perry.
All right. Scott can get quarterback. I'll send this right back to him. The Cleveland Sooners.
The Washington Crimson Tide, the Cleveland Sooners.
The Pittsburgh family affair, So that's a good pick. I mean, I thought Isaiah Thomas could go early day 3.
138 on my board, Isaiah Thomas, and 186 on your board.
Yeah, so fair. I think it's a fair.
Miami on the clock. They haven't picked many players.
They have not picked many players here.
They have picked another player here, though. And for the first time, we go to the University of California.
Oh, Cal.
And it is Cameron Good, linebacker. And he tested very well, Shane.
Yeah, man. I mean, he's big. He's tall. Good range, good pass rusher, can stunt, explosive. But I think he's more athlete than football player. I mean, he's just not a good tackler. He gets run over. He's running around, looks good in shorts, when no one's around him. But.
Is it the looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane?
Yeah, I don't know if we could use that anymore, but
we can't. Okay, sorry.
But yeah, that's the old adage there. So for the Dolphins, I think special teams, that's where he's going to make his hay in the NFL. And that's where you take it the 7th round.
Pick 224 there, Miami. 9.41 RAS for him. 39 inch vertical. 6'9" on the 3-cone. So that's good for a 237-pound linebacker.
Yeah, and that's really solid numbers. Get the Dallas Troublemakers, Zach's favorite team here.
Yeah. Glad somebody's taking up that mantle.
Yeah, right. So someone's got to do it for the Bengals. That was a stretch for you guys at a portion.
The Steelers have made a selection.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It's a player
at his school because I don't know where he's from.
Mississippi. Mark Robinson from Mississippi. A player they brought in for a visit. The Steelers don't make any bones about who they're going to take. I had an article up 24/7. He was the only one. I should have put Connor Hayward. That was stupid, but he was on my list. Mark Robinson from Mississippi, linebacker, undersized, really agile, sideline to sideline, good athlete, a good tackler. He has good tackle technique. He wraps up, but not super explosive through his hips. He gets run out of plays. He's not super strong. I think there's some upside here, but I think special teams is where he'll play for the Steelers.
I did not have him on our sheet.
What? No way. I missed adding that.
Hold on. Maybe he was on the second tab.
Maybe.
He was not.
He's not. Oh, no. The sheet fell. We didn't check the visits. We should have checked the visits against the sheet.
Yeah. So we've gone.
Next year.
We have
Check the
gone
visits.
off the reservation for the first time.
I still watch them though, so I get that.
There you go. So,
So
so we'll
next
call
year,
that bookkeeping oversight on my part, I guess.
yeah. So we'll know it's something to add next year. We'll check the visits and make sure all those guys are on the sheet.
So I will go back and add all his data into the sheet uh, later.
Yeah, that's fine. Pierce trying to give Jalen White the negative Raz. Once again, if you haven't put what position you think Mr. Relevant will be in the chat, if you get it, you win a signed card of Sean Shivers, running back, college football. We have linebacker, receiver, offensive tackle, quarterback taken. So feel free to pick another one. Just put it in the chat room. And yeah, hopefully we get some hits here.
So I've added him to the sheet now, and I will go back in and fill in his data points.
There you go. It counts. He's on the sheet now. I think it counts.
I guess here Dwayne is going with safety.
All right. I like it. I like that.
Pierce, your second slate. You're gonna have to
just missed it.
Just missed safety. Pierce, give us another one. For those scoring at home, the positions available for selection are running back, tight end, guard, center, edge rusher, defensive lineman, and corner, as well as kicker and punter
and
snapper
and long snapper, baby. Yeah. You all right? So Pierce takes guard here.
I'll tell you what, Pierce. We'll go interior offensive line. We'll even include center in your guess.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair. All right, the Bears.
Ja'Tyre Carter has come on.
That's
the
a good
guard
pick.
From Southern.
Yeah, guard from Southern. I really like Ja'Tyre Carter here. I'm a fan of what he brings to the table. He's definitely a decent athlete. Played pretty sound at Southern. Good hustle off the snap, good hand usage, absolutely dominant. I think you could even play some offensive tackle. Technique needs honed in. He plays wild. Not a dominant run guy, so that's the case. So let me Bears.
Scott asked, "Who's a player still on the board that people thought might be a first rounder a year ago at this time?" And actually, we can give you two of those. Jalen Watermeyer, the tight end from Texas A&M, probably the biggest glowing example.
Yeah, that's definitely Watermeyer for me.
Rasheed Walker, I guess.
I liked him coming into the season.
The elite tight end is off the board, Shane.
Oh, Nick Muse.
Nick Muse, 227 to the Minnesota Vikings, and the third South Carolina Gamecock to come off the board here.
Did you think he would get drafted tonight?
Nick Muse?
Yeah.
No.
All right. I'll say Carson Strong. A lot of people in the first round as well.
Yeah, that's definitely another one for sure. So
Nick Muse drafted to the Vikings. That's interesting because they just took a blocking tight end, but Muse, good athlete, functional strength, good wiggle. I mean, some medical concerns. You could probably speak better than I could, but
drops a lot of passes that he shouldn't, in my opinion. Tested a lot better than I thought he would. I'll say that, and has dealt with a myriad of injuries in his career. But Josh Jobe, we will allow Josh Jobe as a player who fallen out of favor.
Okay. I gotta get the Packers are on the clock here. I think I know who they took, but I got to confirm. Been some miss people putting picks to the wrong teams here. So
Um, is it Tariq Carpenter? Is what I'm seeing here as the pick to the Packers.
Packers, yeah. So Tariq Carpenter to the Packers. Um,
Safety, probably going to play linebacker here. They're announcing him as a safety. We have him listed a linebacker. He played linebacker at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah, I think I put him over in safety in my rankings. Let me see if
Good
I can
athlete.
pull him up. Yeah, I mean, linebacker, safety hybrid, safety 18, good size and speed, good tackler, good awareness.
Yeah. So I mean, this has become in vogue here recently. The safety linebacker hybrid players.
And we have a pick for the Seahawks.
Seahawks pick is in. Who is it?
Bo Melton, wide receiver from Rutgers.
I'm not used to the Seahawks making good picks. I don't know how to handle this.
Yeah, I'm a good special teams player for Bo
Right.
Melton. I really thought he would have come off the board by now because he has that speed. The Seahawks, after their top two receivers, there's not a ton in the cupboard there. So I like that. Plus a great special teamer. I dig it. Great pick here. I mean, he can do some damage after the catch too. I mean, he made some big plays.
Yeah, he looked good at the Senior Bowl. That's why I said at special teams he was the best gunner during the Senior Bowl game. He was consistently down the field. Has some return ability as well. So we'll see how he ends up there. But Tariq Carpenter was at the Hula Bowl, got called up to the Senior Bowl late. So Hula Bowl going to get credit for another one there, Shane.
Hula Bowl, making it happen. I like it. There you go, Joe. Like Nick Muse. We had a little flurry of picks there. Commanders 2:30 on the clock.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I didn't expect Nick Muse to be drafted. I had him ranked 290 on my board, so at least he was there.
Yeah,
like I said, tested a lot better than I expected. He transferred from William and Mary to South Carolina, and his brother is, I assume his brother still plays for the Raiders, Tanner Muse.
Oh yeah. I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He was drafted by the Raiders.
Mike Mayock drafted him very early.
Yes, he did. Mike Mayock.
Yeah, I love that Bo Melton pick. That's a good. He's going to make that team for the Seahawks.
I think so too.
Yeah, and I think Carpenter for special teams as well, developmental guy, like some good picks. You got to take the guys, like you mentioned before, that you don't want to fight for priority free agency here. So,
University of South Carolina 3, University of Texas 0.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's next year. Texas going to try to come back with a vengeance, hopefully. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. South Carolina's got some players next year too.
Have they outdrafted Clemson?
Clemson. Maybe.
I may look that up.
Yeah, so the Washington Commanders, a really good pick.
Who we got here?
Chris Paul, offensive lineman from Tulsa. Versatile, inside-out player. I think we had him a tackle, offensive tackle 17, but can play guard. Good athlete, good balance. Keep defenders in the box. I like his bend. He's just not like super aggressive. Try to do, he's not over aggressive. He's not very strong. Plays pretty high. I think it's some technique cleanup of some bad plays out there. but I like the upside that he brings to the table. Had some good workouts too.
So there you go. Tanner Muse no longer plays for the Raiders. He now plays for Seattle. So there you go.
So there you go. Thanks, Joe. Still in the NFL though, and draft day 2, I think. Buffalo Bills on the clock at 2:31 here. Once again, if you want to put the position in the chat for Mr. Relevant, we'll tell you.
South Carolina has had 3 times as many players drafted than Clemson.
Only one.
One Clemson player, Andrew Booth.
Andrew Booth. Wow. Maybe we see Justin Ross come off the board.
Mario Goodrich potentially.
Maybe
outside shot at Balin Spector.
James Skalski.
Sure.
If James Skalski gets drafted, I'm gonna. But yeah, no. So we'll see. We'll see if South Carolina can win the arms race against Clemson.
If only they could win the arms race on the football field, I'd feel a lot better.
That would help.
It would help my psyche immensely. Buffalo. Well, there you go. A Clemson player off the board to Buffalo. It is the aforementioned linebacker Balin Spector.
You jinxed it right there. You just asked for
cocky.
it.
I got cocky, and
whoops.
So,
yeah. Good athlete, Balin Spector. Tracks down the running back really well, closes quick. I thought there were some good pass coverage reps from him throughout the season, but he's not a great tackler. He's not. You don't watch him and you're like, oh, great, probably special teams player for the Bills here.
Yeah,
that's my analysis. I don't know if you agree with your Clemson knowledge.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, he's a fine player. Played at the Shrine Bowl. Like you said, tremendous. Tested really well. Great shuttle runs there. 4.18 at 233 on the 20-yard short shuttle there. 6.91 3-cone. So good athlete there at Clemson.
Yeah, the Broncos with a pick I like here, 232.
232.
Fayon Hicks, cornerback out of Wisconsin. Who, if I remember correctly, tested really well because he's a good athlete with some good coverage ability and some good film. I mean, he's small. He's a nickel special teams guy. He's not going to jam you, but for a small corner, I thought he had some impressive film. So I like it.
His initial testing scores that were reported were really good. It kind of came down a little bit, but he's a 4.49 guy at 5'10", 185. 37.5-inch vertical, 4.21 short shuttle, 6.9 3-cone. But the initial reported numbers were much better than that.
Yeah, right. I think he plays pretty quick, but yeah, just small. It's like, well, what are you really gonna do there? So but I like a shot at him in the 7th. I thought he was pretty sticky in coverage. I mean, he's usually in position to break up a pass, make a play at times. So I feel good. On that end. Let's keep running through the 7th round. I'm ready. Ready to keep it going.
Seattle back on the clock again here at pick 233.
233. All right. Moving fast here. We'll see, man. Maybe, the Seahawks are a team that can go off the board. Yeah, Zach, a Texas fan himself, one Longhorn. I'm assuming Josh Williams, probably the one.
Yeah, not a whole lot.
Unless I'm missing someone, Zach can tell me.
We have on our board here for Texas. I mean, as far as athletes go, Brendan Schooler, Dicker, the kicker.
Yeah, Cameron. I guess Cameron Dicker's probably the one that But again, that's probably Zach's talking about.
Yeah, I personally not a fan of Josh Thompson, their corner.
Josh
Uh,
Thompson. Yeah, sorry, I misspoke before.
yeah, he's of all the corners that were at the Senior Bowl, he was certainly one of them. I'll say that.
Not good. Yeah, we gotta get Dicker the kicker drafted.
But Thompson did test well.
He did. So maybe they could get two. Yeah, Kevin Austin, the Golden Domer, great workouts, falling down the board here.
Seattle's pick is in, and it is a athlete at wide receiver, sir. And it is Division II, Lenore Ryan, wide receiver, Derek Young.
Ooh, one of my favorites. I didn't think he'd get drafted. I'm really happy about that. My wide receiver 41. I mean, big, fast, long speed, big strider. Love him on 9 routes. Derek Young can, in the short game, I think he struggles with kind of getting up to speed and changing his acceleration. Route running, just very raw player. But, Seahawks just taking a swing, right?
Oh, for sure. 99% athlete here, 4.44 speed, 6'2", 223, 32-inch arms, 10-inch hands for Young here, 37-inch vertical, 11-foot 3-inch broad jump, and his shuttle times 4.19 and 6.88 in the 3-cone. So yeah, big time athlete here going to Seattle.
So Bo Melton and Derek Young in the 7th round here for the Seattle Seahawks. So getting some good athletes.
We're getting athletic in that receiver room in Seattle.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Green Bay's pick is in at 234.
Yeah, the Packers have had a pretty good draft. Ultimately.
So Eric Edholm tweeted out a week ago that could the Seahawks trade DK Metcalf? If so, here's Derek Young, the DK of D2. And
like Eric Edholm.
They brought him in for a top 30 visit.
They're like, we're drafting him. So here we go.
Packers pick is in, and it is Miami defensive lineman Jonathan Ford.
He was a combine invite that I scratched my head at a little bit. So one of those.
Is that the first pick from the U?
I think. I guess it might be. Yeah, no Charleston Rambo yet.
No Bubba Bolden.
Yeah.
No Mike Harley.
So
no De'Aaron King. Yeah, there you go.
Must be. They'll have some more coming up soon enough. But Jonathan Ford, big, he can move. Nice tackle technique, really clean tackler. Doesn't mess around with that. Pops a little bit off the snap, but it's just not very rangy. Doesn't fill that gap. There's just so many times running backs just run right past him and he's getting blocked. Not going to 2-gap, not going to pass rush. That's my thoughts. I was surprised when he got the combine invite, to be honest.
Yeah. Emery tweets that Derek Young and DK Metcalf will lead the league in DBs beat up at the line of scrimmage.
Uh-oh.
Rams back on the clock here at 2:35.
2:35. Rams making some picks today. Got LA back-to-back here.
What is the record in a 7-round draft for the least amount of quarterbacks selected?
That's a good question. What year did the 7-round draft start, I guess?
93.
93. I'll take quickly. I don't know if it'll be the record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We only had 6 drafted so far.
Yeah, 7 in 2015.
Okay.
That was the Marcus Mariota, Jameis Winston year.
So we're flirting with that at this point.
6, 7, that's 8. And that has back here. 1, 2. Yeah, so this is 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the 96 draft that we talked about yesterday. So I don't know for sure. I'm going to guess 7.
7 cent. Let's work with that.
All
So
right.
7 is the number we're shooting for here, which means we would just need one more
We
to
need one
tie
more to
that
tie
record.
it.
And 2 more drafted here in the last 30 picks to avoid that futility.
I think it'll happen. I mean, I think at least one's going to go. Someone's got to take it. I mean, the Carson Strong stands are crying tonight.
Yeah, that is a bandwagon I am.
6 win in 1955 with
Jesus.
260 picks. 1955, a little different game there where you throwing the football.
Rams have gone small school
All
here.
right. Who is it?
And it is Daniel Hardy, edge rusher from Montana State. And this is another athlete.
Yeah, I mean, really tough. I thought he was pretty hard nosed for how he played. Definitely doesn't play up to that athleticism, but doesn't but obviously has those physical tools. I thought he had good production, good feet, good motor, but didn't play up to those numbers. I'm not sure if he holds up in the pros from that standpoint. So that'll be interesting to see. But I think there's some upside there with Daniel Hardy.
You feel he's going to have to stand up. Probably he's not going to be. He's never at six. Not at that size. Not at 6. At 6'2", 239. That's not going to hold up on the edge for very long. But a 40-inch vertical, 4.33 short shuttle, 6.713 cone at 239 is pretty good. So good athletic upside here for the Rams. Chargers pick is in.
So that's another little Montana State. Montana State has tied Clemson for picks. They're beating Texas. If you want to play that game.
4th consecutive year, a Georgia tight end's been drafted.
Next year, probably will continue that trend.
Chargers have
and the year after that.
I feel like I've seen his name on our list, but I cannot place his school. Dean Leonard.
Ooh, that's a good one. Dean Leonard from Mississippi, another Mississippi player. A lot of Ole Miss guys getting that late bump.
Hula Bowl.
Hula Bowl corner. See? Hula Bowl's getting some drafted players. So, good old Dean with the E.
Pick to the Chargers there at 236.
Yeah, he's a track guy. I mean, athlete, ran with receivers. There was nothing, height, weight, speed. There was nothing about his game that I was like, oh, this is an NFL player. He got flagged a ton, couldn't really change direction. This is a pure upside, maybe special teams pick, but so that's he was corner 74 for me.
Transferred to Ole Miss from the University of Calgary.
Oh, well, that's exciting. Good for him then. You know what? I like it. I'll give him a little bit of props for that. Yeah. Now let's just take whatever SEC players are left and.
Scott says there were only 12 NFL teams in 1955, so 50% of them took.
There you go. Oh, man. That's funny. Yeah. The old school there.
Detroit's pick is in at 237.
Oh, well, at least we're moving in the 7th round. Happy about that. Keep it rolling. It's
It
been
is the other Arizona State corner, Chase Lucas,
Chase Lucas, who we both like more than Jack Jones, who was drafted
who
rounds
went
ago.
several rounds earlier.
Yeah, what do you like about Chase Lucas? I thought the more productive, corner there.
More consistent play. You don't see the lapses that you would with his teammate there for longer stretches. With Chase Lucas, solid player. I thought he could have come out last year and been drafted as well, but decided to return to school. So
Yeah, lots of experience. I mean, he's played in the Pac-12 for a while, reads well, good athlete. Just a low ceiling. I don't think he's ever going to be a starter, but I think he could contribute on a team. 7th round. I mean, that's not bad. So I like it. I dig it.
Scott wants to know what's going to happen with Jimmy G.
I think either way, Trey Lance is starting. He'll get released if they have to after June 1st, but no one's going to trade for an injured quarterback.
No,
it's just no one's going to be that desperate. I don't think. Once again, if you want to guess the position of Mr. Irrelevant, feel free to pop in the chat room. You can win a signed card here. Sean Shivers. I should probably check if Sean Shivers is still on Auburn's team. Indiana now. So.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Current Indiana running back Sean Shivers.
You have any Indiana fans in the house?
Or is it Shivers?
Probably. It's probably Shivers. That sounds a lot better.
Craig Stevenson tweets out the last place team in the SEC West this year has had 9 players drafted. And
wow.
As he says, not sure if that makes the SEC West look really good or LSU look really bad.
I think it makes LSU look really bad.
A bit of
There's a reason they have a new coach. So, bang the table time, Scott. Who are you begging your team to draft? Who we got to draft here? Who's left? Yeah, how about Kalon Barnes? 7th round, draft him. 4.2 speed, get the track athlete.
Well, this is the Raiders pick, and you may be onto something here. Let's see. Nope. It's a Buckeye.
That's my guy. Oh, well, even better.
Thayer
Munford. You know what? I think Thayer Munford's worth a shot to take here. I mean, not a good athlete, but played guard, played tackle. Feels kind of like a Raiders pick, like a dumpy but experienced. He's my guard 10. I think he's tough. He doesn't get driven backwards. Good footwork. He's heavy waisted, a bit sluggish, but I don't know. I thought he should have went off the board earlier for sure.
So you're going with the Baylor corner there as your. Yeah. I'm going to bang the table for Armani Rogers.
All right, that's fair.
Tight end from Ohio, former quarterback at UNLV. Transferred to Ohio to be the quarterback, has the longest run for a quarterback in FBS history, a 99-yard touchdown run. Went to the Pride game, and they said, you know what, 6'5", 221, you're going to be a tight end. And they decided to he looked good running routes there in tri-game practices. And then it went to UCLA's pro day, I guess because he was working out there, and ran a 4.41 40 at 6'5", 226, a 1.55 10 split, had a 36-inch vertical and a 10.5 broad jump, a RAS of 9.1. I am all about. I will take that and mold him at my tight end position.
There you go. Taiwan Mullen, corner, some upside from Indiana. Yeah, I like Armani Rogers. I think take a shot instead of going to undrafted free agency and just take a good athlete, see what happens, like a lot of these schools are doing. I might not like as a football player, but see what we can do. Any other big schools haven't had anyone drafted? I was trying to think, but it feels like most of the big schools have had somebody.
Well, we know all the Georgia players have been drafted.
That's good. We've had a Georgia Tech, so
I'll look at Alabama in just a second. The Colts picked again.
Alabama has had players drafted. So
Rodney Thomas from Yale is off the board.
Uh-oh.
So, which means I just scrolled all the way up on the sheet to Alabama. Now I have to go all the way back
all
down.
the way down to that. There you go.
And I could be wrong here because there may be a double dip at an All-Star game, but that could be the first CGS player drafted here by the Indianapolis Colts. Shane, do you want to know what his RAS was?
What was his RAS?
Safety from Yale. 925, the RAS for Rodney Thomas from Yale.
Oh, my goodness.
6'1", 190, a 4'5", 140, a 41-inch vertical leap for the Yale Bulldog there, and a 4.02 20-yard shuttle. So, yeah, there's another athlete for the Colts.
Yeah, I didn't watch him. That was it. 1,051 players. Rodney Thomas didn't make it.
Well, so. We've stumped the Shane.
I'm sad. Yeah, sad.
Washington's pick is in at 240 as we wait to see it come across. You mentioned some of the big school guys. Alabama still has a handful that were waiting. Josh Jobe and Christopher Allen, LeBrian Ray, Slade Bolden, all Alabama players that could have been drafted, have not been drafted thus far. I didn't get Slade Bolden, so.
Yeah. What positions are available? I think we got like running back.
Yeah, we've let's see. We still have running back available. Tight end is still available. Defensive tackle still available, and corner still available, as well as all three special teams positions: kicker, punter, and long snapper.
Yeah, if you want to just put specialists, I'll give you that.
Yeah, we'll give you all three.
Yeah. So I made it. I made it to pick 239, Brian.
That's pretty good, Shane.
Not too bad. I'll say
that's pretty good.
But the Ivy League got me. I have two Yale players on my board, but not Rodney Thomas.
So Mark Robinson did have a RAS, but because his RAS was below green, I didn't add him to the board.
Oh, there you go. That's why.
So that's why he did not make the spreadsheet. So I got stumped on one, and you got stumped on another. So
yeah. I guess next year I'm gonna have to make sure I get all those small school good RAS guys. Vandy, TCU, Louisville, Duke. Good job, Joe. Crushed it. That's cool. Okay, then it's Washington.
Commander's pick is in, and it's Christian Holmes, a cornerback from. Is he also from Villanova?
Let's see. Cornerback 59 for me. Christian Holmes from Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State, sorry.
Yeah. So, a good athlete. Christian Holmes, explosive downhill tackler. He's big, over 200 pounds. Not, a lot of athletic upside, but never really put it together. I thought, rarely out in front of the receiver, not really in position. So I think there's some, another big athlete, not a great football player.
Another Hula Bowl player here, Christian Holmes. Racking up here late on day 3.
Yeah. A lot of exclamation points there.
Your Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock, Shane.
Last pick for the Steelers.
So we're closing up shop here. Could we do a Washington Redskins from back in the day where you draft Heath Schuler in the first round and then turn around and draft Gus Perrott in the 7th round?
Oh, we have 3 quarterbacks. We're good. It's over.
Just checking. Carson Strong still there.
Uh-oh.
My nephew Palmer pops in the chat here trying to win that
In
card.
that corner, I like it, Palmer. Good call. That's the way to do it. Let's see. Steelers pick maybe Nolan Turner, Joey Blunt, someone like that. That's I guess.
They have drafted a quarterback.
Wow, they
I'm
have.
not making this up.
You're right. You're right. You called
Gus
it.
Perrott to their Heath Schuer there is Chris Oladokin,
Chris Oladokin.
UCF transfer to South Dakota State.
Yeah, very productive this year. I mean, small, but he can run. He's athletic. He's the fundamentals are kind of a mess, but raw package, someone you could develop, I think, over time. Might even play a different position. I think there's a lot of athletic upside with Chris Oladokin.
That was my question. Is this someone they view as a position change?
Could be. Could be. I mean, they've already drafted a ton of receivers, though. Like, I don't know. I think it's, you know what? Honestly, you know what I think it is? This is Lamar Jackson on the practice field. This is scout team Lamar Jackson. That's who you drafted.
So this is you not having to chase him in free agency.
Right. And Nelly likes him more than Kenny Pickett. So anyone that can run, Nelly's in.
I would say the last two for me. I'm always disappointed when the draft's over, because you put in all this work, man, and we have grinded our asses off this year getting ready for the 2022 NFL draft. And but yeah, we're tired, man. I know I am.
I'm happy.
Shane is. We're up till 2 a.m. every morning here after these last two nights, getting stuff ready to go for the next day. And so yeah, man, you're always disappointed that it's coming to a close, but you're tired as well.
On to next year, never ends,
Shane, 2023 3-round mock coming out tomorrow. I'm going to drop a 1-rounder on Monday. We're going to get into some. I'm going to get into some undrafted free agents later in the week. Still working on how I'm going to format that one. Haven't really come to a decision yet, but we're going to talk about that as well. But we're going to keep going at it. We're going to break down division by division team drafts here coming up in the next couple of weeks as well. So it's not going to stop.
This month will be. Then we'll take a little hiatus for a couple months.
We'll pop in over the summer. Like I said, it won't be daily content like we've given you since we relaunched in August. We're going to pop in and do the occasional piece. Shane's gonna backpack across Europe.
Not backpacking, I'll tell you that.
Okay, all right, he's going to take a train across Europe.
Oh, do have an 8-hour train ride in there.
So there you go. While the Steelers draft the heir apparent to Kenny Pickett.
Well, Kenny Pickett is a little older. We got to.
Kalen Barnes is off the board.
All right.
Carolina Panthers, 242.
I was pounding the table, and they took him. And I mean, track athlete, the fastest players at the combine. And Kalen Barnes, I thought flashed some upside, even as an explosive off the snap, he could transition into coverage pretty well. So not very strong, very finesse. I think if you can get him a little more physical, there's some upside there. So I like it.
Despite the 4.23 speed and the incredible vertical and broad jumps, his agility, Shane, is not great.
Not great.
4.58 on his short shuttle there, and a 7.44 3 cone. I mean, that's bad for offensive linemen, right? I mean, that's not good.
Yeah, no, that's not great. So, but might as well take the athletic upside. Scott's done this for a while. He knows the feel, and he's been.
And we appreciate that, Scott.
Appreciate the support, and thanks for trusting us with the site. Chris Oladukin from South Dakota State, productive runner, passer, everything in between. So,
yeah, I remember tracking him at when he was at South Florida, and it wasn't anything special there. Transferred down to South Dakota State, and like you said, was really impressive this year. Was at the NFLPA game. Chiefs take a good one here.
Yeah,
At corner, Jalen Watson, Washington State,
corner.
first player
Big,
from Washington off the board here in the draft.
big, strong, physical. He was my corner 23. I really felt like as a cover two jam, that's what he's good with. Can get to the back pedal quickly and explode, kind of close. Decent ball skills too. He's just not, turning and running. You get guys run past him a lot. Wastes a lot of steps, wastes a lot of motion. Got thrown on often some of the short space, but I think there's some decent upside there. I like the pick by the Chiefs.
Had a lot of big game experience. Had the short season last year with Washington State because of the COVID year after he transferred from JUCO. Played this year, played in the Senior Bowl. 6'2", 197, got 32-inch arms, good vertical, good broad jump. But so a 9.18 RAS. You were a little higher on him than I was, but still here at pick 243, he's actually value on both of our boards.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good value. Like I said, it's a deep group. There's going to be some values to be had here. Your boy Andrew Stuber still not drafted, so yeah, Andrew Lucas,
Sorry,
the other Washington State guy.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. I forgot about that. That was so long ago.
Because
That was last night, man. That was
the Mike Leach offensive tackles there in Seattle, right up, staying in the Pacific Northwest for Abraham Lucas.
The Bengals had actually brought Owadukin in for a top 30.
Yeah, a couple teams brought him in. I think there was definitely some interest in Owadukin, maybe for the same reason, in the same division.
Could be. Could be. 244 for the Cardinals is in.
Look at that. Got our QB1 and sniped the Bengals, Chris Oladukun there.
So they're showing the Rich Eisen 40-yard dash here, and they just showed Robert Griffin run the 40, and he's still running it in 4.48.
My God, man. He is older. He's been
That's
out of
pretty
league for a couple
incredible,
years.
man,
That's
to be
really
honest.
yeah.
Still waiting on that Cardinals pick to come in.
Yeah. The
Rich Eisen's 40 now on the field. Let's see how old Rich does here. 6'16" for Rich Eisen. Also, Michael Vick ran his 40 at 41 years. 4.78.
That's crazy.
At 41 years old.
That is insane.
Have we reached a point generationally that the kids today don't know how great of an athlete Michael Vick was at the quarterback position?
They do not. Though I've had a lot of high school kids that have watched Michael Vick highlights, and because they are still fun to watch. So that's at least a piece of this.
Valdosta State's off the board, Shane.
Oh no.
This is not good.
Not good.
But he is on our sheet.
That's good. I don't think I watched him.
He went above 8 on the RAS, so therefore he got added. But Christian Matthew, the corner from Valdosta State, comes off the board here at 244 to the Arizona Cardinals.
I didn't watch him, so I don't have him on my list. I gotta do another refresh, I guess, the week of the draft with your sheet and the high RAS scores.
2 video game characters are unfair. Bo Jackson, Tecmo Bowl, Mike Vick, Madden 04.
Yeah, Madden 04 is the...
And Andrew Stuber's off the board.
Your boy, your fave.
Goes to the Patriots here at pick 245.
So, I mean, look, I was not as harsh on Andrew Stuber as you were. Um, though I think you still had him decently ranked. I thought you were going to leave him off the top 400, but
Well, he was not in my top 300. I
uh,
can tell you that. So,
fair. But
not a good, not a great athlete. Not good at the Senior Bowl. Um, but hey, he's a Michigan offensive lineman, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's a good run blocker. Sprung some of those Hassan Haskins rushes in the game against Ohio State. He gets beat on the swim, doesn't have great strength, but good leverage. Plays low. I like it.
Browns have selected an offensive lineman, and it is Texas Tech center Dawson Deaton.
That's a good pick. I like Dawson Deaton.
High end athlete for sure. He was 185 on my board. Here going 246 to the Cleveland Browns. Moved him up just based on athleticism alone. I was looking for centers that I had watched to kind of sort him out, and once saw his combine numbers there, I moved him up the list a little bit into that 6th round type of grade. Goes here in the 7th, so decent value here.
He does have the short arms, poor
Yeah.
leverage guy, but I mean the athleticism, tough to stack him up. I think he's if he gets a little stronger, I think he could be an intriguing swing back up there. My wife just tweeted, so
you're
entirely.
We have a quarterback off the board. The Miami Dolphins have taken a quarterback that is not Carson Strong.
Yeah.
That is not A. Perry, but it is Kansas State quarterback Skylar Thompson.
Yeah. There might be some people out there that have him as QB1 in this class, by the way. Skylar Thompson, tough, can run, good mid-range passer, but he has a weird hitch. Like, takes a while to get that ball out of there. Doesn't hit the sideline very well. Maybe could be a backup in the right spot, but he's my QB 10.
I want to feel like he was my QB 12, 11, somewhere around there. I'll confirm that. But QB 12. So I liked Ellaby and Perry and even Cole Kelly upside more, just a little bit, than Skylar Thompson.
Yeah, Skylar Thompson over Carson Strong. There you go. I mean, I think he's a good player to draft because I think he could stick on a roster, stick around the league. I mean, I don't think he's a starter by any means, but I don't mind him here. So we have beaten that low QB record is out the window. Out the window here. 8th quarterback off the board.
We appreciate you.
Thanks, Nick.
We appreciate you coming on, watching this, man. It's been fun.
Yeah.
We're approaching, so we're gonna cross the 7-hour threshold today before this thing wraps up, Shane.
Absolutely. Yeah.
LSU's 10th player has just come off the board.
Ooh, interesting.
It is Andre Anthony, who did not test. He only ran the 40 at their pro day. No RAS, not a whole lot of anything here.
Yeah,
I did not rank on either of our.
Yeah, I watched him. He was my Edge 71, so that's. He's athletic off the snap. I mean, I think he has an NFL skill set, but a lot of mental errors. Gets too focused on the lineman in front of him and misses guys just run past him. He doesn't even see them. Just needs to really develop just a really raw athlete. for Andre Anthony?
Skylar Thompson was QB3 for Emory Hunt.
Yeah, like I said, there are people that had Skylar Thompson very high, maybe even QB1 in this class. But yeah, I know Emory had him very, very high, which is wild to me. But
Appreciate that, Scott.
yeah, thanks, Scott.
It's been a blast, man. Like I said, tomorrow my voice is probably done, but
I'm starting to feel it here.
Yeah, the throat's getting a little ragged. I wasn't planning on doing a whole lot tomorrow anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, it's gonna be rest day for sure.
Yeah, because you've already got your 2020 mock in the can, Shane. I saw that this morning.
I did. I figured the day 3, I'm just not gonna worry about, who teams pick on day 3, and just made it off day 2. So we're good to go. That's set up. I do have to have 2 DLF articles to write as well, but it's a lot of schoolwork I got to get done for work.
There you go.
Yeah, Steelers 2 receivers, 2 quarterbacks in this draft.
Interesting.
Not what I expected. Rasheed Walker's off the board.
There you go.
Going to the Green Bay Packers. Finally, my final top 100 players off the board.
That's good, Shane. I didn't want that stain on your record.
Yeah, we wouldn't have told people except who's watching. But look, he's my offensive tackle 12. I really liked him before the season. Thought he's a potential first-round pick, but did not play up to it this year. Very athletic, good movement skills. He's nasty in the run game, but a lot of mental mistakes. Got bull rushed a lot. I mean, there's some bad games there. I thought the NFL might pounce at the upside, but the Packers get him around 7. I think it's worth a shot.
Yeah. Like he was one of the guys we talked about earlier that was still on the board that had some of that first round hype before the season started. But his play did not dictate that here in 2022 or 2021 season.
Yeah, no, it just did not. But I really felt like the upside is there for him, especially especially as a mauler. He's just fun to watch.
Still got some Grey Pico in the ice chest in the other room there, Scott.
Uh-oh. Not out of Grey Pico yet.
Not out. Pick 250 coming up. The Las Vegas Raiders, then the Chiefs, then the Bengals on the clock for the last time today.
I'm sure you can't wait. You're on pins and needles for this last Bengals pick. Who would you want the Bengals to draft here?
That's a good question.
You could make the pick.
I feel like, let's see. Let's look at my receivers because I feel like that's a spot that I could see them going or tight end. So I'll tell. Well, you know what? I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to call the pick.
All right. Who's going to be?
Samori Toure.
Ooh, I'm going to say
he was in on the top. They had him in on the top 30.
Yeah. I'm going Khalil Pimpleton. Get the return guy.
Return skills. That's a good call.
Yeah.
Good call.
Probably not going to get drafted, but you know what? Let's do it.
Raiders pick is in as we wait for it to come out.
I'm not seen it yet.
Makai Polk is another receiver. If you're just
one.
picking pure receiver, I wouldn't mind that.
Sure, no one person strong. You could.
They haven't drafted a tight end. I like Austin Allen. They may like Jalen Weidermeyer, despite the poor testing still on the board. And you know what? I said it earlier. I would love them to take a chance on Armani Rogers.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, I bet you would want Armani Rogers, I think. Do a little preview of next draft after this. Scott asking.
We'll I did bookmark the Shane P. Hallam 2023 prospects earlier.
Yeah.
So we could.
The big board is not updated, so don't
big
go.
Big board is not updated, but
Now we'll have to move quick because I do want to get to
Yeah.
undrafted free agency.
Yeah.
But
Raiders pick us up. It's Britton Brown, running back from UCLA.
okay, interesting. Um, yeah, he's definitely not a player I expected to get drafted. Had some early hype.
You know what, Scott? We're not gonna go Kuiper style. We're gonna make you come to the site tomorrow and look at Shane P. Hallam's 2023 3-round mock draft,
There you
and
go.
that's how you're gonna get your 2023 pick. Zach wants to know: is it too late to enter for the Tua card?
No, you could do a little. I don't know if what would I put in there. So we'll see. We'll see what the giveaway says ultimately. Let's yeah, you can still enter. There it is, still there. Yeah, we could do a little Britton Brown, running back 66 for me. Minus athlete. I don't think he's a great athlete. Good vision. Use the scheme to get some yardage. I think only big holes to be productive. Goes down pretty quick. He doesn't make people miss, but I don't know. I maybe a special teams player ultimately for the Raiders.
Chiefs pick is in at 251.
That is not my number one pick in tomorrow's draft.
I have my concerns with Bryce Young. He may not be QB2 for me when I release my mock draft on Monday.
Okay. I hope he's QB1.
We'll see.
I'm going to tell your wife on you if you don't Bryce Young as top 2 quarterback.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I can take the heat. Still waiting on that KC pick. The Bengals are on the clock.
Bengals are on the clock, but we need the Chiefs pick here. Yeah, so we'll see what it is. Scott's pulling for a tight end number 1 overall. If Kyle Pitts can get top 5 capital.
We've gotten up to number 4 now, right? So
only a couple more to go. Only a couple
We're on our way. But that would require him to be a Kyle Pitts level athlete, right?
We need the 10 Raz.
I don't foresee that happening. We have another running back here, and this one is an athlete.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is Rutgers running back Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah, Pacheco, early declare from Rutgers. That's really his calling card was athleticism. He's fast. He was productive. He had a decent amount of decent amount of rushing yards there. He was that offense a lot, but gets up to speed really quick. Makes those big runs, electric. The bad blocking just really hurt him because he couldn't kind of make his own space. But good receiver, solid blocker. Just really raw. I think he's a nice developmental running back here. Yeah, to a card US only. I can't ship internationally. So, but yeah, we got the Texas guy, the Notre Dame guy, the Ohio State guy, and South Carolina guy. All any of them.
Pacheco Hula Bowl to Shrine Bowl call up there.
There you go. Yeah, right. I mean, he flashed that speed. The speed kills.
Still waiting on that Bengals pick here so I can
see if you get your receiver tight
end. Their pick is in.
All right. Let's see what happens. It's not offense.
I have not seen it yet, Shane.
Do you want it?
Go ahead.
It's Jeffrey Gunter, edge rusher from Coastal Carolina.
Uh, they have not addressed the edge yet, so
Yeah, I like Jeffrey Gunter too. I mean,
one. He's an athlete, sir.
yeah,
178 on my board here at pick 252. We'll get in that rotation there on the edge position. Good size, 6'4", 258. 33-inch arm length, a 157 10-yard split, 4.7 40, 30 bench reps of 225, 35 and a half inch vertical, 10-foot broad jump, decent agility drills, 9.73 RAS for Jeffrey Gunter.
yeah. I mean, I think it's lots of upside. Just explosive athlete. You can see great. I really like his inside move. Good first step. He does take long angles around the edge. He really tries to outrun the offensive tackle and get kind of caught behind. So I think he's raw, but I think there's a lot there. Obviously, you mentioned the athleticism, but I think he's strong at the point of attack. There's a lot to like. I thought he should have been drafted earlier than this. Just without context.
Absolutely. So I like the pick here for the Bengals here in their last pick, their sixth pick of the here. 10 tackles for loss, 6.5 sacks in 2021. Nick says DraftKings has Mayer at 10K plus 10,000 for number one. So get on that, Scott.
Well, Scott. We have the Rams pick.
Rams pick is in.
Rams pick is in, and it's a safety. It's going to be Russ Yeast from Kansas State, 5'10", 192. He's small, but he hits. He's physical, good in coverage. He tackles. He tries to go for that big hit sometimes, but flashes a little potential. Not a man-to-man guy, but intriguing, small, tough player. Special teams.
Another Shrine Bowl guy coming off the board here late.
Yeah, so my safety 53 in this draft. So as the Rams, we got that.
There you go. Russ Yeast off the board here.
Russ Yeast.
Bengals made 6 picks in this draft, 5 of them on the defensive side of the ball.
They invested the money in the offense and got that.
Over under 3 wide receivers the Bengals bring in as undrafted free agents.
I'll say over. I mean, this is going to be a good class. I think the team's going to bring in a lot of guys.
Yeah.
Big free agent classes. We're into the comp picks of the 7th round here. Bears have 2 picks.
We're almost done here.
Bears have 2 picks here.
6 picks left.
So, yeah, that's interesting. We'll kind of find not too many players coming off the board. Still, Carson Strong still out there. That he must not be good.
It's got to be bad.
Yeah. So,
like way worse than even we. So you feel like we got the information out about the knee injury, and it appears it's way worse than even what was leaked out to people as low on the totem pole as we are.
Yeah,
it's got to be completely wrecked.
Jim Nagy said it was fine. This is fine.
It's clearly not fine.
So yeah, there's an issue with that. So I dig it. But someone will sign him, bring him in and see what can happen. I still think he's a good passer. But I think it's hard to bang the table for a red flag guy because if with medical, because if he gets hurt, that's on you. You passed up a player just to waste a pick. That's tough.
It's a good question for you there, Shane.
I know players have landed. Which prospects are you higher on due to the new circumstances that you were lower on? That is interesting. I think Cole Strange is one. I think going to the Patriots. I think that's really good to invest that kind of draft capital in him. I like Sam Williams to the Cowboys, taking him around 2. I think maybe shows that there's not as many issues with that. Velus Jones going in the 3rd round of the Bears, I think is a good situation. Tyron Davis Price, if Shanahan's going to draft him in the 3rd, I mean, that's really interesting to me. So I like that situation. Definitely bumped him up my board. Yeah, I think that's probably the top ones off the top of my head that really impressed me.
Bears pick is in, and it's 254. It is Cal safety Elijah Hicks off the board here.
So we're getting a little more of those kind of special teams, a lot of safeties. Elijah Hicks, really good tackler. He's not big, he's not fast, but just very productive, high character, good leader. That kind of guy that you want on the special teams side.
There you go. We have the Chicago back-to-back here.
Yes, they're back-to-back. Chicago back-to-back, Arizona back-to-back, Packers, Chiefs, Chargers, Rams, 49ers. So, got the back-to-back picks. Moving along.
So that means we're 8 picks away from finding out who's going to win that Mr. Irrelevant.
Correct. We'll see what happens there. We'll have to. I'll have to try to start getting the wheel ready for some of these other ones, including the Brett Favre rookie card. I think we got.
That's the big one.
That's the big one. Last call. If you didn't enter and have entered the first 2 days, let me know, because we have had some people enter all 3 days. So.
Yes, went here in the 7th round to the Miami Dolphins. So Skylar Thompson.
Skylar Thompson, yeah. Skylar Thompson did get drafted. QB1, right, Bip? That's Skylar Thompson.
We have a punter. Punter 4 has come off the board here in the 7th round, pick 255. It is NC State punter Trenton Gill.
Oh, nice. A combine invite punter there. So not the second kicker, but we got Trenton Gill. Good kickoffs. That's what I liked most about him. He's my punter 5. I had him behind Blake Hayes from Illinois. Quick. He gets punts off quick, and they don't sail too high. So I think it's usually good depth, but he's not consistent. Needs more hang time. That is my big punter analysis. The Bears needed a punter. They did.
There you go. He was invited to the combine, as you said. Was ranked 399 out of 400 on your big board.
399, yeah. So he made it. He made it on the big board.
He made the cut.
That's solid. All right, let's see. So if you catch the picks, feel free to hit them. I'm gonna get these wheels ready to go, so we can go pretty quick.
I will take care of it. Arizona is back-to-back here, so could be Trenton Gill averaged 45 and almost 46 yards a punt in his career at NC State.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair.
Who was your punter for? Was it Stonehouse?
Blake Hayes from Illinois. Yeah. Kicker punter combo.
Stonehouse from Colorado State. There were those thought he could be drafted as well.
Yeah, he did not get that combine invite like the other 5.
He did not.
Usually a good indicator.
He was at like 3 different All-Star games, but
he was. That's fair.
Not at the combine. Arizona still has not made a pick here.
They have 2, so they can wait.
Clock running out, yes, and they can't get passed by the team behind them. So
they can wait and make us wait a little bit.
Obviously, they're on the phones working the trade.
Oh, of course. All right. And then we have working that trade. I don't think anyone's given up a future sixth anymore, so you might miss out.
So, the pick is in for the Cardinals. Waiting to see it come through here. I'm still trying to get over Michael Vick being that fast at 41 years old.
41 years old, still running the 4.7s. He's faster than some guys in this draft.
Shane, have you ever been to Las Vegas?
I have been to Las Vegas. Have you been to Las Vegas? I mean, you haven't flown on planes, so I'm going to guess no.
I have not.
I'm going to guess no.
I have never been west of Bossier City, Louisiana. So,
all right. But you did go north, so
I did go north. Yeah, low key solid draft for the Chargers there. They just flashed that up on the screen.
Yeah, I mean
right.
nothing flashy. Yeah, you're right.
You'll be writing about them because you're covering the AFC draft reviews. I'll have the NFC, so we'll see what you after you deep dive into it. See what you think about the Chargers. Why would I not like Las Vegas, Scott? I'm curious.
Scott's like, not quite.
Enlighten me. You may be right. We have a untapped potential pass rusher here going at pick 256 is Jesse Lukita.
Oh, yes. I like that pick.
Here at the pick 256 to the Cardinals. Fun fact about Jesse Lukita and perhaps his misuse at Penn State. He during the Senior Bowl game, he quadrupled his sack production at Penn State with 2 sacks in the Senior Bowl. Had a half sack in his career at Penn State.
Yeah, I mean, I just feel like good technique. Like he can shed. They just didn't have him rush the passer very much. He was good in the run game and not overly fast. I don't know. I mean, maybe his upside's just a little bit capped. But I like him in the 7th round. I think you're getting a tough, smart football player.
We have a fun stat here on the quarterback class from Kent here. Very close to having the first draft since 2006 with no quarterbacks taken with a RAS under 5.
Wow, that's interesting. Until we get Carson Strong, Mr. Relevance. I mean, he didn't work out, so I guess it wouldn't count.
Let me say this though, Scott. I am a fan of New Orleans, and I feel like the vibe of way too many people, most of them drunk and in their 20s, is very similar there. So, but I do like hanging out in New Orleans, despite the fact that I do not drink.
It's fair.
It is fun to watch people, though. I do enjoy people watching, so to speak.
Yeah. I mean,
waiting on that other Cardinals.
There's a lot of people, a lot of interesting people to watch in Vegas too. So
yes,
I've been to New Orleans and Vegas. More interesting than New Orleans, people wise. This gets wild.
I offer up Halloween in New Orleans as an alternate take.
That's fair. I haven't been there for Halloween, just the summer. So.
Who did the Steelers take in the 6th and 7th round?
Yeah, so the 6th, Connor Hayward, fullback from Michigan State, Cam Hayward's brother. In the 7th, they took Chris Oldukin, the quarterback out of South Dakota State, and Mark Robinson, linebacker out of Mississippi.
Shane, number 117 on your board is off. At pick 257, the Cardinals have taken Marquise Hayes, the guard from Oklahoma.
I think they're just using my board now. They're just like, we got to clean up Shane's board here. I'm surprised. I don't think Marquise Hayes is anything to write home about, but I thought he's a solid player, a solid enough athlete. You know, he was. I didn't think he did everything okay. Nothing great. Like he was fine, and he didn't make many bad plays. I'm surprised he was still there.
Hey, Scott, you funding the bill for that? Just checking. Looks like
Next Gem, really going to sponsor the Vegas draft.
Um,
so that's good. Who's on the clock now?
Marquise Hayes or Marquise Brown wasn't enough. They needed Marquise Hayes. The Packers on the clock and the pick is in. Steelers always bring forward quarterbacks to camp.
Yeah. So and that was Kevin Colbert's last draft pick, Chris Oladukin. That's it. Last one.
His legacy.
I think Kenny Pickett's his legacy. So,
the Packers take Samori Toure, wide receiver.
There you go. Yeah, you did predict that he'd go off the board.
Of Montana, at Nebraska.
Just he would have gotten drafted a lot higher if he didn't go to Nebraska, in my opinion.
I think so.
I do. I just think Nebraska's offense was god awful. He has some wiggle after the catch. Like, I didn't see him develop at all, and I felt like he was developing at the lower level. I think it was just a bad choice by him, in my opinion. But nice extension of physicality. He's physical off the line, so I dig it.
Scott wants to know what our thoughts on Justin Ross. It's really nothing to it more than, he injured his neck, other injuries, and then he tested as one of the worst wide receivers from a major school in this draft class.
And I'll also say he didn't play well. I mean, he didn't play well for 2 years. So if you're going to do that, this isn't Derek Stingley situation. You have the injury. But then if you would have come back and played like gangbusters and you said, okay, well, I'm not worried about it. Now you're worried the injuries are causing him to not be as good an athlete. You can't draft that anymore.
Right.
I drafted him in high school in a Devy League, so I'm very sad. Because he looked like a stud incoming.
If I was Justin Ross, I would you have your agent start scouting what teams didn't draft a wide receiver, what teams need a wide receiver, and try to make that impact in camp and make a team that way.
Yep. Find that.
Hope you don't get drafted at this point. You're probably better off.
Yeah, if you want to really make it. So the Packers have taken 7 players they brought in for pre-draft visits.
That's what we call a tail, Shane.
Yeah, but usually they don't. That's new. So there you go.
Chiefs pick is in at pick 259. So, if Toure had stayed at Montana, you think he would have been drafted by now?
Yes. Yeah, I think he was developing in Montana. I think Nebraska stopped that.
Uh-oh. Scott's going deep here into the high school ranks.
What incoming recruit should Draftniks be most excited about? I'll say
not Arch Manning.
Well, I won't go that to next year, but this year I really like Nick Singleton for Penn State. The running back is exceptional player. I mean, he's probably going to start for them, and I think he's on that Travion Henderson, Bijan Robinson kind of level. So Nick Singleton, got to watch Penn State this year. Gonna be a monster.
There you go. Safety comes off the board here. Najee Johnson from Marshall, and this is we're just drafting guys with athletic upside at this point.
Yeah, is it another athletic?
But I have an announcement to make about that pick. The Tropical Bowl is off the board.
Hey, the Tropical Bowl made it. That's
Tropical Bowl is on the board here. Najee Johnson, a 4.38 speed guy, 5'10", 181 safety here, 42-inch vertical leap, 10'9" broad jump, also a 9.04 RAS. So, yeah, this is that special teams dart throw here for Kansas City here in round 7
Yeah, let
with
me.
4 picks to go.
I was getting into the 2023 talk there, but yeah, Najee Johnson's my safety 60 speedster, runs all over the field, but he's small. I don't think he really has the frame to hold up, but special teams player, maybe a deep ball hawk kind of guy. So I think it's par for the course in the 7th round so far. So that was the Chiefs, right? Chiefs took him.
Uh, who do you have with the number 1 pick for your 2023 mock, Shane?
You want, my number 1 pick on Sunday is going to be C.J. Stroud, quarterback of the Ohio State.
What team do you have picking?
I just had a random order, so it randomized to the Atlanta Falcons. So
okay, so
number 2 is the Green Bay Packers. So
this is going to go well for you.
It's random. It's just a random. The Colts and the Bears played in the Super Bowl, so it was great.
I, however, took a more scientific approach to how I'm going to order my first
That's
round.
the worst. That's the worst way to go because you
I went reverse order based off of the odds on Bovada, and the Houston Texans will be on the clock with the first pick on my 1-round mock draft on Monday.
So there you go. Marshall player for West Virginia, baby. Randy Moss. Loving it. Najee Johnson. I'm just promoting the mock now.
Attaboy. We have what is being listed as a fullback, but we have him as a running back. It's Xander Horvath from
Purdue. He had some production. He was actually a decent, had some decent production as a running back. So I think for the Chargers, you're, not much lateral agility. Big between the tackles, kind of a banger. Good blocker, which I assume you need as a fullback. So he has some versatility to do some running too, short yardage stuff.
9.83 RAS for Horvath. So got that going for him. Good athlete here. They drafted another running back earlier, if I recall correctly, today, I think. So if they're calling him a fullback though, so we'll see how that works out. Rams on the clock here. 2 picks left, Shane.
We maybe have some news. I don't know.
Shane?
I don't know if I trust this source. The source is Odell Beckham Jr., and he says that Deebo Samuel's going to the Patriots. So I don't know if you want to trust Odell Beckham Jr. to break news, but
let's.
It seems fake to me, but let's have that. Best NFL prospect in college football, regardless of class. I mean that's a tough one. I think if you take position into account, like I guess I would still go with the top pick next year. I mean, I guess I'd still say it's probably Will Anderson. The pass rusher from Alabama as the best overall player in college football right now, going to be in the 2023 class. But, there's some good players a year younger too. So the world is breaking at this Odell Beckham Jr. tweet. Oh, man. It's right at the end of the draft too.
We already have some undrafted free agent signings breaking here, despite the draft not being over. Jalen Virgil, wide receiver, Appalachian State.
AJ Arcuri gets drafted by the Rams too.
So, they're still making picks, but Jalen Virgil apparently on his way to Denver.
There you go.
But we'll worry about that later. We still got picks here.
Yeah,
and AJ Arcuri on your board, Shane, 322 here at the offensive tackle position.
Yeah, offensive tackle 30. I'm a big fan of AJ Arcuri. I thought he played well in the All-Star game, and I thought he had a solid season, so very, very underrated to me.
He's an All-Star game double dipper. Went from the Hula Bowl to the NFLPA.
I'm going to, as we wait for Mr. Relevant, because that's going to take a little bit, I'm going to roll for these.
Let's do it.
For these cards here. So let me see if I can find who. I'm going to have to figure out which is which, I guess. Here we go. Okay, so we need one, the double blue. Double blue. Here we go for, this one's for Jerry on Ely here. Jerry on Ely card. Let's spin it. It is Nick Person. Nick P won the Jerry on Ely card. So congratulations to him for that. Let's bring up the next one. Make sure he's...
The pick is in. We'll see if it gets tipped before the irrelevant gang gets out there. I have the pick. I'm going to hold it.
You're going to hold it? Okay.
Here you go.
You can announce it if you want. That's fine.
Let's get this card, and then we'll go with the pick.
Yeah. Jalen, this is for the Brett Favre card. Biplap is going to win the Brett Favre, the big prize there.
There you go.
For Biplab. So huge, good stuff. So let's go ahead and tell us who Mr. Relevant is.
Scott Wright has won the Sean Shivers card. Correct guess of quarterback, as it is Iowa State quarterback Brock Purdy.
Wow, Brock Purdy.
Here to the San Francisco 49ers.
There you go. Well, Scott, I'm not sending it back to you, so we'll get it to someone else there. But Brock Purdy.
Throw it in with one of these other.
My QB 14 here. Solid intangibles. You know, he had a productive career. Looked like he could have been a top pick. So, yeah, Brock Purdy. Good stuff.
There you go.
Not a big fan, but practice squad guy.
There you go. And also, Shane, for the pocketbook there, offense kicker hits on the prop bet. So
there you go.
I'll take that money.
Yeah. Hey, there you go. You'll take that. That's solid. So I dig it.
We got some more cards to give away.
We got two more here. I'll try to go quick because I want to move to get off of here and get to free agency. So this one's for Jalen Berger. I took out the people that had already won one today. So good shot here. And it's going to be Pierce. Pierce is going to get the win there. And then we still have the Tua Tagovailoa card. So let me share this. We got the last one. Tua Fireburst. I'm going to give away here. Let's do it. Zach, Kyle, and Nick. And Zach gets that one. So Tua going to Zach there. Good job, everybody. Thanks, Next Gem, for that. And that's our coverage.
That's it, man.
We are done.
We're done.
7 hours, 7.5 hours.
7 hours, man. Thanks, everybody who stayed this whole day. Thanks, everybody who watched us these last 3 days. Thanks, everybody who's made Draft Countdown. These last 3 days have easily been the best 3 days we've done at Draft Countdown since the relaunch. And it's been a whole lot of fun. And it's great to see all of our hard work, Shane, pay off here with this successful show.
Yeah, it's been fun. So appreciate everybody.
Yeah, it's good stuff, man. Zach, be proud, man. We appreciate your Scott. You know, everybody, Tommy. Thanks, everybody who's been in here. It's awesome, man. And like I said, to continue seeing it, Shane, get fixing to start grinding on these undrafted free agents.
Yep.
I know he is.
I'm out.
So he's out. So Shane, we'll let you have it. I'll close her out here. Follow me on Twitter at Deep Fried Draft. Follow Shane on Twitter at Shane P. Hallam. Follow Draft Countdown on Twitter at Draft Countdown. Subscribe to our channel, youtube.com/the draft countdown, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, wherever you get your podcasts. Look up Draft Countdown. Give us a 5-star review there. And draftcountdown.com, man. It's awesome. It's been great. This the culmination of our successful relaunch this year. Thanks for watching, everybody, these last 3 days. Good night.